Yeah, you can't go back, especially if you are a Christian. And I will say that I believe in the Bible. You know, I don't know about you,
I do.
but
I'm a Christian.
both. So, and when I said, yeah, I guess I am. You know, it's not in the way everyone thinks. You know, where I go around proclaiming stuff to people, and but I believe the Bible's both literal and I guess you could say metaphorical. But there's two meanings. There's a spiritual meaning, which is the part about if you have eyes to see, because he'll be talking in plain terms. And that's what's so awesome about it is they could use these plain terms and it's lasted thousands of years and you can still get a spiritual meaning out of it.
Hmm.
But Tiger Dan, I haven't seen his newest uh, video yet. I kind of stopped watching that trash after the first couple ones. And I was just interested. I'm like, wow, what happened to this dude? But I would say he's he's not tried to debunk any of the Bible related stuff, has he?
Not yet, but he says on video 7 is when it's coming. So he's done video 5. That's his last one, and he said on this last video, video 5, he said on video 7 he's going to talk about the Bible stuff.
See, that seems all scripted. How does he know there's going to be that many parts and what's going to be in each one?
Well,
It's like it was all planned from. It's like he's a sleeper agent. Like he went in and made specifically stuff that could be conjecturized and thrown out later, all on purpose. And people are giving him way too much attention. And all
oh
he's
yeah,
doing is calling people names.
have you seen the amount of comments he gets the most comments than out of all the flat Earth videos right now. He's getting the most attention right now.
Yeah, well, people like drama. I mean, that's I've noticed that too. You could have some badass solid proof, like I put up a moon video and a lot of people have seen it and there's just barely any comments, but yet you get some drama based stuff and that's all people want to talk about.
Yeah, it's true though. You got a point. That John LeBon too. I don't know what to think about him, but I watch him. He's got I don't know his John LeBon extra video or extra channel or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I've been watching his videos on there lately, and I kind of agree with some of the stuff he's saying. I see the flaws that's happening in the flat Earth. Like I wish most people would just stick to the facts instead of trying. I know everybody wants to have their own theory and think their own thing, but if we just stuck to the facts, I think it'd be more beneficial. Like, let's just stick to the fact that it's not a globe. We can prove that it doesn't spin. We can prove that, and instead of like having conjectures about, well, it's an endless plane or it's a dome that goes down to the edges or this or that, because I think that's where people are getting to think, well, this is just a bunch of crap. You know what I mean?
Right. It'd be nice to just stick with stuff you can prove, but
Right.
and then have specific things if you want to theorize. Like, hey, I'm gonna, and with you do the way the scientific method works is you make a hypothesis and then you try to prove it. So, it's you rarely just stumble across things. Now, if there was a dome, yeah, maybe you could just stumble across it, but you have to kind of be looking for that first. And all the shadiness that went on with the Admiral Byrd and after kind of makes you think maybe they did find a dome because they called the high altitude bombing Operation Fishbowl.
I know.
They called his last mission Deep Freeze. To me, that says he went really far into Antarctica, deep freeze.
Yeah,
So the code names almost give away a lot of it.
I agree.
And then you've got NASA. They have all lies, and even a lot of the Globers realize it's all trash and lies. But yet we're not allowed to use that as proof, and it's not exactly a proof, but it's a proof something's fishy. It's just one piece of the puzzle.
Right. Yeah,
But
that's true.
it should all end at the horizon rises to eye level. There shouldn't be any more debate after that.
No, I agree with that one too.
Um, and another one of my favorites is the fact that I can see the same stars in the winter as the summer. There shouldn't be any more debate.
And the also the time lapse pictures they take of the North Star Polaris, and all the stars rotate perfectly around that. There's no way you can get that on a spinning globe, because you should have side shift from us traveling through space around the sun.
Yeah, something rotating around in a circle will not photograph. I've taken an hour-long shutter speed shot of the North Pole, North Star. I was actually aiming at the Big Dipper. That's before I even knew what Polaris was. And I was like, holy crap, that's freaking awesome. The stars are spinning around in a circle. And I didn't think anything of it. That was years ago. And now, of course, I realize what that is. But another thing is, though, the stars in the south, assuming they rotate around an axis, I don't know if they do or not. It seems sort of inconclusive to me, you know. But they sure don't work on a globe. And also, as the Earth's rotating around the sun, noon is pointing at the sun today. Tomorrow, noon is pointing at the sun. But 6 months from now, noon should be pointing to midnight.
Right.
So that doesn't make any sense, and that can't be explained away. The same thing with seeing the same constellations. The only difference is they're rotated.
Yeah, there's no way you should see the same constellations year round. I don't see how distance fixes that problem.
It doesn't. The only way you can see that is if you're on the same side of the sun always, which means we don't rotate around the sun. It just makes it's much easier and logical to just call it like it is. The sun goes around us, the stars rotate above our head, they never move. You know, we've got these telescopes that can measure light years and all this jazz they want to claim, but they cannot measure parallax.
Right.
There's none of every star going every which way. And the fact that gravity supposedly clumped all this crap into organized stars anyways from a big bang. And then, of course, evolutionists will just stop at the Big Bang. Well, fuck, what was all the shit in the singularity that exploded? You know what I mean?
Well, exactly. As well as an explosion has never. I mean, every explosion that we've ever seen in our lives and demonstrated, there's nothing. It never creates. It never creates something. It always creates chaos. So how did an explosion create Earth and other planets and everything else? It should be all chaos.
Yeah, and it slung explosions sling crap out at a sort of even distribution. So if all the particles are flying in one direction, how do they just back up and clump to each other and then start orbiting around? You know, it's just bullshit. Have you heard? Have you seen Neil deGrasse Tyson explain the whole history of the universe? Yeah. I mean, it is fantasy, and I think he probably believes it. But and you know, with all our measurements, like even with the sun, they used to say it was 1,000,000 miles, and then 12 million. They just keep making it farther and farther. To the more questions you bring up about stuff like parallax, and then that's where the globers are like, oh, you don't understand, you're like a flea on a basketball, you know. I'm like, yeah, but the basketball is still supposedly moving. That's going to give you parallax regardless of how far the fucking stars are. And another thing, when the stars go to the horizon, there's still no parallax. They should be squished together at the horizon. You know what I mean? Like a constellation should warp as it goes around a ball. That tells me there's some kind of dome above us. I'd say dome not in a physical sense. It could be very well, but a celestial sphere that rotates. And it's a
Yeah.
sphere because every point you look at it, whether the constellations above your head or on the horizon, the distance between those stars is the same. So it had to have rotated around in a 360.
Yeah, and there's old experiments that have proven that we're not moving. Aries failure being one of them.
Yeah, and then the SIAC. Is
Yeah,
it SIAC?
SIAC. Yeah,
SIAC. There's the one with the telescope, the water, the light beams, and all they do is prove ether or we're not. It's crazy, but you don't learn about that in college, and there's a reason. So they keep information from us, and at the same time, then they also confuse the little information we have,
yeah.
and everyone's mind is fucked up. And why is there such an emotional response? Like you were talking about your ex,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy.
Uh,
It's so what if it wasn't flat and you thought it was? What's that have to do with you as a person?
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's
But
the
people are saying that you're literally crazy if you even consider these ideas.
because you were told when you're 5 that the stupid ancient civilization people thought the world was flat and they were so crazy. And now we know. But, they also built pyramids with stones that you can't fit a human hair in between. We can't do that. They had technology. You've got the ancient Sumerians, they knew all the planets and even the colors, you know, without supposedly telescopes. So what were they doing? Flying around in space? I mean,
Well, that's another good point. Is we're always told how the ancients are dumber than we are, and we have so much more technology and everything else. But just like you said, we can't with the equipment that we have today. We can't the technology we have. We can't duplicate what they did with supposedly no technology.
and that's another thing. They don't let the archaeologists go and explore half these sites with the megaliths. Have you seen the New Earth channel?
No, I don't watch TV at all.
No, it's a YouTube channel called New Earth. It's this lady, I think she's Russian, and
No.
her whole thing is about the megaliths and all the pyramids and great, crazy ancient structures. And her accent's really funny. She's entertaining to listen to, but it's wild. She's on and on about how history's been rewritten. There's been 1,000 years just injected into it that
I'll have
never
to check
existed.
that out.
How they obviously had better tools than we do. I mean, they're next to a stone quarry showing how we cut blocks out, and there's giant gaps and shit. And then they found a cave, and see, half the megalith structures are underground. Like, that's even harder. Could you imagine building a pyramid underground?
Hmm.
I mean, it's wild. It'd be really interesting to see what went on back then. But at the same time, the whole world used to be united in some way because you've got the same building techniques all across the world, the same pyramids, the same symbols, like the swastika. That thing is on in every country on the world.
That's
And
an ancient
ancient stuff.
Egyptian. Yeah, that's an ancient Egyptian symbol, as far as I understand.
Yeah, and it might be related to how the Big Dipper is in the 4 seasons, how it goes around Polaris.
Hmm.
Um, that's something. It could be something along those lines. I don't know what it is, but I know that they all use these same symbols and they all built the same kind of. So you want me to believe these ancient cave dwellers just decided to build these big ass structures and had no knowledge of each other, yet they figured it all out how to do it, and we can't do it? I mean, see, and I bet you someone on Earth today still has the technology to do that, and they keep it hidden.
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Yeah. It's wild. And yeah, I don't know about this flat earth, man. What gets people so upset? It's talk about aliens all you want, talk about anything else, just don't tell me. I don't know, man. It's like the most offensive thing you can do is
It's yeah, it's funny you can talk about yeah, like reptilians and Michelle Obama being a guy or whatever you want, and then you bring this up, and it's like, whoa.
yeah. And I have a friend that he's started saying this back in the day. He's like, man, Adam, I don't know how you come up with all this crazy stuff. Like it's all truths. Like, man, I'm like, yeah, dude, you know. So he's like, man, I trust you on all this stuff and blah blah blah. And I tried to mention flat Earth to him, and it's like, dude, you told me you trust me on this stuff, man. I've been looking at this for like a year now. Like, I ain't said nothing to nobody because I tried to mention it to my folks a while back. I was like, ooh, that's a bad mistake. Just in passing, not like, hey, do you know the Earth's flat? It's like, no, it's like, hey, how does this work? You can't, man. If you're even treading on that water, you're gonna get some resistance, and it's
Yeah,
wild. It's emotional. And usually, when there's a deep truth, it is emotional, because it resonates.
I have a friend that's a pilot, and I started asking him some questions, just asking questions, and yeah, he's pretty mad about the whole thing actually, just for me asking questions, and basically he doesn't want anything to do with considering the idea of answering those questions.
I know. And who's the crazy one? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
like,
Well,
it's like,
you talk about a gyroscope and stuff like that, and then he just tries to cloud the issue. And I told him I wanted to go up on a plane, and we could take a level and put it on the floor of the plane and see if the plane's flying level. And he doesn't want to do it. He told me it won't matter.
it's funny how quick people's minds are to write stuff off, too. They'll just start
Hmm.
making all these excuses. Excuse me.
Yeah,
But
like I want to put a level on the ground while you're parked on the ground and make the uh, like because he just flies small planes. So we could take a level, like a 6 foot level or whatever, put it on the floor of the plane when it's taxied on the ground, and make it so that your ball is in the center of the level, so it's level. So even if you have to prop it up with paper or whatever one end, but you make it level on the floor, and you make it so it doesn't move, you get up in the air and you start flying, and then you just fly straight for an hour where you're level. And at that point, if you're not gaining altitude and you're level, then obviously the ground is level.
I know that's wild that someone won't even consider it.
Yeah,
Um,
he doesn't want to do it.
I just see, and they hire these, like even Disney was hiring like top grade psychologists to come up with stuff. That's why there's all that sex and shit in Disney shows. It's because they know it, even kids, it somehow motivates you. And they've been trying to figure out how we think and work forever. And they know how. These commercials these days, you might see a stupid commercial, but every second of that was planned out psychological attack. And there's videos out there that show how, especially like the kids commercials,
Hmm.
it's scary, man. Like they're like, these are the future customers when they're adults. If we get them when they're a kid, they're a customer for life, and that's their mentality. And they'll use everything, the flicker rate of the TV, all of it, to get their
Oh,
point across.
for sure. It's wild how the human brain works, how they can pull that stuff off too. That's pretty wild, actually.
Well, apparently, it's much easier than anyone would even think, unless you're coming up against a skeptical person. But just like how we all accepted the globe for so long, and even if questions would come up, you, your brain's like, nah, don't even think about it. It's that's some crazy programming, man.
It
That's
is pretty crazy.
that's wild. And I don't know. And they get them young, man. I tell you, that's the only way to do it.
And not only that, but the violent reaction to a thought that doesn't fall into your what you're programmed to believe and think. That's the crazy part too, is the violence of the idea that you just want to be violent towards the idea. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else that warrants such a response. That makes people so emotional. So that's
No,
why I'm drawn to this topic.
yeah, like I'm a I'm a Christian guy, and I've had conversations with like Jehovah's Witness and Mormons, and even some the Latter Day Saints, and even some Muslim people, and they don't have the emotional response, the harsh emotional response that people do when you mention a flat Earth. It's kind of, because usually politics and religion creates a pretty emotional response, but flat Earth you get a way worse response than even religion, I find.
Yeah, because to believe it, you have to then accept that someone lied to you all the way back to when you were a kid, and that you can't really trust anything, and people just want to go along and just do their day to day, make a few bucks, get a pack of smokes. That's about as long as people leave you alone, they're happy. But you know, um, but I think that's going to be the undoing of the globe, is that response was so programmed in there so harshly that once enough people do wake up, there's going to be a fucking revolution, like a real one. It's the only thing strong enough to overcome fluoride, I think. you know,
I I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical that it's gonna go like wildfire in the mainstream, but maybe it will. I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah, I
Well,
think it might be something like 911, for instance, where a lot of people know the truth, but it doesn't really go
well,
that far.
if it doesn't, then there's not going to be anything. That means the elite have won, and we are pacified to the point where we won't do nothing. Because just think about the hippies back in the 70s. Um, organizing and protesting. We've got way worse stuff going on, and no one cares. That's They made us a society of people that don't care about nothing, and
That's what I
it's
find.
it's sad. Uh, but yeah, there's got to be more to this life than just going around and working for someone else. You know, getting married or whatever. That's not why we're here. It's just not.
No. Um, I've been thinking about the idea lately about icebergs and how they're fresh water. I find that an interesting concept to think about for a bit too. I know it's a little off subject, but
Nah.
I was wondering what you thought about that.
Well, uh, they could very well. I mean, it could be just years of snow and all that had accumulated, but it's definitely not frozen seawater. And the thing is, maybe all the water used to be fresh, because there's a measurable rate at which the oceans are gaining salinity with rain wash off into the rivers and all that flood into the ocean. And they can measure that, and it puts it back to about, at the rate that the oceans are becoming salty, they didn't used to be salty less than 10,000 years ago.
Right.
And they'll be like double salty in another 10,000 years. So maybe, these icebergs, and it could be from the flood 4,000 years ago.
Well, that's the whole thing too. Like if you take the Bible literally, I mean, the Earth is roughly 6,000 years old. Um, so if you go on that model, then you know it's interesting where all this big chunks of ice of fresh water is coming from. But if you go on the model where, if you want to believe evolution and it's millions and billions of years old, well, yeah, it could be accumulation of snow and ice over years. But I personally believe in a young Earth, so it makes me question where all these big chunks of fresh water are coming from.
Yeah, it's definitely young. There's a hell of a lot of proof against evolution and against the age of the Earth. Like all the continents would erode away in like 20,000 years. There's all these things you can look at that
Yeah,
just
like
point to not.
the largest coral reef, I think, is only 6,000 years old too.
Is it 6 or 4?
Or it's one of the two. I can't. I
Yeah,
wouldn't. Yeah, it might be four, but yeah, it just
there's
there's a lot of things that point to that.
there's that, and also the oldest living organisms would be that bristlecone pine that's about 4,000 years old, and there's the largest organism in the world is a fungus under the ground in one of these forests. Like just call it a giant mushroom that's under the ground, and they dated that back to about 4,000 years.
There's also that desert that keeps growing at a certain rate every year. They can measure that, and when they go backwards with it, it goes back 4,000 years too.
Yeah,
I can't. Is it the Sahara?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And then and they want you to think oil takes millions of years, which it doesn't. They can make oil in minutes in a lab. And then you've got like the caves with the stalagmites and all that. Well, there's stalagmites underneath like the Statue of Liberty. I mean,
Yeah.
there's stalagmites everywhere. They're in basements of buildings, and where the hell how'd that take 1,000,000 years?
Well, I don't
So
even think oil is necessarily dinosaurs and trees and all that crap anyhow, because I've worked in the oil industry for 15 years on rigs, and there's oil that's literally 3 kilometers in the ground, 3,000 meters. So that's what, just over a mile, and maybe a mile and a half or whatever.
yeah,
Uh, like how did it get that far down? You know what I mean? That's pretty far, even if you believe in a worldwide flood. To be
yeah.
three
That's
kilometers underneath the earth that's
that's
pretty deep.
the oil is underneath the fossil layers typically,
Yeah.
and also there's in Texas there's some oil wells that supposedly ran dry, and guess what? They filled back up.
Yep. That happens all the
So
time.
it's just like diamonds. There's not a scarcity. Hell, there's enough oil just in Texas to give the at least the United States oil for like the next 100 years.
Oh, yeah, there's
It's
tons of oil.
it's not running out.
Some
And
people say if you go deep enough, you can find it any place in the world too. It's just a matter of going deeper.
yeah, I wonder about all that, like the lava systems. It's almost like that stuff's all just there. It's it's definitely not tectonics. Um, it's really weird, man. I don't know, but yeah, the oil, how it just fills itself back up. I mean, come on. This is stuff people can look at and research. It's wild.
And I
And
know it for myself personally, like the oil, as far as going back in, we do jobs called re-entries or recompletions where you go back into an old well. I know no one needs to believe me, but I can testify for myself that we do that. So I know that's true, that they regenerate themselves.
yeah, it's almost like where's that stuff coming from?
Yeah.
it'd be it'd be great to see what's underneath our feet. I want to see these pillars.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And that's another thing the flat Earth direction should take is looking at everything we can about what the scripture says, because so far it's been right.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we start there? you know, for looking. Um, if as many things that are right in the Bible, and I've not seen anything that's wrong, it's got to be all right. So you know, the thing with the sun going in these gates, that kind of had me thinking along with the lines of the Earth cannot be measured.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can measure a globe, you can measure a flat plane. So what is it exactly that we can't measure? There's something else, you know, and apparently we're never going to know because it says we can't. So that
That's
could be the whole thing with the map problem.
yeah.
Uh-huh. So that kind of got me thinking about this, just wild thinking about like a Pac-Man type of setup where the sun, maybe we're on a square, the sun just goes over in straight lines. Once it hits the left edge, it pops back up on the right edge, And even if you sailed across the left edge, it pops back on the right edge. So maybe there is no ice ring. Maybe Antarctica is a spot, and the oceans just wrap around and meet each other.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Isn't that
possible.
wild?
Yeah. Well, in the Bible, it does talk like if you study that word rakia, which they use for the English word firmament, it would suggest that it's a hard surface that God pounded out like with his handiwork, and that it has doors and windows.
Yeah.
And it talks about the sun going, the heavenly bodies going into these. So what that means, I don't know, man.
Yeah, because it says the sun and moon are in the firmament, but
Mm-hmm.
that they also pass through it almost in a way. And I don't think the sun is physical. The moon's probably not either. But I'll tell you what, it sure looks like it is. And it's weird how this world was designed to look kind of like a globe.
I've been looking at the sun. I've been staring at the sun a lot lately. We've had a lot of days where there's a lot of overcast and you can see the shape of the sun through the clouds, but you can't, like, it doesn't blind you. And then I wear good sunglasses. I wear Oakleys. And I mean, it's a perfect, to me, it doesn't look like a ball. It looks like more like a disc. I'm not saying it is a disc. I'm just
Right.
saying that's what it looks like when you look through the clouds, right? It doesn't, to
Exactly.
me, appear to be a ball.
No, and take a full moon for example. The edges should be dark, but no,
Hmm.
it's lit evenly edge to edge. The only thing that would ever make it look round would be the terminator line for the phases. That's the only thing with that kind of shadowy, edge to it. And speaking of staring at the sun, you ever heard of sun gazing?
I've heard of it. I'm not real familiar with
Yeah.
exactly what the term means.
I've actually done it quite a few times. Not in the last couple months, just because of winter and I haven't been working as early in the mornings. But in the first say hour when the sun comes up or sets, there's no UV, you know. And they tell us that's another thing they tell us when we were kids: don't stare at the sun, you'll go blind. Well, that's not true. And there's people, and I've noticed just an energy lift from doing this. Just looking at it for just 2 minutes when it first comes up in the morning, you actually stare at it, and you start to see that disc outline and everything. Don't do it, during the middle of the day or nothing, but your body will naturally, if it's too bright, you're not going to be able to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, you'd have to force your eyes open, like someone would have to be torturing you to cause any kind of damage. But there's real medical. This one dude had a full medical team following him around for like 400 days, and he's basically living off the energy of the sun. And it kind of makes sense because the most healthy things to eat are one step away from the sun's light, like plants.
Hmm.
And then a cow might eat plants, so that's like two steps away. So that's why being a vegan or whatever is supposedly better, because you're closer to that sun's energy. And it actually will make your prescription. And I've just chatting with a girl that was sun gazing, and she said her prescription's getting better. And that's some things I've heard about the benefits. It'll make your vision better.
That's crazy.
Yeah, not worse. But somehow we're tuned. Just your mood. When the sun hasn't been out for 2 days, you can feel it. Your mood and everyone else is just acting different. You know, and then the sun comes out, everyone's in a better mood. So we're kind of tuned to this thing, and I think we somehow get energy from it, like right into our bodies. And the people that sun gaze hardcore report like way less appetite, um, just all sorts of health benefits.
Hmm. I've
Um,
heard I've heard sunbathing is healthy too, and that you can do it in survival situations to stay clean as well.
yes, yeah. You just don't want to bathe in, midday sun. You want that UV to be as low as you can get. But there's something to it, and I suggest, if you remember either sunset or sunrise, when you first start out, just as close to sunset or sunrise as you can get. You just stare at it for a little bit, and you will feel better. It's wild.
I gotta try that, see what it's
Yeah.
like.
They say it also decalcifies your pineal gland,
Hmm.
like your third eye. Um,
Yeah. Well, that
yeah,
would be another reason for them not to want us to do it.
exactly. So I'm in the state of mind of almost like do the opposite. Like, see, everyone's talking about Antarctica. I'm more interested in the North Pole. And that guy Flatwater, he's like one of the only people actually talking about it. Um, it's a lot closer. It sure as heck doesn't have nearly as much ice as Antarctica, even though Antarctica is tilted pointing directly at the sun right now. Um, there's just something weird about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to that. The Northern Lights is another thing too that interests me. Like I'm pretty north, and I'm in northern Canada. I'm in Canada to start with, plus I'm in northern Canada,
Oh wow.
and the Northern Lights are pretty wild some nights. It's almost like they're just dancing on the sky. It's pretty crazy.
I've only seen a glimpse of it. It was very faint here in Colorado. I think it was about a month ago. There was a Northern Light show, and it just kind of looked like glowing green in the distance.
Yeah,
But
they can.
yeah, see, every video I see of them, it looks like it's been sped up, but they're actually move around like that, huh?
Yeah, they can move around like they're dancing. It's almost like they're alive, it seems like sometimes.
Yeah, that's wild.
Well, it's like they make some pretty cool shapes in the sky. Like I've seen them horseshoe around my house, and I've even had people call me up and say they come from different parts of Canada and they're not used to them. And they've called me up and said, "What are these lights in the sky?" They think they're like UFOs or something. It's kind of funny. It's like that's Northern Lights. You never seen them before? So it's pretty funny because if you come from a city or whatever, you won't see them. And I live out in the country, so you see them
And
lots.
how much sun do you get in the summertime? Is it sun daytime for a long time?
Uh, when you're at the peak of the sun, like with their hours, um, yeah, there's only a couple hours where it gets dark, but it kind
Wow.
of stays like even when it's dark, it like okay, like in Canada, Canada Day is July 1st, and I usually do fireworks, and we gotta wait till midnight before it gets dark enough where you can really see the fireworks good. But it does get dark at midnight.
Wow.
But then the sun's usually, I think, probably around 6 o'clock. It starts coming up.
Hmm. Yeah, and another thing we can measure would be the fact that the sun is closer to the Earth, like right now, towards Australia, and then it's
Hmm.
higher in the sky, which makes perfect sense why you get more light. You know, it, so when it sets in the summer, does it take a long, long time to set? Like it's taking
Yeah,
its sweet ass time. Yeah.
yeah. It sometimes, yeah, yeah. And here's something that I've been meaning to look into, but I haven't. Is in the wintertime, how much sun? Because Australia is fairly close to the South Pole, and I gotta look into it. How much sun Australia gets during the wintertime?
Well, here's the deal. Like, oh, during their real winter,
No, but our winter,
our
so
sun,
their summer, I
their summer.
guess.
Well, here's the deal. In their summer, the sun sets faster than it does when it's in the north. Like from from the time in which it goes over the horizon, it's almost like the sun is closer to the ground and moving faster, which, you know, which the analemma shows. That's a great proof, actually. The analemma.
So the sun actually speeds up and slows down depending on its season, you figure, as well as
Yeah.
height in the air.
Yes, and there's a way to actually see this. Search analemma.
How do you
It's
spell that?
like just say ANEM and ANELMMA, something along those lines. What it is you take a picture of the sun every day at the same time for a year,
Right?
and it makes a figure eight in the sky.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that diagram before.
Yeah, and when the figure eight it's skinny and small at the top, and then it gets large and fat at the bottom, and that would directly coincide with the fact that the sun is speeding up and getting lower in the sky. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the summertime, it's not going as fast, so it's a skinnier figure eight, and it's also higher, obviously, in the sky. And then it's really stretched out around the tropics. So the very bottom part of it's really elongated, and the very top's more elongated. And that's also what we see with the sun is, and no one talks about that on the when it hits the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. It's
Mm-hmm.
multiple days it stays at the same height, like less than 1 degree. Then it starts moving again, and that doesn't work on a globe at all.
See, and that's something you made me think of a scripture in the Bible that kind of talks about in Ecclesiastics chapter 1 verse 5 it says the sun also arises and the sun goes down and hastens to its place where he arose. So it makes it sound like, the sun was in a rush at that point to get back to another point.
Oh, it is when it goes towards the closer it gets to the equator, it speeds up getting to the equator, and then once it's about to hit that tropic, it slows down, then it almost stalls in the sky. Then it starts going back the other way, but it's slowing down and speeding up also from tropic to tropic.
Yeah.
Um,
That
just the fact that for at least 3 days in a row, it's stuck on the Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn line. It doesn't go nowhere. It's in the same spot. But then for a week before and after that, it's only a fraction of a degree different. And then it starts to do its figure eight.
hmm
So there's something with that. And people were like, oh, well, how does that work? How can the sun speed up and slow down? I don't fucking know. I'm sorry for throwing out bombs, but like, I don't know. It's magic, you know? But to me, it's like, it's some sort of a projection like an electromagnetic projection, kind of like what the stars look like. Those are definitely not solid objects. they're they're wild. They look like electricity balls, you know.
Yeah, they do. And oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Something about the sun. Yeah, I don't think I can remember right now. I'll remember in a
About
second,
the
maybe.
tropics and the equator, or what?
Oh no, I know what I was gonna say. There's a guy on YouTube that he's a flat Earth guy, and he did a video, and I don't remember who it was, but he showed a bunch of sunsets, and
Yes.
it looks like the sun arcs across the sky, kind of like when if you're bowling and you make it, and the bowling ball kind of curves across the lane and comes at the pins from the opposite side in which you initially threw the ball, and you can actually see that in the time lapse where the sun kind of curves across the sky. I don't know if you've seen that video or not, but it's pretty cool.
No. But I do know it curves. it if as perspective works, if it was just going in a straight line or the globe was rotating, you would see like a point. It would go to like make a chevron shape, you know.
Hmm.
Um, and that's something else I want to do is maybe take some time lapses. Um, but yeah, man, the sun and moon are just they're weird. they're but what's weirder to think that it speeds up and slows down, or to think that the moon is always traveling at the same speed. The sun, the earth are all rotating at the same speed for all of history. That's called perpetual motion, and it doesn't exist. See, supposedly the vacuum of space, nothing's ever a total vacuum. They even admit that there's particles. Granted, it might only be one particle per million, but look at the moon. If we're to believe that thing's been beat up like it has with meteors, and also those meteor craters aren't normal. Like they have little peaks in the center of them, which they're just not normal, you know? So I think it's an illusion or a facade. But that thing's been getting hit by meteors. It's being supposedly tugged on by the sun, but it never loses its orbit. And it's always spinning at the same speed. It's clockwork, you know?
Yeah.
Um, and you have to believe in perpetual motion to believe the globe model.
The globe model just simply never makes any sense. It really doesn't.
No, you have to ignore your senses. And it's just like with the lie, you got to have a million other lies. To believe it, you have to just turn your brain off altogether. It just doesn't work. People want to overcomplicate things, and that's what they teach us in school is to just be these logical thinkers, not critical thinkers, but just sheer logic, no spirituality whatsoever, no intuition. Usually when you have a gut feeling about something, it's right. And
Yeah.
how many times have you said, "Oh, I knew better,"
Yeah.
But so yeah, this moon, man, it should have been sucked off into the sun a long time ago. Um, the Earth should not be rotating always the same speed, especially with the friction and the meteors. Because I've messed around with some computer, like not AutoCAD, it's called True Space, and it's a 3D program.
Yeah.
And to get something to orbit, you have to start it in orbit. Like if you want two things to orbit each other, and that's in a computer program with zero friction, perfect scenarios. You cannot get a planet to come pass by something and get sucked into an orbit. It doesn't work that way. And also the orbits will collapse, that nothing just stays in a perfect orbit. It always gets sucked into the other object. Like there's people that try to make solar system models. It never works. And it will never work. The only way it could work is if it was built that way and then someone hit a start button. and there was no friction, no impacts, and perpetual motion as well.
Well, here's an experiment my friend did too, is if you take two people and one person walks whatever across the yard and the other person tries to circle around the person that's moving across the yard, when
Yes.
the person that's doing the circling, they have to speed up when they go in front of the person walking and slow down when they go behind them. So that's the same effect that we have right now. The sun is moving, and then we're orbiting the sun as well as we're moving, and the moon's orbiting us. So there's no way that all that stuff can move at the same speed. It'd have to slow down, speed up, otherwise it'd get sucked in.
Exactly. And see, I need to write. I've thought about that before. It would make like a corkscrew pattern at best. So they'll just add another property to gravity. Oh, it can push things away too. Something
Yeah.
stupid. I mean, just like that. And the fact that the moon is always rotating, supposedly to show its same face to us. Come on, that right there. You take all those little things though and add them together, and that's what the flat Earth is. It's a giant globe debunk, and I don't know all the answers, and people want all these answers right away. But we're not just gonna make shit up, and like NASA has, And I say NASA, I mean scientific institution. They've got an answer for everything to the decimal. Well,
Yeah.
we don't. We're figuring it out. This has only been popular for about a year now, and a lot of stuff has been covered, but of course there's more, and there's just always in the right spots there's these blockades, just like Antarctica. And no, you cannot just go to Antarctica. I mean, my cousin, he's a second cousin, has a documentary. Actually, I think it's free. I watched it on Amazon. I was like, wow, I can't believe. I knew he had sailed around North and South America,
Yeah.
and he got stuck up by Alaska or whatever because there's no wind. It's called the doldrums, and he was like gonna have to maybe call someone because he hadn't moved in like weeks. And what his record was, he wasn't allowed to even get off this boat. So towards the end, he had people coming to bring him stuff, And but when he got down past South America, out of nowhere, there's a freaking battleship. I say a battleship, but some sort of military vessel talking to him over a bullhorn about what are you doing, da da da. And they actually boarded his sailboat, dude. They
Really?
came, and this is a little bitty sailboat. Yeah, it's wild.
Do you got
They
the name of that documentary?
it's called Red Dot, and that means because people were tracking him for the whole year, and it's like a little dot on a map that would go around. But he actually grew up. I didn't know him when I was a kid because he lived in Colorado, but I guess he got into drugs and hanging out with the wrong people. It's a good documentary. Check it out. He was actually raised in a cult, a real life cult. And yeah,
They're saying in chat that we belong to a cult right now. I'm reading it as you're talking.
hey, that's fine. Anyways, who are we praying to? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the flat Earth gods.
No.
But now, so he got into trouble and went to this like really cool school in Estes Park, Colorado, for like troubled youth, I guess. And it's a lot like how Boy Scouts would be ran. They're out in nature and they learn like real life skills, and it's had really good success. So he got into sailing, and ever since he got out of school, and now he's like the head of one of these ocean, protect the ocean charity things, where they meet in like Geneva and all that stuff. But he's been sailing for years now. Just he'll get in a sailboat and go to different countries, and that's the one place you can't go is Antarctica.
Hmm.
and he's never tried to go there. He was just sailing left to right, just only maybe 100 miles on the south side of South America. It's not like he was around the ice rim or anything like that.
Yeah, it makes
It's
you
just,
wonder why.
yeah, it's suspicious. Um, and I'd like to see some more info about the North Pole. And then, of course, the globe people are like, oh, you want to prove it? Just sail around Antarctica. It's like, okay, how about you circumnavigate north to south? You mean to tell me if you can do that, it hasn't been done? Why has it not been done?
Exactly.
There's a first for everything, you know? There's even a second and third of circumnavigating east to west. Not one person's gone north to south. Come on. That should have been done 100 years ago.
Exactly. And there's something else. Did you ever look up at the coldest temperatures in the South Pole compared to the North Pole?
I know it's way colder, but
Yeah, like twice as cold.
yeah,
And
they got,
the North Pole goes into the plus temperatures in the summertime,
yes.
and the South Pole never ever. The warmest temperature recorded in the South Pole, I don't remember for sure, but it's like -12, I believe. Don't quote me on that. It's around
No.
-12 Celsius. So it never reaches a positive temperature in the Celsius in the South Pole, which I find pretty interesting.
Right, because right now it's supposedly getting this 6 months of sunshine.
Hmm.
You can look on time and date, and the very bottom where Antarctica is direct sunlight all the way across. Um, so how is it getting direct sunlight yet staying freezing like that? It just, and how has it got so much more ice, so much colder than the North Pole?
And how do you get such extreme temperature differences when
Yeah,
the sun is 123 million kilometers away or whatever it is? There's no way that the tilt should affect the temperatures that extreme.
not even at all. Because even when it's sunset, you can still feel the warmth in the sun. Like here, it'll drop below freezing at night. Like today, it was really nice. And I don't know what the temperature was, but it was above freezing all the way until right now. Now it's only going to be below freezing.
Yeah.
So that sun just going over the horizon versus setting, you can still feel it. It makes a big difference. And yeah, I'd like to see how that can be explained away on a globe. The difference between north and south,
Right. And
uh,
about the
instead of
whole,
calling everyone shills.
well, that's what I find is they just want to call names and not explain anything. Maybe Spaceman could explain on chat here why it's so much colder in the South Pole compared to the North Pole if he's so smart.
Yeah, I can't see the chat, so
I can. He's got lots of names for us. That's the best he can come up with is just calling names. I haven't seen him say anything useful yet.
no, there never will be.
No, that's about the height of his intelligence and IQ is asshole and jerks and bullshit, and that's about it. It's pretty
Wow.
funny, I think. That's
Yeah,
some.
that goes back to that programming. You know, uh, why is it so emotional? Even if you believe the globe, what's wrong with a couple people thinking it's flat?
Yeah, I don't know. I've
What what's it? A bunch
that.
of globe people watching this? Is that all?
Yeah,
Why are y'all so fascinated with the flat Earth? It's not
I don't
flat.
know.
Duh.
The
You're wasting
spaceman
your
is
time.
just the spaceman. He's just friggin' liars, and then he says idiots, and then he's dumb shits, and that's the best he can come up with. I haven't seen him say anything. Spaceman, explain to me why the South Pole is so cold compared to the North Pole. Can you explain that, Spaceman? Or can you just say liars and idiots and dumb shit? Do you have anything useful to say right now, Spaceman? I'm calling you out. Come on, give us something.
Here, let me help you. NASA.
Oh, now he's like dunces. That's the best he can come up with. They're a bunch of dunces. Good job, dumb fucks. Maybe you should be called Sperm Man or something. Oh
Sperm
man.
dumpster.
Yeah. Just a Kleenex baby that got out of control.
Yeah.
Idiots, fucktards, dumb fucks,
See,
dunces.
what's an idiot would be wasting your time on something you don't believe. I mean,
I know, like, and I'm surprised his mom hasn't kicked him off his computer and kicked him out of the basement yet, but I guess she doesn't mind him being on her computer.
yeah. Isn't it past your bedtime, dude?
Yeah. So, you know that you must have heard about the experiment with the moon and the moonlight being cold. That's another interesting thing that I actually did for myself. I
That's
verified that for myself, and
I could
that's
only get like 5 degrees difference, but it was not a good thermometer.
on a on a
It
on
wasn't a
a
full moon, no.
on a full moon. I got 10 degrees Celsius difference.
Damn, Celsius. That's like a
Hmm.
lot of Fahrenheit. Nah, but
Yeah,
that's
it's a lot of Fahrenheit.
that's see, that's just one of the things, you know. It's like what? That doesn't even make sense to any of our
Mm,
logic.
not really. The way I did it is I bought two thermometers and put one in the shade and one in direct moonlight. Now, what I want to do this summer though is I seen guys on YouTube with those. I have a laser thermometer checker, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
So I want to try that too, where maybe you take a piece of steel and have it half in the moonlight and half in the shade, as well as I want to try using a magnifying glass like you would with sunlight and see if you magnify the moonlight, if it makes a spot on a piece of steel or a piece of wood or whatever colder compared to the rest of the piece.
See, and that's another thing that's been hidden from us. You know, some scientists in the 1500s had to have measured that.
Yeah,
They they had to have, and you can barely find anything online about that. The same as you can't find nothing online about full moons during the daytime.
yeah,
You know, I saw one a couple months ago, and I took a quick little video. It's like I can't believe I just saw a fucking full moon, and it was took it at like 8 a.m. and I saw it till about 9:30 in the morning, and I stopped looking for it after that. You know, I lost track and it must have set. But either way, it was, you know, the sun was well up, the moon was above the mountains. You know, it's not like it was on the horizon about to set or anything. And so I put the video up on my Google Plus. Now I finally figured out how to load it onto YouTube. And I was searching around for full moons during the day, and I couldn't find anything. There would be full moons, but it was at night. You know, why?
yeah.
If that's such a weird phenomena, you would think it'd be all over the place.
You would think so. As well as I haven't, I can't really confirm this, but apparently it's been documented that there's been full eclipses with both the moon and the sun in the sky.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Did you watch the last lunar eclipse?
No, I
So,
seen a
yeah,
guy do a video about that though.
yeah, I saw it, and I took a couple pictures, but it was just with my cell phone, and the sun had just set, and there was still that glow over there in the, you know, the west, and that's when the eclipse was already starting. I was like, what? That thing should be. How's it starting already? You know, and granted, it wasn't the sun wasn't fully up, but still, the angle between the sun and the moon, the Earth couldn't have been in the way yet. And then when the full dark eclipse started happening, it was coming from like the left to the right. It should have been going from the bottom to the top, I believe.
Yeah,
You know, so if people want to say, "Oh, that can only happen on a globe," I'm like, "What? That's a horrible proof of the globe. That actually destroys it, really." It's not really a proof against the globe. It just says something else is happening, you know. And solar eclipses, I've only seen one in my life. I don't know what blocks it. Could very well be the moon, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I know the Earth is not causing a lunar eclipse. It's just all backwards. Speaking of, next time it's like about a half moon, go check, because the last 2 months I've been looking at the moon a lot. And especially around sunset or just after, especially sunset, because you can still see where the sun is. As long as it's not full, and crescents don't really count either, the terminator line will be at a wrong angle. It'll appear like the sun is coming from the top right, but the shadows indicating, you know, the sun should be coming from the bottom right, but the terminator line is like 45-degree angle wrong. It's backwards. Yeah. So next time, just look for that kind of stuff. It's pretty wild.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to remember to see if I can see another full moon during the daytime again. It's coming up quick. It might be tonight.
And that's something that I don't understand about these guys that just want to call names and everything else. Why don't they go and actually think about some of this stuff and fine, debunk it or whatever? Go get your own thermometers and go check the moonlight and see if it's really colder or not. And if it is colder, it doesn't prove the Earth is flat. I don't think that proves the Earth is flat necessarily, but it definitely brings up questions. If the moonlight's cold, it would highly suggest, as far as I'm concerned, that it's not reflecting sunlight.
Let's see. Yeah. There we go. That might be better. Now go ahead. What were you talking about?
Well, I was just saying, these guys that all they want to do is name call and everything else. I don't know why they don't go. They can go debunk some of this stuff, like the moonlight, for instance, how it's colder. I mean, go debunk it. And then if you find out that it is actually in fact colder, like I found out, well, then it brings up questions. It doesn't prove the Earth is flat by any stretch, but it does bring up some serious questions, such as, obviously, I would say it's not reflecting sunlight. Otherwise, the light would be warm light, not cold light.
Right. If anything, it's getting its energy from the sun, but it's like a solar panel in that case. It's not reflecting. And just look at the crappy Apollo photos we have of this gray. Not that the moon should be lit up like a pearl, on these Apollo shots, not this drab. Like, they've got white suits, so you can compare how dingy and drab the hi Cynthia, you can compare how dingy it is, you know what I mean?
Jeff, why don't you get your ass in here, Jeff, and talk with us?
That's funny. But yeah, it's
Jeff actually come up with some really good videos here recently about satellites too, and their solar panels, and how they don't really, that doesn't seem to work out.
And how does your how do none of these satellites ever get took down by a meteor,
Well, that's another thing too, and all these little freaking rocks that are supposed to be flying around in space at the speed of a triple speedy bullet. Jeff wants you to send him a link if you can. I don't know how to do that. I'm new at this game.
Yeah. Well, what's
Do you know how to do that?
Let's see. Yeah,
I don't even think I can do that.
Well, there you go, Jeff. Check your YouTube.
What's up,
Check your YouTube.
What a guy.
Oh my goodness. How you trolls like in timeout, huh? You like that?
Did you put him on a timeout, spaceman?
Yeah, that was nonsense.
Oh,
Is that
he's
all you
yeah.
got better to do is troll some people you don't believe in and call them names? Are you
He put
5 years old?
Yeah, no, he said he was 10 eventually. He started at 12 or 14, ended at 10.
He probably likes 10-year-olds, but
Yeah.
that don't make you 10.
He's in his mama's basement watching YouTube, eating Cheetos, wondering why his pecker's orange.
Oh, it's a good one. So did Jeff get the link?
I don't know. Did you get the link, Jeff? He's not responding.
Yeah, his power's probably out or whatever again, huh?
Yeah, maybe he's dodging trees.
Shit, I remember an ice storm we had when I was in 6th grade. They actually closed school down. I was like, woohoo, happiest day of my life. But it was wild, man. The icicles all over everything. And yeah, we lost power for a long time.
We
Yeah.
had a snowstorm when I was younger. They shut school down for a week when they finally got the roads plowed. No word of a lie, the snowbanks were higher than the school buses on the main highways. It was
Jeez.
it was pretty wild. Like not the whole way, but like where the drifts come in over the highway when they
Yeah.
go through the drift. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Yeah, this year I'm over snow already, man. I've seen enough now. I've definitely
Yeah.
seen enough.
Snow keeps me busy.
Yeah. What do you got going on?
I plow snow.
Oh wow, there you go. That's a
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got snow all year round, huh?
Well, we're tonight, but I don't know. It's looking out the window right now. It's not started to snow yet.
Hmm.
Seems like everybody's getting snow today.
Yeah. It's that global warming. Watch out for it.
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
What's up, fellas?
Yo, yo.
Good to see you. You didn't get hit by a tree?
Man, I got hit by like 7 trees tonight.
Any green lightning get you?
You know, actually, about an hour ago, I saw some green flashes in the sky. It's not a fake thing they were talking about. I really did see some green flashes. They were very green, deep green.
You know, I've
Not like
seen
light.
that. Is it only in the sky though, right? It doesn't hit the ground, does it?
Yeah, it was just up high. I mean, it was just like
Yeah.
flashes of light, and it was very green. It was 3 times, and
What's
I
the
was like,
reasoning for
well, see,
it?
it's a long mathematical formula, and obviously, if you believe in the flat Earth, you're not going to understand it.
I guess I'm out of luck then.
There's a bunch of symbols in that formula. You just wouldn't get it.
You're
But yeah,
probably right.
you got to be a theoretical physicist to understand that sort of stuff.
A quantum car mechanic.
That's right. That's right. You got to be able to work on the new stuff.
You know, all them people wasting their damn time. Like, our society could be so far more advanced, but we got our brainiest people doing bullshit. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Doesn't seem like it.
Well, I'm pretty sure we're probably 50 years behind in the technology that's actually really there.
That's at least, yeah.
At the very least.
And then you got the ancient 1,000-year-old technology, you know, they keep locked up somewhere. Like moving big stones with sound, stuff like that.
You know, I've listened to a lot of videos on. Have y'all ever seen New Earth's channel, New Earth?
No, we were talking about her about 20 minutes ago. I haven't seen her.
I mean, she don't go for flat Earth shit, but as far as all her other stuff, man, it's spot on.
I'm gonna check her out.
She's more into history and how it's been tweaked with, and
Yeah.
the quackademics.
Mm-hmm.
And what does she say?
The penguins.
The mammals. The mammals.
No, the penguins.
Oh yeah.
The penguins.
Well, that Jeranism, he was starting a while back. I don't know if he ever went any place with it. I don't actually watch him that much, but he was starting to talk about lost time in history, or gained, they added years or took away years or some crap like that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me a bit.
He was talking about Stonehenge on one of his videos and how he believes it's not near as old as what they say it is.
There's nothing that's more than probably 7,000 years old.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think the Earth is 7,000 years old.
Well, number one, it's not a globe. Number two, it's not millions of years old. It's about 7,000 years old.
Yeah, I think around 6, but I'm not going to argue over
Well,
1,000
whatever.
years.
6,000, 7,000. I'm just saying that they're still digging up dinosaur bones with red blood cells in them. They weren't extinct millions of years ago. There's too many artifacts that they're digging up out of South America that clearly show people riding dinosaurs and walking next to dinosaurs and fucking. You're just like, wow. So Dino was real.
Dino was real. There's some people that believe that dinosaurs weren't even real at all, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
That could have been. Yeah. That could have been. Maybe not a T-Rex, but the Bible actually, and I haven't read this part, but describes like a brontosaurus.
Job. It's in Job.
Job. Okay.
Yeah.
Job
Talks about the guy.
it.
Yeah, he has a tail like an oak tree or something like that. Job describes.
Well, I mean, who's to say that people? I mean, look at like dogs, right? You got Labradors, and let's take a Labrador and a pit bull, right? Or a pit bull. Let's just say it's a mean ass looking pit bull, got rippling muscles all down its body, and it could just take you out in like less than 5 seconds. And then you got a Labrador that's like it just lick you to death, right? So think of dinosaurs, and you might think of a T-Rex like a pit bull, where some kid might or some lady might be like, "Oh no, that's my baby." And you're just like, "Yeah, but it's a T-Rex. To be sure, he could eat me alive." And they're like, "Oh no, he's never bit anybody. He's just a good old T-Rex. He's just a baby." And so I don't look at dinosaurs like that.
Yeah, right here in Job it says, "Behold, now the behemoth which I made with the he eateth grass as an ox, and lo, now his strength is in his loins, and his force in his navel of his belly, and he moveth like a tall cedar." His tail, moveth.
I read the same thing about John Holmes.
John Holmes, who's that?
I just don't know who John Holmes is.
No.
Am I supposed to?
Well, I guess I'm from a different age then. Never mind. Move on.
How old are you anyhow, Jeff?
I'm 50.
Oh, you're not that much older than me, but yeah, you're older.
Boils, fuels is a lot. What? Boils, fuels is a lot? What
Yeah,
the hell?
I think they made fossil fuels.
This one person trying to say we're some theoretical bullshitters after spitting out about 20 different things to just destroy the globe. I mean, do we need to go over them again?
Sure.
If fossil fuels is a lie, how did they friggin' drive around every day?
Well, oil wells in Texas, they don't run dry. They refill.
That's
they tap oil wells, every 20 years that run dry. So oil is not necessarily a fossil fuel. I think the Earth actually creates oil through natural processes, and that's why oil wells spill back up. Jeff, you're a
Yeah.
deviant. Lots of laughs.
Jeff,
Not to mention,
I worked on oil
yeah,
rigs for 15 years, and I never really thought about it until recently. I seen a video about oil, and when you get really thinking about it, yeah, I don't think it's fossil fuels either. Like, it's 3,000 meters in the ground, some oil. Like, how did it get that deep if it's a fossil fuel?
Well, I mean, we've been flooded out a bunch of times. I mean, you can look at even St. Petersburg in the last, 1,000 years, man. I mean, they did, they didn't build them buildings like that on purpose. I mean, it's pretty clear that that shit got flooded out. Yet there's no records of it because everybody got run off, and that's why they call them the survivors.
true
They
that.
live in the same trailer park I can see in their houses. What the hell? What were y'all talking about?
I don't know, just all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so what's that? Wait, that's all right. So that's one out of the way. Now we're down to 19. What's the next one?
Well, how about why the hell is Antarctica so much colder, so much more ice?
I'll look that up right now to see what those numbers are.
Yeah.
Antarctica, yeah, I think Antarctica is probably pretty cold. That's my scientific theory. I've never been there.
Right.
Okay, Antarctica coldest is it's colder than that. I've seen numbers.
I've seen like negative 90 degrees.
Yeah, that's what I've seen too. But this one's coldest.
How in the hell would you live to check that thermometer?
Right here. It says the coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth in Antarctica is minus 94.7 degrees Celsius, or minus 135.8 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, who lives through that? That's
But
crazy.
here's the interesting.
It'd be like a chain of people that are all frozen, leading out to the thermometer in the backyard down there. It's like everybody's frozen in a chain. They pass the word on to the next guy, as they were freezing up. It's night.
But here's the interesting part, Jeff. The coldest temperature in the Arctic. See, average January temperatures range from minus 40 to 0 degrees Celsius, and winter temperatures drop below minus 50. See, there's double the difference from Antarctica to the Arctic with temperatures for some reason, and the Arctic goes into the plus temperatures on the Celsius side in the summertime, and the Antarctic it's never been recorded to see a plus temperature ever. It's always in the negatives in the Celsius. Let me see. That, to me, that shows that there's something weird going on there, like possibility. Well, I'm just saying.
I wouldn't believe much about anything that they say about Antarctica. I'd have a hard time believing anything about it. Kind of like space, they can point at something and say, "Yeah, that's fucking Neptune right there," and I'd be like, "You sure?"
Okay, so at the South Pole, the highest temperature ever recorded was minus 12.3 degrees Celsius. So it's never ever been recorded to been above 0.
Right, and that's just using their information against them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But if it's true, it could kind of prove the whole ice ring theory. And I'm not saying the ice ring theory is true, but it could fall into place and making sense with that, though.
Well, I mean, from the pictures you see of the place, you can tell it gets pretty goddamn cold. When you got ice walls that are hundreds of feet tall and thousands of miles wide and hundreds of miles deep, you're just going, well, it ain't no ordinary, frigid air right there. That's some pretty cold shit.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, what's number 17? 18.
Well, how about the atmosphere just next to a vacuum? Well, that's enough said about that. You got the stars that you always see the same stars in the summer and winter, it don't matter. They might be at a different angle, rotated around.
Mhm.
When the stars are on the horizon, there's no parallax shift. Like, they don't all get squished together in a line. You know what I mean? Which they should.
Well, and they don't change over thousands and
Ever.
thousands and thousands of years.
And there's when they do the time lapse on the North Star Polaris, there's no side shift. They just simply go in a circle.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we're traveling around the sun and the sun's traveling around the galaxy, there should be a side shift.
Oh, but you're missing the most important part of that model. The most important part of that model when it comes to the flat Earth is the sun, they say, is traveling in an arc.
Right.
So how could we be pointed at any star and stay on it if we're rotating around the sun at an axis, tilted on an axis, and the sun is actually traveling in an arc? I mean, just think about it. Yeah, just think about it. It just doesn't even play out in thought. So you'd have to say, so Polaris is actually moving one way or the other in relation to our arc.
Yeah. See, and the globe people got nothing. That you bring these things up, they'll just start screaming and crying and calling you names. You know.
Yeah.
And, you know,
as we've seen.
You've got the perpetual motion, which, you know, patent denied on that, of all the celestial bodies. You know, the moon is always somehow just like clockwork, always there the next day, same time, same place, rotates perfect. And then, you know, the thing with the orbits would have to be speeding up and slowing down as the moon was going around the Earth and the Earth's traveling in its own orbit. Well, it's going to have to speed up and slow down to stay the same distance away. And the same with the Earth and the Sun. You know? It don't work. Unless gravity has another property they're going to add, like it pushes also or something. You guys still there?
Yeah, I was just looking for the answer to the question of what temperature does jet fuel freeze at? According to Wikipedia, it's minus 40 degrees Celsius for jet fuel A, which is the same in Fahrenheit, minus 40. And for jet fuel A1, it's minus 47 Celsius, minus 53 Fahrenheit. That's according to Wikipedia, for what that's worth.
Right. And it also burns hot enough to take down 2 buildings. And a couple other buildings beside it. But just the center of the building.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it took down building number 7 just from burning in the Twin Towers.
Yeah. Now, have you seen, I don't know which building it was, but just the center of it is blasted out. Like a laser came down and just drilled the center out, but the walls are still standing.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's where people are getting their ideas of the directed energy, along with the weird stuff like the paper didn't catch fire, but the metal did, you know, stuff like that.
I have to be honest, I've looked into the Twin Towers, but I've just looked into it enough to know that it's all BS, and that's about as far as I went. I didn't go very deep.
Yeah.
Like this whole there was no plane idea, I'm not sure. I couldn't comment on that. It's possible, but I don't really know.
Well,
that's about that, guys.
Yeah, no problem. That's definitely, and I started looking at the Twin Tower stuff, and man, it must have been like '04, and that's also when I first saw chemtrails. I'm like going out looking, I'm trying to tell people, and they're writing it off. I'm like, you ain't never seen these lines in the sky? This is 7 years ago at least. And you tell people about 9/11 back then, they think you're crazy. You know, now everyone, oh, it's cool to know about 9/11. It's like, come on.
Yeah, and then most of the people that that think that they know something about 9/11, they really don't have a clue. They just know it was an inside job at best. You start going through all the real factors of it, and they're just like, their eyes glaze over again. They're like, no, that can't be real. The government would never do such a dastardly deed.
These
Well,
are the same people that watch TV all day.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and
See,
if I bump out of here, man, it's because my power keeps flicking on and off, and every time it flicks off, my cable modem's got to reset.
yeah, hey, at least it's working.
Yeah, really.
my big question with the Twin Towers is not how or what happened, it's why. What were they hiding, and why Building 7? What was in there that they wanted to get rid of?
Building 7 was where the servers for the SEC were. That hid. Wall Street actually has a rule called Rule 21 that was written into federal law. It was when Glass-Steagall was removed, they replaced it with, I forget what the bill was, but they allowed the SEC to basically call in a state of emergency. They called it Rule 21, which they were allowed to clear all trades off the trading floor, all outstanding trades that were unaccounted for, whether it be unaccounted money or unaccounted, what do they call them? They could just clear they could just clear the books.
Yeah.
And because you had $7 trillion unaccounted for out of the Pentagon, that were wrapped up in the real estate bubble. They had to take out Building 7 because that's where the servers were that housed all this information. And so even upon investigation of Rule 21, they couldn't go back in and recover these servers and say, oh, okay, we see where all this shit went. And then, you had the people pointing at one saying, oh, there was gold in the vault of this trade center. And, then you got the cruise missile that hit the Pentagon right in the audit department where they were desperately trying to find the $7 trillion that Donald Rumsfeld had just, 2 weeks before sat in front of the House subcommittee saying, we're looking for it, we're trying to find it, but, we got Saddam to deal with.
It's funny though that 9/11 was coming from day one that they built those things.
Yeah.
And it's like, how far back do these schemes go, really? It's
you'd think that they had them planned out 20 and 30 years ahead. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't know how long. I'm just saying that, whatever you think that they're planning today, if they were planning it today, they were planning it, it seems like 100 years ago. And as much as we'd like to feel like we got the ups on them and we got them figured out, shit, we don't have nothing.
To keep up with all that, it's got to be supernatural. Humans aren't capable of keeping these kinds of secrets so long, and they'll try to sell each other out, but man, there's some dark force that is.
Yeah, it's called Satan.
Yeah,
it's called Satan.
Let's just call it what it is.
No, don't beat around the bush, Jeff. Tell us what you really think.
That's the church. The church lady. The church lady. Satan.
Satan. So, I asked a question on the earlier chat, Jeff, when the Morgile was on, and I don't know if you were in there when I asked it. And the Morgile
I was in there like 150 times in 30 minutes. I tell you, I missed most of the conversation myself.
Yeah, I'm going to ask it again. The Morgile kind of took over the answer of it. But why do you think the flat Earth is out now? Because I don't think that anybody stumbled across it. I don't think it's organic necessarily.
No, I think it is. It's what you call the law. It's what you take into account the law of unintended consequences. When you align something like YouTube, the greatest adventure of all times when it comes to people sharing their thoughts and sharing their feelings and sharing their findings and getting it. I mean, it ain't Facebook. And Facebook might be good, but Facebook is a CIA operation. So because they're so not creative over at the CIA, and because YouTube was actually come up with by a private individual who said, hey, it'd be great if people would just stick up fucking videos of anything. They could they could talk about Bigfoot, or they could talk about their mom, talk about anything.
Video games.
And Google buys them out, and they go through the metamorphic process of the software got better and better and better and better, and then all of a sudden an old idea, which was the original idea, which was the Earth was flat, and then it got changed into a fucking globe, and then the globe started getting taught in Western schools, and then you have a whole population of people all over the world that think it's a fucking globe spinning and spinning around the sun and whizzing through space, and all these theoretical models that are backed up by theories, and other theories that are backed up by theories, and theories that are just backed up by sheer fucking bullshit. Like, have you ever thought of when they talk about the Oort cloud, the the Oort cloud?
The one that smells like raspberries?
Yes, it's the one that all these asteroids supposedly come from, because they can't figure out where all these asteroids come from, and they say, well, they're coming from the Oort cloud, and the Oort cloud in the astrophysicist realm is a theoretical place that doesn't exist, like the dream world. So you got asteroids that probably don't really exist to coming from a place that they definitely doesn't know exists. It's like it's like it's so far-fetched that I can't even match it up to anything that goes on in real life in my own life.
Can you prove all this stuff?
Yeah, can you prove can you prove anything of what can you even prove to me that the words you're using are real, that are describing what you're telling me is going on here? No, but I got a mathematical formula. And it's been peer-reviewed.
Yeah, peer-reviewed. That's funny shit right
by
there.
Government shills. Yeah, it's wild, man. The imagination. I took them for granted. The fairy tales they are writing, it's got Disney.
Yeah, but we all fell for them. We all believed it was a globe, and that's what most globalists never take into account. Whenever you're talking to now a globalist, and everybody's here for the same reason. Everybody knows the same thing. They all know what they were taught, and when they started looking at this carefully, boy, they really started studying that globe model. And most people that are sitting right here listening to all of us, they know more about that fucking globe model than the people they're trying to just show that it's flat.
That's true.
It'd be like walking out onto a let's just say there's some guys, and they're like let's just say it's Mario Andretti standing beside his car, his personal car. And you walk up to him, you're like, wow, you're Mario Andretti. And he's like, yeah, sure am. And you say, did you notice that your front left tire is a little bald on the inside edge? And he goes, yeah. And then you go, oh, let me explain to you why that is.
The camber.
Yeah, he's gonna sit there and patiently listen to you, and pretty soon he's gonna stop you and say, "Hey, look, it's bald on the inside edge because I floor this fucking car everywhere I go. I drive it like I stole it, son."
The average flat earther knows more about the globe than the average astronomer, literally. But yeah, they know more than they've probably ever wished to. That's
what I find funny too, is the globe people talk to you like you've never heard of it before. Well, let me explain to you. It's like, really?
Yeah.
You think
and I did it. I did it. I've done it.
See, there's been flat earthers throughout all of history. They just haven't had YouTube to connect. You know?
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's what I guess maybe I went off on a
Yeah.
tangent and fucking never
That's
got
right.
back around to the point. So, yeah, sorry. I do that sometimes. And I don't do drugs, so I don't have any excuse as to why I fucking do it. But yeah, so you line up all these things all at one time, and it's that general theory of the law of unintended consequences. You know, they don't even see it coming, and before they can even do anything about it, it's so far out of control that the best they can do is try to shut it down in the areas in which they do control. And
Yeah.
so if you look at Google search results versus YouTube search results for flat Earth, like if you went to Google right now to the search engine Google and typed in flat Earth, probably less than 3 or 4 videos will pop up in the main search results. When the
Yeah.
first 10 pages should be video search results. Does that make any sense?
Oh,
So they were
100%.
able to shut it down in certain venues, but not all.
Can I
And
can I
they can
play the
definitely,
devil's advocate?
sure.
Okay. So, as you said earlier, and we've mentioned earlier that it seems like it's not human. So we mentioned the devil and maybe some spiritual things if you believe in that stuff. If that is the case, should those entities or people or thinkers, whatever you want to say, however you want to personalize it for yourself, did they not think of that?
See,
Well, no. See, well, if you
they
believe
wanted social
believe in,
media
yeah,
for the control, though.
yeah, they did. And if you believe, if you know the Bible is true and understand the Bible, and generally most flat earthers, not only did they study that fucking globe model trying to fucking make sure that they still believed it was a damn globe, they also studied the Bible because the second thing they found after the flat earth was they rediscovered God. And so they wanted to go reconfirm everything that they were learning about the flat earth and try to correlate it to something in history. And that something in history always ends up being the Bible. And what they do learn when they read the Bible is, oh yeah, not only is it a book of prophecy, it also is a book of the truth of the ultimate deception, which is, God gave the earth and let the devil reign over it. The devil has to
Mm-hmm.
get, Satan has to get in direct permission from God to intervene in your life. Other than that, he can only deceive you.
And that was after Jesus died, right?
Oh no, I'm talking about Job. If you look at the story of Job, the devil killed his
Yeah, he
family,
had to get
fucking gave him
permission.
hives. So, yeah, he had to get
Right.
direct permission from God to
Okay.
say, "Hey, look, I
Well,
can
yeah.
make this dude quit believing in you, dude." And God was like, "Sure, well, show me." And so he couldn't do it. But you think about the devil, his job on earth, and his only allowable function is to deceive people. And so, how would you want to? And if your job is to take people away from God, that's your job, man. You're the devil. That's your job, is to take people away from God. Well, how do you do that? Do you do it on a one-on-one basis, or do you try to do it on a mass scale? Do you want to answer individual emails, or do you want to go after the whole internet? So you're going to take people away from God the best way possible, which is to physically take them away from God. Just put them on a globe and zip them through space. Now they're no longer a special place in the galaxy. They're just a damn bag of monkey bones that walked out of the woods a million years ago, crawled out of the ocean, that was zapped by lightning with so many proteins lined up, and then you're in the Goldilocks. Not only was that good enough, I mean, fuck, if human beings, if the galaxy as you know it to be true from the globe model, it, as far as the galaxy goes, or the universe, man, we didn't just win one lottery. We won 657 million lotteries all in a row with one ticket and fucking blind numbers. Because that's the way, everything in order for it all to work. Where, not only did we crawl from mud according to evolution and we evolved all through the millions of years or tens of thousands or whatever the fuck the number they want to put on it, which changes all the time.
Just add a comma and some zeros.
Yeah, so then that's not good enough. Now they're going to put you on a planet that's in the Goldilocks zone, which is a fairy tale. Goldilocks, you know, they don't you know, people, they don't make these terms up for a reason, because every deception always has the truth right out in front of you, and it's always you know, what are you willing to take as the word, or what are you willing to, you know, break it down? You hear these guys that are etymologists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Etymologists.
Now you're using words like marmalade when I don't even know how to spell jam.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, let's keep it simple all the time for everybody. You know, I don't want to get too far out into metaphysical and all that good stuff. And I just think that we've all been deceived. We've been deceived from the very beginnings of our lives. Every single one of us. We all grew up in a school, or, you know, in a household somewhere in North America, and we, you know, or the UK. You know, it's a westernized civilization, and we all had a globe stuck in our face. And it wasn't just one globe, it was many globes. And we didn't even recognize the difference between them. You know, we'd look at maps and shit and didn't ever even think that it was one map was different from the next map. We just fucking always assumed that what they were teaching us was true. So, you know, you get to a point to where you're not just brainwashed anymore. You know, you've been near about changed down to a genetic level. Now, have you ever heard the study of this guy? He raised chickens, and so he had all these baby chickens, and they had never even seen a fucking another bird except for a chicken, and they always kept him in his chicken pen. And he put a shadow of a chicken hawk on the ceiling, and all these little baby chickens, man, went scrambling. You know, they were scrambling like crazy. None of these baby chickens had ever seen a chicken hawk. They had never seen another bird besides another chicken. They should have had no natural enemy to their knowledge. But as soon as he shined the shadow of a chicken hawk flying overhead on the ceiling of this pen, these little baby chickens went ape shit. Now, this is something that they call inherent. You know, you're born with it. And you can near about say you were born into the globe model.
It's true, and the flat Earth model scares the shit out of people.
But yeah, because it's a natural fundamental belief of what you are on, and that can't even come into question. Because if that comes into question, then everything else that follows it has to be questioned.
That whole story of the universe does a perfect job discrediting God, because it goes right after the first chapter of the book.
Absolutely.
The very first chapter. It's like,
absolutely.
You know, and when I used to be sort of self-proclaimed atheist after being raised Catholic, of course that's exactly why. It's like, oh, well, it could just be nothing, you know. We just, but it never fully, I never knew there was no God the same way I know now there is, because I've been personally shown with my own eyes miracle type things that you can't explain to people, you know. All you gotta do is ask to see it, and I'm sure that's why I'm even open-minded enough now to be looking at this flat Earth stuff. You know, but I'm sure there's other people that are gonna find God, you know, backwards from the flat Earth. You have to use their logical brain first. Realize there's these lies, and that's another thing. Oh, why would everyone lie to us about this? It's like, it's that ultimate deception. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and they know not what they even lie about. They just assume that everything that they were taught is true, and then their forefathers believed that everything they were taught is true, and it just keeps rolling downhill until, you know, 4 or 5 generations down the road, man, they think that's what it is. That can't be questioned. I mean, to be sure, that's what we're on. We couldn't still be asking that question. And you never think about it.
If you want to go down the Bible route too, and believe that it's the devil that's deceiving, which I would tend to believe, it's not. It's nothing new. He did the exact same thing in the Garden of Eden.
Yes, he
He
did.
basically caused Eve to question God's word. Did God really say that, basically? And
Yeah,
that's what he's saying right now. You can read in the Bible, and he's saying, well, God didn't really say that. We got science to prove
that's
else.
right.
Like,
That's right.
instead.
And God, I mean, people think, and I'm not one of those people that says, hey, let's pray about it, because honestly, if you read the Bible, you can clearly take away from it that, God put Satan in charge down here to do nothing but deceive you. And why did he do that? Man, it might just be his sense of humor or something. He might, he or she, it might just have a really wild sense of humor, man, and that's gonna be funny as shit in the end. I mean, he's laughing about it every day.
In the very end, it's going to be like stepping off a roller coaster, It's
Yeah.
like, it was just for fun.
So,
and those angels all do their own jobs, And
well, I think angels actually, I mean, the Bible says, ain't nobody went to heaven or hell yet.
I don't think the Bible even says humans go to heaven, do they? They go to a new earth.
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Even the devil is not. Even Satan is not in hell yet. Satan was never put in hell. He was put in charge of the earth, and to reign over the earth. And so you take that and you say, okay, well, what happens to you when you die? Well, you don't go to heaven yet, because everybody goes to heaven at the same time. Everybody goes to heaven at the same time, and that's when Jesus Christ comes back for us. Now, whether we're already dead or whether we're still alive, it makes no difference, but everybody goes into heaven at the same time. So what happens to your soul while you're dead? Well, for all you know, you might got to go do Satan's work. You might have to be a ghost. You might have to be. You might have. I mean, there's no understanding of the metaphysical stuff there. I can't even comprehend hardly. I'm just trying to get a grasp on what the fuck I'm standing on, much less how the sun works, how the moon works, how the sky works, how all this other shit doesn't work, and then, trying to figure out everybody else along the way that goes along with it, and dealing with all the haters, and dealing with the lovers, and dealing with the unsure, and, it all seems so far out of my reach as a human being. The only thing I can do is, the limited amount that I can do. I still got to go to work every day just like y'all. I still got to feed my family every day just like you do. I got to put gas in my tank, drive my car, go to work, come home. And then, fucking, instead of sitting down and watching some stupid goddamn TV show, I'm busy dealing with some stupid fucking troll online that fucking has no other business than to fucking troll my ass. Because that's his fucking job. What a good fucking job, man. The only thing you gotta do is fucking sit around online and troll other people, because that's all you got to do, whether you're getting paid for it or not. I don't know. I mean, I can't even, tell that it's a government conspiracy thing that's working against us as much as more than it's just the devil working at me, because now I'm going after his biggest success.
That's true, man. I had a really wild thing happen to me. I swear it's because I've been messing around with this stuff. And it's just a supernatural thing where I had the very next day, well, the day before, my 60-day temporary driver's license had ran out. So I needed to get it fixed. And I was going to do that the next day. And on my way home, on my street, in the very back of a neighborhood, there's a cop parked on the street. As soon as I turn around, as soon as I make the corner, lights instantly go on, and she pulls me over facing me, okay, head on. I'm like, yes. She's like, Adam Orsak. I'm like, wait, what? How the hell would you know my name, and why did you just say that? She's like, I pulled you over for driving with the expired license. I'm like, what? And I didn't even know it was at that point. I knew it was coming up. I needed to do it, but it had been one day, and it's like it was a sting. I felt like all the conspiracy juice just starts flowing around my head, and they took me to jail, dude. And I was in there for 8 hours, and then they just let me walk out, no bond or nothing. So now I
Yeah,
got to
but they
deal with
got your
court.
fingerprints while you were in there. They got your sample of your
Fingerprint
DNA. They got your picture, and you got to spend some time with some lovely individuals
and my
in a holding
retina.
cell. Yeah, and your
And my
retina scan.
retina. Yeah. It's
Okay,
wild.
so if you don't know much about police cars and how their systems operate, I'll explain that to you. In all police car, well, most police cars in the United States now, they are tied into a system through their camera. You know, that camera that's up there that records them beating the shit out of you, which tape never shows up on your side in courts. But that camera does a variety of things. It's patched into their computer. They can actually sit on the side of the road while reading a magazine and scan every license plate that drives by them. Uh, not
I
only that,
understand that.
not only
They
that,
do facial recognition too now, I
yeah,
think.
they do facial recognition too, but that's going to be the bigger cities. The most of the countywide, most of the county stuff, they're going to just be tied into license plate tracking. And not only does it track your plate, but if a driver has a warrant for their arrest, it'll pop up that the owner of the car has a warrant. It'll tell how, if they're, it tells them all the laws that you've already broken before they even ask you for your fucking ID. So when they walk up to your car and say, "Hey, you ain't got no warrants, do you?" Well, you can pretty much guess that you do, because they're not going to ask.
Here's the
They
deal,
want
though.
you to. They want to see if you're going to lie to them or not.
Yeah, I understand that too, but here's the deal. I'm in a one-cop town in Fort Collins. There's no cops, and I've never seen them before, especially in my neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular car is not registered to me.
Well,
It's
he might have
registered in
got
Texas.
you on facial recognition. Well, he might have just been, were you screwing around with his girlfriend or something? I mean,
No, man. I'm telling you, I hadn't even fully made the turn yet, and the lights went out. Like she was sitting there waiting for me, and this bitch was like a robot, no mercy, you know. Oh, it was wild, man. And then they
well,
towed my car off my own street.
well, again, when you're taking it back to the devil, remember the only thing the devil can do is deceive you. He can only deceive you into doing things that you might ordinarily not do. He can't make you do anything. He can't enter a cop's body and make that cop fucking pull you and fucking fuck you over. That's not how it works. He can only deceive you. And whether your deception, if you're a cop, your deception is it's okay to shoot a 5-year-old kid with a squirt gun because I was in fear of my life. It's okay for me to understand that.
Mm.
But he can't make you shoot the 5-year-old kid with a squirt gun because you're in fear for your life. You have to do that. The devil can only deceive you. And that's why deception is so important when you enter the flat earth and you understand the flat earth is you understand the lying stops. Period. You don't tell no more lies to nobody because deception is why we're here now.
Yeah. I almost see the whole world as a deception. Like
Yes, it is. I do too.
It's an illusion. Just like the middle, the Eastern philosophies say it's all an illusion. Well, maybe it is. Maybe we're asleep somewhere being sung a lullaby. And it's just all a weird
I've heard all
dream.
kinds of crazy theories on, maybe we are plugged in and this is like our vacation to think about what real hard struggle is all about. And because if you look at the, life here on Earth is a struggle. It's a constant struggle. It doesn't matter how much money you got or how poor you are. It's a constant struggle for one thing or another.
Unless you're evil, it seems like. Then you get to live to be 100. You know what I mean? Like that Rockefeller dude.
Mm-hmm.
He just survived his 5th heart transplant at age 99.
Yeah, but when you're getting when you get hearts of an infant, kind of works out for you.
Well, yeah, exactly. But it just seems like the worst people we've met in life just seem like life goes peachy for them, you know, and the people that try to do good, it seems like they're getting shot down at every corner.
Yes,
Just
absolutely.
seems that way.
No, it is that way. It is that way.
Yeah.
The better you are at not deceiving others, the worse they'll try to deceive you. Because it makes it hard for somebody to even be in your presence when they know that you're not lying to them about nothing. When you don't have any deception about you whatsoever, people find it really hard to be in your presence. And not that you're
Yeah.
some holier than thou person or something like that. I mean, they just,
It's true.
it's just strange. Like when you stop watching TV. Most people who find the flat Earth, they either stopped watching TV before they found it or after. And once you stop watching TV, all of a sudden, all kinds of things change in your life. You start thinking about things different. You start looking at things different. You start looking at people who continue to watch the TV different. You look at what they're watching, and you look at the programming guide, and you think, yes, this is all programming. This is all this programming, one thing after another, after another, after another. It's a litany of just programming and programming and programming, and you just go, how in the fuck did we get here?
Yeah, and they hire some top psychiatrists. And have you seen any of the videos about how they advertise to children? And we are commodities to them, and they will use any tactic to destroy your brain. Like I stopped watching TV maybe about 2 years ago, and it was weird at first, and then I started only watching Adult Swim every once in a while at night. Like
I like
Family
that show.
Guy.
Actually,
Yeah, American Dad, and then
I
Flat
like
Earth.
the cartoon one. I forget what was
Yeah.
that called. The action figure.
Oh yeah,
I
Robot
forget.
Chicken.
Yeah, Robot Chicken.
Okay. Yeah, and after the Flat Earth stuff, I watched some more Adult Swim, and I'm like, holy crap! On American Dad, the kid Steve is talking about, oh, I get to go to space camp, you know, and he's like, I can't wait to play in NASA's $1 billion zero-G simulator, and just all these little hints, you know. It's like they know, and it's wild how much stuff's hidden in there. But even after just a week or two of not watching TV, if you try to watch like a sitcom or anything, you see them like reading their lines in their head. You could see them acting, and commercials are the worst. That's tough to watch. But now after a year or two of not watching TV, I mean, I can't do it. I just see symbols everywhere, Illuminati, this and that. It's just
The
in your
flash,
face.
just the flash, the flicker rate, the commercials, every other commercial is a drug, and then every other commercial is, it's just ridiculous.
A drug for a side effect of the other drug.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and then they ramble off the warnings of it, and you're just like, I think I'd rather have the fucking problem than all them.
The moderate to severe plaque psoriasis.
Yeah, the moderate to severe anal warts and bleeding that you're going to get from this. And it may cause you to go blind, and only in your left arm.
Or new or worsening heart failure.
Yeah. It's like what was wrong with him the first? What was wrong with him anyway? Oh, nothing. But we want to put him on that drug. So there wasn't nothing wrong with him. Oh, no, he was all right. Yeah, he was in good shape before he started taking them drugs.
It's been 12 or 13 years for me for no TV.
I've noticed a lot of the people in Flat Earth that seem to not watch TV. It's wild. Wonder how that works, huh?
Now, you hear a lot of people, a lot of the haters, man. They'll say, "No, man, these are fundamentalist Christians, and they are wanting they want the end times to come." And we're all standing around going, "Oh yeah, yeah, we didn't want to live nice, full lives like everybody else." No. Unfortunately, you could be very right about what you're saying, though, and maybe, just maybe, it is my job to start waking people up.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not trying to wake them up to the church that I'm going to. I'm not trying to wake them up to anything, because I know if I can wake them up to this, they're going to find this, because that's exactly how I found it. You know, the flat Earth has converted more people to God than the Catholic Church has in the last 500 years, and we've only been going at it for, you know, the last 5 years. So
Yeah.
that's a pretty good record.
The Catholic Church converts people to God?
Well, you know, yeah, I would say
It
so.
can
Maybe it
happen.
probably could. Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Certainly could. Robin Poe's not here, is she?
I mean, my mom
I
is
didn't piss too many
Catholic,
people
and
off.
she's about as good of a Christian as I've met. So, but she don't go to church a lot. So,
But you know, all my life, I mean, I believed, but I didn't believe. You know, I didn't believe the Bible was true. I
Yeah.
believed some of it. I believed that there had to be a God. You know, I couldn't figure out why God would put people down here and just let them get totally ravaged like they get. You know, I mean, it just didn't seem fair and all that sort of stuff. And you know, so you know why we are. Well, that's something that you get to ask God if you make it that far.
Sure.
Maybe you'll be asking somebody else, and he's just gonna lie to you anyway. You know, why am I down here with you?
It's a party in hell.
Yeah, you know, do you think he's gonna tell you the truth then? Probably not.
Actually, I saw a previous high-level Satanist dude that turned his life around. Well, he's still apparently, his soul's, you know, owned by Satan or whatever. But he goes out speaking against it and what it really is, and how they'll astral project and go over neighborhoods trying to cause mischief, and if just weird stuff. But anyways, he was promised like basically a party. You know, it's going to be all awesome. He's doing his work, and after the like, you supposedly get a few years of like awesomeness, which is why these celebrities probably get, you know, famous for a while, but then their shit just falls apart. And after those years are up, like, you're fully owned, you know. And he said he was in his bed and got taken out of his body basically, like, to a moon on Saturn. And this particular moon, I looked it up, and there's light coming out of it. It looks kind of like the Northern Lights. It's really weird. And he said there's this dark palace, like made of dark crystals at funky angles, and it was called the Pain Palace. And Satan just straight up told him, "He's like, you know, I own your ass now, and it ain't fun and games anymore." And then he got thrown back to Earth and landed in his backyard with like a meteor almost, naked. And this dude, he believes all of it, you know. And it's just weird hearing what these people, why you would purposely choose, why would you purposely choose the person you know is going to lose in the end? It's just, it's
It
wild.
is hard. It is hard to reason out, and you know, personally, uh, I don't give a fuck why people do the bad shit they do. You know, it doesn't entertain me in the least to try to figure out, you know, why people do bad shit. I'm not a psychiatrist, and you know, I am not Jesus, and I am not a prophet, and I'm not a wise man. So you know, when people do bad shit, they do bad shit. I don't care why they do it, because they damn sure don't care why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, in the Bible, God always picked the most random people, you know, murderers and people that can't talk right, you know, to do his work. So.
Well, I damn sure can't talk right.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, we can get Jesus on here if you want. He's got a YouTube account.
No.
I think
No
you're
way.
talking about Lord Christ Scott, whatever his name is.
We can get Jesus on. Yeah. Yeah, Lord Stephen Christ, yeah.
Yeah, Lord Stephen Christ. You know, I've looked at the concave model. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I mean, it's not flat, but it's definitely not a globe. So, and if you look at the way he sports that little top centerpiece in there, that makes sense of the how you see the stars. Well, it could be a little bit of both. It could be, it could be a dome, but if it is a dome, I'd think it's more like a pyramid. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
If it's a dome, then it's a pyramidal dome, because then that would kind of line up to all these old ass fucking pyramids everywhere.
Yep.
The pyramids are in the shape of a sun rays, the 60-degree angles.
Hmm.
And you got that the illumination always kind of, it's, to me it's kind of like a symbol of the sun. But see, I looked at the concave stuff, but man, it's that his personality is just out there. And I I was watching this video and he's trying to explain how NASA really goes to space and skims the tail of the space shuttle along the dome and lines up and slides through a window, and then they're really in space. And I just couldn't, after that I was like, man, and no one else puts out like proofs and stuff. It's all just people pledging allegiance to this dude. It's really
Yeah, I mean,
bizarre.
yeah, I mean, I don't hold out for any particular model. I mean, because it's just that we don't know enough, and even if
True.
let's just say that the government came to me and they said, "Hey, Jeff, we're going to, you seem to be the guy that's leading up all these fucking deal-witted people here. So we're going to prove to you once and for all this is what it is, right? So we're going to take you on a fucking plane ride. You can sit right on the window and you can fucking look out the window, and we're going to take you and you can look at your compass and all that shit, and we're going to take you to show you everything." Now, I get back. Who believes me? Who believes what I say? Really, who believes what I say? They're going to say,
Exactly.
"Man, them motherfuckers done tinkered with your mind. You're probably under some sort of government control right now."
You got Tiger Dan
You
or
got Tiger Dan.
Kent Hovind.
It is for real. It is what it is. It
Yeah.
is what it is. I
Yeah.
mean, hell, I mean, you look at Matt Boylan. He used to work for NASA. What if I came out and I said I work for NASA? What the fuck is NASA going to do? Tell people that I'd never worked for them? Who's going to believe them?
I I am on the fence with either believing him or not. I don't know if he did. It's very suspicious sounding story, that's for sure. But he's got some good information. So
Well, what he is a real deal photo impressionist.
yeah.
Regardless of what you think about NASA,
Right.
and set that off to the side like you might set the globe off to the side. Set that off to the side like you might set the globe off to the side. Literally, for the rest of the time you're in the flat Earth movement. Anytime you think about anytime you think about Matthew Boylan, I want you to know that he is a real deal photo impressionist. At the age of 5, he was a Canadian treasure. He was in newspapers all over the United States.
Huh.
He was in newspapers all over Canada. By the age of 10, his parents had made well over $3 million. You know, hear me?
Yeah.
You've seen child stars here in America. What happens to them?
Yeah.
Well, Matthew Boylan was a child star. You could hand him a picture of a fucking waterfall, and he could paint a painting that looked more real than the picture you handed him. That's what you call a photo realist or a photo
Yeah.
impressionist. And so when you look at Matthew Boylan, understand he knows textures in painting better than anybody you'll
Yeah.
ever meet, because his real history.
Jeff, you there? Uh oh. talking about the government. Now they're cutting in on us. You there, Philip? Man, what just happened? Can you guys in the chat still hear? Testing the globe, 1, 2, 3.
On.
I hear you there.
Yeah, I think it's just. I think we're still on. I think it's just Jeff probably dropped off because he's having power issues. Yeah, Cynthia said that she could hear us.
Oh, okay.
One thing I was going to say earlier when Jeff was on his roll is Cynthia had mentioned that we're all slaves or whatever, and that's actually one thing that I've come to realize since I've learned about the flat Earth is how much of a slave we really are to our governments.
Oh, that's for sure, man. There's some good works out there about how slavery has evolved from like the Egyptians, where they would just beat you to get you to work. And yeah, that produces X amount of, whatever commodity. And then you got the Roman Empire, where they actually give you a little bit of land, let you do a little bit more of a thinking type job. And then you had the indentured servants. And then now you got the slavery where you actually pick your own job. We still live in quarantined little areas. You only get this much land, and as much as you produce, you get more money and you get more stuff as like an incentive to be productive. So we're still, even though we get to pick our own job, it's just streamlining how productive their slaves are. And the money, if we could just do away with money, and it ain't going to happen overnight, it probably never will. That could solve a lot of it.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze, I think he just said it. He said we'll never be free, and I tend to agree with him. It seems to me that the more we strive to do better as well, like if you get a job where you make more money, they want to tax you a higher tax rate and things like that too, which I think is completely ridiculous. It's like you get penalized for trying to do better with your life.
Yeah, it's just stay away from the invisible fence.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do what's expected of you. Don't question anything. And see, that's school's been doing its job very well. They say our schools aren't working. Nah, they're working. Like the worse the schools do, the better, because there is no critical thinking being taught. There's no questioning. They even drop the word theory from everything. They just say fact now. Everything's just what it is.
Shit, sorry about that, fellas. Can you hear me?
No problem.
Yep. Yeah.
So did y'all get into something else, or you want me to finish what I was saying?
Nah, go ahead. We're just talking about how we're slaves, but go ahead with the Matt. I kind of
Yeah, you're all slaves. You know what you're slaves to? You know what you've been turned into slaves to?
Government.
Debt.
Oh yeah, money for sure.
No, debt.
Well, debt. Yeah, like the debt note instead of $1. Yeah.
Just debt. Debt. Whether you're buying a car, you owe money on it. Whether you got a credit card, you owe money on it, and you're paying interest on it. But anyway, getting back to Matthew Boyle.
It's true.
Matthew Boyle, and my power keeps flickering, so fucking.
It's all right.
Terrible connection problem. So, if you were, let's just say, we were talking about Matthew Boylan, and let's just say you don't believe that he worked for NASA. Well, that's okay. You don't have to, because NASA wouldn't verify it anyway.
True.
Okay? But what is verifiable? What is verifiable is his history as an artist, which is an extensive history from the age of about 3 years old, 5 years old. He was in leading newspapers all over the world. He was just one of the best fucking artists anybody lives. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
His parents made a lot of money on him, and they jerked him out of a lot of it, most of it.
Damn.
He drives around a piece of shit fucking Volvo. He damn can't hardly make no damn money because he's a fucking flat earther. He's been alone in this shit for the last fucking 15 years. For 10 years of it, he was desperately alone. Nobody'd even fucking listen to him. They thought he was a fucking crackpot. They thought he was crazy, just like they think of you now. And he didn't have no friends like us talking to each other. What do
Yeah,
you
that's
think
rough.
that? What do you think that does to somebody? Fucking makes him crazy as shit.
That's true.
So whenever you think about Matt Boylan, you better understand when he said that they were fucking fake photos and made you look at them and then understand why they were fake. It doesn't matter who the fuck he worked for.
That's true. See, remember, Philip, I was telling you how he was one of the real true people, and then Eric came right away to steal his thunder away?
Yep.
See, I think Eric's actually controlled opposition.
No, he ain't. He's gay.
That too.
No, he's not controlled opposition. Eric actually does really good research.
I love
Eric's,
everything he says about it.
Eric's been into it for at least 8 years, and actually, him and Matt were they communicated pretty well in the very beginning. But you know, whereas Matt is kind of crazy artist,
Yeah.
you know, he's kind of weird that way. Understand when you look at Eric today. And I'm not trying to make anything funny out of it. I'm really not. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm funny on my channel, not yours.
Go ahead, man. Be funny.
But Eric, he's gay. He's gay as they come, and that's why he seems weird to everybody.
He's got a girlfriend, though, doesn't he?
Man, he's gay as he can be.
So do a lot of gay dudes.
Okay? But he's put out a lot of work. Now, granted, he wasn't out there doing experiments. He was a researcher in that he went back in history and started looking at all this shit and started digging up all the stuff. When you look at all the 200 proofs, nobody else did that shit.
I was watching him the day I became certified as a flat earther. It was his work. And I think all his work's good. It's just the weird polarizing drama of it that is fishy.
Yeah,
That's
well,
the
see,
fishy part.
he's kind of had to live the same way Matt did. He's kind of and nobody trusts him because he's not out there communicating with people and talking to people left and right. You know, he's just because he was so ostracized for so long. He was ostracized as a gay person, and then he was ostracized as a flat earther. Now think about that.
Double whammy.
It's a double whammy. So, you know, no, he's not.
He loses all his cool points from being gay by being a flat earther.
Well, yeah, I mean, have you ever heard a gay person say, "Yeah, like I chose to be gay, like I wanted everybody to make fun of me, like I wanted everybody to point their fingers at me, like I wanted everybody to think I was fucking weird and a pedophile or something like that." Well, everybody's heard a gay person say something like that. And then put yourself in the flat earth, and now you understand exactly what they were talking about. You didn't ask to believe in the flat earth. You didn't ask to know that the earth was not a globe. That's not what you woke up one day going, well, you know, I think I don't want to believe it's a globe anymore, honey. I want to believe it's a triangle mounted on a pixie stick. That's what I want it to be. Nobody does that. I mean, you fucking see the evidence that's in front of you, and you go, wow. And then you take a harder look at the evidence that they tell you what it is, and you go, I mean, it's a fairy tale. That right there is a fairy tale. It seems nobody has ever laid it out to me quite like that. They always put it into the terms of how lucky we are that everything is the way it is. You know, how fortunate we all are that everything is the way it is, and thank God science was there to show it to you.
Oh, yeah. Praise science.
Praise science.
Not the scientific method, though. We don't need that no more.
No, we don't need that. We just need it peer-reviewed. You know, we need it. And I call it fear, F-E-A-R, fear-reviewed. Because everything that anybody brings forth has got to fit this particular paradigm.
See,
it's like you being a Democrat in the United States and saying, you know, I think Barack Obama sucks, even though I voted for him twice. You know, people are going to look at you and go, what? Be like you being a Republican, always voted for Bush's and going, yeah, Bush lied. Well, what the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you? You know, it's a strange world, the flat Earth. And as much as you want to be able to point fingers and say, oh no, he's this or he's that, well, I tell you, the people that are giving you the problems out there are the fucking trolls. And these trolls have a job, and their job is you. And all this other shit's gonna be melting away real soon.
even if it's just to get you mad and upset onto their level, you know, just make
Absolutely.
people quit. There's no other reason.
Now,
So what all dirt you got that links these people up? It's 100% like, you know, like they got a scheme going on. These trolls.
there are certain things I can tell you and certain things that I cannot tell you.
Okay.
And honestly, I believe that they hit me the way they hit me just to slow me down, just to make me stop and work on them.
Yeah. It's all about
if
them.
if they are government employees, I have to be very careful. Or if they're being controlled or operated or directed by any government agency, I have to be very careful. So, you know, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to confirm or deny that I have gotten in big trouble before for certain things. I'm just going to say that at this point, I have decided that, number one, I'm not going to let them slow me down. If I stop and spend any more time on them, I'm going to be doing exactly what they want me to do, which is stop waking people up.
True.
So you were gonna make some videos about that. Does that mean you're not going to now?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I got at this point.
Well, just
at
on
this point, I got to be very careful about what I say because I don't want to incriminate myself in a way that they could work me over.
I got you. So
We'll leave
just
it at
your
that,
personal gut feeling is that they're more than just your average internet trolls. Just your gut feeling.
Some of them are normal everyday trolls.
Yeah.
The ones that I'm pointing out, they are not. But I don't know. But I can't tell you exactly how high it goes. I know
that's fine.
From what I can tell, it stops at Kent Hovind. But
yeah,
see,
that's wild.
Kent Hovind got out of prison early.
Yeah.
And he got out of prison 3 years early, and I wonder why.
I wondered why the first video he made, talking all kinds of craziness, you know.
Well, it seems like he's done a fine job at trying to patch the leaking hole at the fundamentalist level.
So you don't think he's the good Christian boy that he makes himself out to be, huh?
I think that he put himself into a bind with the government.
Yeah.
And anytime you lock a man away from his family, he will do near about anything to be back at home.
That's what I feel. Yep.
Wouldn't if I did the same thing to you, if I took you away from your family and your kids and your wife and your home, and I left you rotting in a fucking piece of shit place to live for fucking 5 or 6 years, and then said, you know, we'll let you go. But anytime this right here comes up, this is what you're going to say. And I don't care what you believe. If you're good with that, then you can pack your bag now and we'll take you home. But if you ever deviate from that line right there, you're going right back upstream with these other fishes. And if you look at the way he acts and look at the way that he, you know, approaches the subject,
it's shady.
Whereas everything else that he's ever done in his life, you know, you just know that he's begging to ask a goddamn question about it. But except on this. But I can tell you that he is a player, and he's tied up with another guy named Bo Bennett. You can
Wow.
find him. You can find him on YouTube as well. Robert Bo Bennett. You can look him up, and he is a psychiatrist in the higher order of magnitudes. This dude can tinker with your mind in an unbelievable fashion, and he understands organized dissidence.
Yeah.
And he is tied in with Kyle Jones. And then you have Kyle Jones, who kind of directs his little men that are just ordinary players, ordinary trolls with nothing better to fucking do. And they don't even approach it from the it's a government thing, it's a government psyop. They approach it. They took these other people who were big in the 9/11 movement and stuff like that, and they put them on this and say, no, this is what's destroying this movement that you spent so much time on.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
it's a very organized thing. It's a very organized thing. So you know, there's only so much I can say, you know, and honestly, you know, I've already broken the fucking law to do exactly what I found out. And honestly, I wasn't going to come out as far as I did, other than the fact that people needed to understand that, you know, I ain't pointing these fucking people because look, if I was pointing these people out and they hadn't done nothing at all, what do you think would happen to me? Kyle Jones is all over the internet. He's all over YouTube under his real name. How much do you think it would be for me to say something bad about him and him all of a sudden come out and say, oh no, he's fucking, you know, directing people at me for no fucking reason? Well, the reason why I can is because he knows fucking if they come ask me any questions, I'll be able to show them things. And then they'll say, wait a minute, well, this is obviously true. So what is your deal, Kyle? Why are you making us go after this guy for telling the truth? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And I don't have to come up with stuff that, you know, would allege me breaking any laws to do that.
Right. No, definitely don't even worry about that. But yeah.
I
Once
mean,
you,
we all have a family to feed.
yeah.
We all have. I mean, I got 5 kids. I still got 2 in the house, and I got 2 grandkids. And it doesn't matter how fucking smart I am. It really doesn't matter how smart I am. What I am is a damn flat earther. And I'm a flat earther first. And you know, I think that I've slowed down enough for these guys to make them understand. You know, if you fuck around with me too damn bad and get my attention too much, I will spend some time on you. And then I get to thinking that that's exactly what they wanted me to do. And not that I'm out there creating big proofs. I understand that. I get it. I get it. But they know. It seemed like they knew which angle to work me from, and why that is. Whether they had some sort of inside information saying, "Hey, you know what? If you hit this guy this way, he'll do this, and then we can get rid of him."
That's crazy. I didn't know. I don't know what they were doing to you to provoke you in the first place.
Yeah, well, just harassing me,
Yeah.
knowing that no, you know, he has this particular skill set. Let's make him use it, and then we can make him go away.
Well, I posted a picture. Someone tried to log into my Google account
Hmm.
about a month or two ago, and I posted it to G Plus. I that you it sends me a link, and I gotta type a password in. You know what I mean? For
Hmm.
extra security. So it didn't work, but it was a hit from Croatia. And Cognitive Dissonance put, "Hey, that's funny. I have a VPN in Croatia on my Google Plus, which I never use. And what's he doing hanging around my Google Plus in the first place? You know? You know what I mean?
You know, I don't think that I don't think he's agent material. I think that he was just being used in a more whether it stops at Kent Hovind or not, I can't tell you. I never got any higher than Kent Hovind.
Yeah.
So chances are, if he was directed at a personal level, not online, and that's why the trail stopped at Kent Hovind.
That's wild. Yeah.
Now, everything that I did do, everything that I did tell people that I did is completely legal. When I say, and everybody's seen my videos, and they'll see sometimes I'll drop a link in the very top comment that says, "Look at this," or "Watch this," and everybody clicks on it. Well, what I was doing was actually collecting browser data. I was collecting all the sites that you ever visited. Now, I didn't know who you were. I was just collecting all your internet history.
Yeah.
Not that I could pin who this history went to, other than an IP address.
How much gay porn was in there?
Yeah, there was enough. There was enough. But gay porn?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
porn.
no, it's not the kind of stuff I was looking at.
No, I know.
I was going after somebody. I just didn't know who that somebody was. I had an idea.
Yeah.
And I, but I knew it was cognitive dissonance, or Tim Osmond, and what I was looking for was sites relative to. And once I found that history, that bundle of history, then I went through that history and figured out where else he was going. And once I figured out where else he was going, that's when I found him as Kyle. Yeah. I thought that I had him nailed down to Bo Bennett. I thought he was Bo Bennett. For a month, I thought he was Bo Bennett. I was just waiting for him to slip up. And when he did the interview with Mark Sargent, that's when I had his voice print. And once I had his voice print, I used some voice print software that I've had in my bag for the last 10 years and never even used it. And broke it out and learned how to use it, and then it was just as easy as pie to match it up. I was like, oh, that's fucking easy as shit. So, I tried it with Bo Bennett. I got a 0.000 match. I tried it with Kyle Jones. I got a 99.068% match.
Yeah, that's wild. Even if I tried to sound exactly like that, it would probably still be way off.
You can't. No, it's better than DNA. It's better than DNA. If the axe murdered somebody and just left a voice recording behind,
Yeah.
That like the guy had his phone on and turned the voice recorder on, and his right before he hit him in the head with a ball peen hammer, he said, "I won't kill you, bitch," whack, and hit him, and then the cops just had that.
Yeah.
It's better than a fingerprint.
Even if you go, talk like
it doesn't matter, and you don't need much. I thought I was going to need a lot more. I thought I was going to till I got to going through the software, and like I said, I'd never used the software before. I'd had it for a long time. It was eStill. They use it for government computers. They use it for safes. They use it for all kinds of things. And I got it back when I worked. I used to work part-time for Google. A long time ago, and I got shitloads of software, just all kinds of software. Some of it was even government issued. Now, all this that I'm telling you, I did was completely legal. You can drop a link on anything and scrape information off that link. That is nothing illegal. They do it all the time. Just like and you can think of it like you go to Google, email, and somebody sends you an email that says, "Hey, Bill, I tried this new freaking super duper X22 razor that I got from Amazon." Yeah. And then the next thing you get in your email is a fucking coupon from Amazon for the fucking razor that dude told you about. And it's nothing more than scraping information. It's completely legal to do.
Yeah. And Microsoft's the whole reason all that shit's around. They're They are the spyware. And we were talking about Windows 10 earlier. Man, that's a piece of junk.
Windows 10 has
It's,
caused problems all over the world. The biggest problem it's caused is over networks. Because
well,
Windows 10 does not integrate well with known networks. So when you got little Kathy Teller, or bank position person sitting behind in her little cubicle at work, and she spends half the day looking at Facebook, and she sees this new little icon pops up down in her tray, and she clicks on it, and it upgrades her system to Windows 10. Not only did she just now upload all of her files to the cloud that was sitting on her bank machine, but now it's changed her machine. And now her machine can't connect to the network. And not only that, it just became a a a a server of sorts, in that anybody around her that upgrades to Windows 10 drags the files off of her machine to their machine.
Yeah, you got peer-to-peer working. They also
it's awesomely bad. It's so bad you just have to say, no, man, they did this on purpose. Nobody would have done this.
And that's free. That just needs to make you.
Done this.
No, it's wild that when you go through the options, instead of just say, use whatever options you want. And
if you want to get rid of, if you got Windows something else and you want to get rid of Windows 10 notification in your tray, what you need to do is get a hold of, hold on, I'll tell you a second, hold on.
But they're sitting there listening to your microphone. It's wild.
Dude, they've been able to do that for a long time. Okay,
well, now they tell you
you can write this down. It's called GWX_control panel. Here, I'll put it in chat. You can search this. You can get it from a bunch of different places. This right here. And if you want to get rid of that Get Windows 10 fucking stupid ass icon in your tray that's causing your system to restart and restart and restart in the middle of the night after you damn create a bunch of shit on a piece of notepad or something, and you wake up in the morning and you go to your computer and fucking all that shit you just worked on was wiped out because you forgot to save it before you went to bed. That's what you need to get. It works.
Yeah, I don't have Windows 10. But yeah, I get the icons.
If you got the icon down there in your tray, if you got that's what gets rid of that icon, and it actually will stop. You can tell it to make your system, if you weren't running Windows 7, to quit updating, period. Because you don't need system updates from Microsoft. You just need good anti-spyware and anti-hackware or whatever. I use Avast. This is what I use.
Yeah.
Avast.com. That's what I use, and I use the free home edition.
Yeah.
And it is the best. Avast wrote the book on network security. Still do.
Yeah. That's what I used to use back in the day. And there was an Avant, I think. Avant was one. Avante. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I'm sure someone would like to know that information about that. Windows 10 is junk.
I've not used it, honestly. I always give an operating system 5 years in the marketplace to prove itself before I move up to it.
Yeah.
And if Microsoft keeps dicking around anymore, I'm just going to move to Linux, period. I got one machine I'm running Linux on, and I'm happy with it. But there's some things it just won't do. So I'll end up having to just not use those things, or just keep a system that's offline, that's running Windows 7 or something, that just can't interact with the internet.
Yep. I've got a computer that does that, actually. It's never been hooked to the internet. And guess what? It runs as fast as it did from day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the internet is it's got a lot of junk. It's got a lot of junk on it. You gotta, like, if you're still looking at porn on the internet, well, you really are a stupid flat earther. You're not stupid because you're a flat earther. You're just a stupid flat earther.
Philip?
Yes.
Is that you?
I was just laughing at him. Yeah. You guys, when you start talking computers, you're over my head.
Well, let's talk about what you want to talk about, Philip.
Yeah.
I don't know what I want to talk about anymore.
Hockey.
Where are you from?
Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, Canada.
Hey,
Don't
we
quit
could
your
use
day
you
job.
to do some sort of experiments, you know, like see, just I don't know, something that
You want me to? I can go do snow angels if you want, or make snowmen.
Yeah. Well, you know, you're up close to the North Pole. You said you're in North Canada, right?
Yeah.
So we get someone from Houston, we get someone from Australia, kind of triangulate some stuff, you know?
Yeah, I have a friend in Michigan. We were trying to do that with the sun here last summer, trying to figure out where it's at and stuff. But it's kind of hard without the proper equipment.
Right.
You're
Interesting.
still there, Jeff?
Yeah, no, I'm
Oh,
listening.
you know, I'm up in Alberta, oil country for Canada.
Never been there. I've been to Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice place.
I went on. I was like 10 years old when we went up there. I remember it though real well. We went on the Maiden of the Mist. Is that what it is? The Maiden of the Mist.
Yeah.
Got soaking fucking wet. They gave us these big long trench raincoats. Man, they didn't do no good whatsoever. I don't know why they even passed them out. I got so wet.
They were black with a yellow rim around the hood.
They were just really thick fucking rubber kind of
Yeah.
drapes that
That's
didn't do any good at all.
I got-
I mean, I got so wet. I just remember getting so wet and I was so cold.
That's wild. I must have been there. I'm looking at the picture. It's in one of them collages of pictures. I must have been 6 years old, and I have vivid memories of Niagara Falls.
Did y'all go down the little train track tram thing to get down to the boat?
I'm not sure, but I know I was on a boat. In that picture, my parents and me are all wearing these black raincoat things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never went on the boat.
Yeah, don't go on the boat. Because you know how many people probably lose their cell phones on that boat now? Hell, they probably went out of business over lawsuits over their people's stupid cell phones.
I don't think there was cell phones when I was there.
Right.
I was pretty young at the time too.
If you've never been to Niagara Falls, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It looks like the fucking ocean emptying into a pond.
Yeah. That's
There's a
wild.
question. You just made me think of a question. Does anybody know if there's any large freshwater lakes that have tides? Or is it only saltwater bodies of water that have tides?
All the Great Lakes all the Great Lakes have tides.
They do, eh?
Well, you mean like high
Very
tide and
low.
low tide? You mean
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
high tide, low
Yeah,
tide? Okay,
yeah.
not like waves. Okay.
No.
No.
Yeah, like high tide and low tide.
You know, my thought on that is that the salt in the water has a electrical property to it, and the sun is somehow something about it. But I've looked into the tides, and they do not match up with the moon.
No,
And
they don't.
you-
No, they
you-
don't. Because if the moon's only overhead once a day, and you would have, if the moon and the sun had anything to do with tides, you would have different tides in different areas at different times. Not this. It wouldn't be like it is, where it just wouldn't be like it is. So, and then they say, well, that the globalists, when you start talking about, looking out over the water, it doesn't matter how far, they say, oh, well, that's because, when the moon and the sun are pulling at opposite sides of the globe, it's stretching that water out. And I say, well, if it's in the daytime, then it should be more of a curve. Oh, you shut up, Jeff. You don't know what we're talking about. It's like that. I like Eric Dubé's impression of tide, which is more like the earth breathing.
Yeah, and that's another thing. The tides all does it go like a wave across the world?
No, I grew up on the ocean, and they predict when the tide comes in and when it goes out. They say it's based on the moon. Obviously, I don't believe that, but
No, because it's not even an equal amount of 12 hours. It's like 12 hours and 45 minutes. It's delayed. It doesn't match up with the sun or the moon.
I think it's possible it could be some kind of electromagnetism, though.
And you know, there's places that most places get 2 tides a day. Some places get 0 or 1,
Well,
and then they'll get
how
a
about
tide.
this? How about let's leave the
It's-
water out of it and say that the Earth that you stand on moves up and down.
I think it's a possibility.
Isn't it though? See, once you start thinking about the flat Earth, then you got to throw all the other shit aside and say, okay,
There
what
you
else
go.
could it be? What are the other possibilities?
So that was my question. Does the tide in China the same time as the tide in America?
Well, I don't know. I'll call my friend over in Beijing and ask him to break away from his scooter making operation,
Mr. Hua.
Mr. Wong, and you know.
But let me play the devil's advocate, Jeff. If it is the Earth that's basically breathing, such as it was recommended, that's where my question comes in. Is we have large bodies of water, fairly big bodies of water that are lakes that don't have tides, as far as I understand.
Because they're not connected to all of each other.
Well, you know, when I first got into the flat Earth and started thinking about tides, I was thinking things like maybe the ice wall moves in and out. And then I was thinking, you know, what if it is a puddle and the land mass kind of bobs up and down in that puddle?
Yeah.
You know, could that be it? You know, and the thing is, God said, "You will marvel at this masterpiece I have made for you."
Mm-hmm.
You know, yet He didn't say, you know, fucking look, these other guys over here, they're gonna tell you everything that it's not. So don't believe them. He just said you're gonna marvel at this shit that I have made. Now, marvel means to me, you'll not figure it out.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's why
like
they
a
carve it.
magic trick.
You marvel at how much a woman loves you. You just, it's unexplainable to you how she still loves you. As stupid as you are, or as mean as you are, or as whatever as you are, you know, you marvel at things that, you know, are unexplainable. So I think most people just spend too much time trying to figure this shit out instead of marveling.
Fair enough.
Yeah, man, that's something else. Trying to figure everything out when we could just observe it and be in awe.
That's right. That's right.
True.
I think the most important thing that we can do is just wake people up to what it's not. And when they say, well, what is it? Then you say, well, see, that's for you to find out.
Exactly.
That is for you to help us figure out.
Yeah.
Everybody has a place in this. And maybe, just maybe, you can think about it like this. You know, you got all these ancient civilizations that all just kind of disappeared at one time because of a flood. You know, could it be that they all just kind of woke up at the same time and they figured out what they were on? And
Speaking of,
God might have said, "Oh shit, they figured it out again. God damn it, turn the floodgates on."
you know, there's cities where everything was just like abandoned and they don't find any human remains.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
That's weird.
It is weird. It is very weird.
They must have went to the North Pole and went through the gate.
Well, we know that we've been flooded out before,
Oh yeah.
and the Bible says why we were flooded out. Because how evil people had gotten, because of how bad they had gotten, because they just knew not of the powers that he held. You know, he had an ant farm that was just getting out of control, and his needed to teach his ants a lesson.
Yeah,
I don't mind being an ant if that's what I am. If that's what I am. If I'm
Right.
an ant in an ant farm, I don't mind being that. You know, I'm not going to shake my fist to the heaven and say, you know, damn it, you making me an ant in an ant farm. You know, I'm still gonna be like, hey man, well, I appreciate it, but you could have left the fucking devil out of it.
See, and I think that's what keeps people away from spirituality is that they don't want to be out of control. And it's so much easier not being in control.
Well, to let everybody else do the thinking for you.
Yeah.
And once those people figure out that you're letting them do the thinking for you, now they can fucking do all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
And I know that it doesn't matter what part of life that is. You could correlate that to your own job, and I don't know what you do. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying. Let's just say you're the smartest motherfucker on the job. Everybody's always going to come to you for the answer of how to fucking get shit done. Because they're not willing to learn or think their way through it. They're always just going to take the easy route because human beings are fairly lazy people.
Yeah. Well, that's school. They say that schools are declining. Nah, they're doing perfect. That's they teach it and only use your logical brain, but not think critically, and to sit down, shut up, don't ask questions,
and repeat after me.
It's wild,
Mm-hmm.
and man, it makes me not. I don't have kids yet, and I feel bad for bringing them into this almost, I'd at least have to homeschool them.
Yeah, if you can, I mean, you got to get all sorts of paperwork done. You got to live by the law that's here until the law that's here is no longer in order.
Well, they ain't getting no fucking vaccines, that's for sure.
I agree.
And right there, I don't know what you do. You just have a kid off the radar and never tell nobody,
That's been done, and that's been done many a times, and there's been a lot of kids kind of got fucked up over that. They can't get a job because they can't even prove who the fuck they are. And that can be a problem for anybody. I mean, it's a kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I know.
I guess I gotta get them vaccinated. That they tell me I gotta get them vaccinated to get them out of this fucking hospital, and I guess we gotta roll the dice, see if they get autism or not.
Yep, I have a cousin that's got severe autism. He's in his 20s now. He can't really even have any kind of conversation at all. Nothing. And this part of Ohio, it's called the Tri-County area. They've got like 10 times the cases of autism as anywhere else. And
it's bad everywhere. I mean, when I was a little kid, I don't remember but one retarded person. I remember we always saw him out at the ball field, and he was severely retarded. And there was no such thing as autism. There was hyperactive kids who got their asses beat a lot, but they weren't socially inept. They were troublemakers, but they weren't socially inept. They weren't. I'm not sure what they're saying that kids are when they're saying they're autistic, because it seems like it doesn't matter. I just know that, they said that when I was a kid, 1 out of every 30,000 kids or 60,000 kids had some form of autism. And then 10 years ago, they said it was 1 out of every 300 kids had autism, and they're projecting by 2023 that 1 out of every 3 kids will have autism.
Holy smokes.
And it directly correlates to the amount of vaccines. I mean, you're shooting them up. Here's the deal. Like radio stations, they're allowed to pump out 100,000 watts because any more is radioactive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you got 10 radio stations in one city. Same with the vaccine. They put the absolute legal max dose of squalene, mercury, all this junk.
Yeah, the mercury adjuvants, and the mercury is a heavy metal, and you get that in your system, and all of a sudden, all this other stuff really does come into play.
No.
Everything that you're talking about.
So if you just got one shot, maybe you'd survive it, but now you're getting an infant with 20 of them at one time. Now you're 20 times that federal recommended dose, which is already probably way too high.
Mm-hmm.
So it's compounded, and it's all the whole. Ugh. It's wild.
And then you have the other side that they can't wait for a new vaccine to come out so they can go get it. Ah, they're giving away flu shots down at the local pharmacy. I gotta go get my flu shot. I get a flu shot every year. I get a flu shot every year. I get a flu shot every year.
And I haven't had the flu in as long as I can remember, and I sure as hell don't get a flu vaccine. But I did get bit by my dog when I moved here to Colorado. I was trying to put him up at night in his crate, and he's like 14 years old, little dog, and he bit my hand. I went to the doctor and ended up getting a freaking tetanus shot, and I even asked her if this is a vaccine. She's like, oh no, this is like antibody shit. Well, of course I go looking it up, and it's got mercury in it and all this shit. So now I'm like freaking out. I'm like, this bitch lied to me. You know?
Yeah, but tetanus can be bad.
It can, but...
And you should get it, and I'm not, and yeah, but as an adult, the mercury adjuvants aren't going to affect you like they do when you're a baby. So you can process heavy metals a lot better as an adult with the right mercury or the right iodine in your system, but you cannot if you're low on iodine. But you can still carry around those heavy metals. Now, when you start talking about all the transmissions going on around you, whether it be cellular or TV or radio, and it's all digital now, and it used to be a lot of analog, man. And a lot of things can get changed in your body, can get changed in your DNA and RNA structure.
I see it all linked together as part of that deception and transhumanism. That they're trying to destroy the temple of God, which is us, mess with our DNA, and they say Satan's the power of the air. Well, look at harp, and they even named it harp. That's an angelic musical instrument, and it has the ability to mind control people straight up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just look at all the towers around you now. There's a tower every half mile. Every half mile there's a tower with fucking power cables feeding into it that are massive. And you think, man, if they just fucking came in here and turned the volume knob all the way up, man, what would it do to these people around here? Would it make fucking everybody angry all at one time? Would it make everybody happy at one time?
Yeah. Have y'all looked into Morgellons disease at all?
Yeah. I listened to Dr. Harold Vila Krause's presentation, Bases 56 or something like that. That's pretty mind wrestling right there.
It's scary.
It's a little out of the ballpark, but it's in the ballpark.
They took a sample of 26 people, and 25 of them all had these Morgellon fibers in them, even though they were healthy.
Yeah, well, it's what he says. We're already all infected.
Right.
And that was 20 years ago. Every damn one of us. There ain't nobody that's immune to it at all. Doesn't matter how rich or poor you are. Everybody's infected.
See, and they say, well, the chemtrails, why would the elites, they're having to breathe that shit too. It's like, yeah, they want this transhumanism shit. They want little micro robots inside their body.
Yeah, but see, these ultra elite rich, they're in no different a boat than you are. They're just as ignorant about everything. It doesn't matter who you talk to. When it comes to the flat earth, it doesn't matter what social demographic they come from. It doesn't even matter. They're all going to hit you with, it's a globe, idiot. So when you start talking about this other stuff that really might make sense, they're still not even listening to it because they're still watching TV and they're still believing all the lies. And, it doesn't matter what you talk about. Some of them have their own ideas, and they'll believe in 9/11 was an inside job, or they'll believe that Osama bin Laden was a fucking, real deal terrorist, and they'll, they just believe what they're told to believe, what they think they know is true. And it doesn't get any more far out than the flat earth. But once you pick it up, then everything else falls into place and makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and that's why I'm sure all of us are I would say I'm addicted to it, really. As much as the conspiracy stuff I was into, and it would just make me sicker and sicker the more I found out. But this at least has a potential happy ending. I mean, we're not saying it's gonna be, but it puts everything else into perspective. And
It really does. Whereas everything before didn't make any sense. It just always seemed like it was out of left field. It didn't matter how deep the conspiracy. You look at 9/11 and you know, just over money, really? Just money? Is that all? No, no,
no.
no. You know, so but at one time that's what you thought. You thought it was just about the money cover up. You thought it was just about the money cover
have
up.
Have you seen this guy called Nicholson 1968?
I
He
haven't.
he puts out the absolute best, like Illuminati decodes. He tries to bring scripture in it, but he shows their whole plan, and he has the best breakdown of what 9/11 was, and it's using Roman numerals. And he said like God kind of gave him this image. He didn't even understand it when he was doing it, but it's kind of coming into pieces, and how all these numbers link. He has some high quality videos, and he's super good at breaking down these like rap videos and stuff, the mainstream crap, to like new levels. Like, yeah, we all see there's pyramids and 666s, but he shows how his whole thing is about the transhumanism stuff.
Mhm.
and and I saw a horrible documentary about the Morgellons linked to the chemtrails. He didn't produce it, but it was on his website. Highly recommend that. Uh, it's
What's the
entertaining.
guy's name again?
Nicholson 1968. He gets a lot of videos taken off of YouTube, but he has a website of the same name. I binge watched it for like a week straight. I was hooked.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. And he believes in God, and he's trying to wake people up, but he's his whole like little motto is one game, you know? He's trying to link how everything is all connected to one. Because yeah, you can know everything about 9/11, everything about a chemtrail, but how do they all kind of link in the end? And it's all about that alchemical bullshit turning gold into whatever and eternal life, and they're trying to get eternal life through technology, you know.
Well, you know, I can't blame anybody for wanting to live forever if you don't believe that there's anything at the end of your physical life.
I would hate
Uh,
it. This would suck.
I couldn't imagine wanting to live forever in this bucket of fucking dog shit
But
that we
see,
call.
if you didn't believe in God, you would have to believe in this Big Bang shit. So this world's gonna end. What are you gonna do when meteors start coming down and you can't die? Like it says in the Bible, they'll wish for death, but they won't find
But
it.
they
You
won't
know?
find it. That's right.
Yeah, because that's why they're gonna do something to their DNA or whatever that's gonna mess us up. It's, and I think that's why the first flood happened, was because our DNA actually got messed up. It wasn't just people being bad, you know. God seems to be able to forgive people for that, but once you destroy the temple and he can't no longer live in there, well, I
You
guess
got
the
to
only,
start over.
yeah,
I think it
which
had to
is,
do with the Nephilim too.
yes, yep. And have y'all ever seen the Tomes of Thoth Emerald Tablets? Ever looked at that?
I have heard of that, but I have not looked at it.
It's freaking wild. It seems satanically inspired, but it's wild. It's like an Atlantean person. It's half New Age, half, but it's got scientific backing, and it's scary. And it's about trying to become with the infinite, but he never says, God. It's how it's written. It's scary. And I think these elite people, use stuff like that, and you know,
Yeah, and I think a lot about this kind of stuff, and I gotta always bring it back to what feels right.
yeah,
It doesn't matter what they're doing. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Used to, I was always, I might have had a fear of meteors striking me at the Earth.
same here.
I might have had a fear of aliens coming here, or I might have had a fear of the government coming after me, or I might have had a
Nuclear
fear
war.
of nuclear war, or, it didn't matter what it was. And I can honestly say, since I found the flat Earth, I no longer worry about this shit. I don't even give it a second thought. I just think, you know what? It doesn't matter what they do, because whether it affects me or not, whether I die tomorrow because of something that they fucked up and did, they cranked up CERN too high or whatever, and fucking everybody melted in their fucking boots. At least I'm going to die knowing. But until that time, I'm not going to be fearful. I'm not going to be anything like I was before. And I think that's what sets the people off about the flat Earth more than anything else. And that's why when you get to the name calling and the name throwing, they'll always go out and say, "Oh yeah, they're always calling people names," and I never see it. I never see anybody in the flat Earth calling anybody names.
No, not at all.
Because it's always the last thing they want to do is call somebody a name. But you just look at it and you go, am I that cool, calm, and collected now that it just drives them insane?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. They always, hey, share my pleasure, share my misery, and they can't be happy in their lives to sit there on, supposedly they don't believe any of this stuff, but yet they're the first to comment on every video.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even find new people I've never seen or heard of, and they're the same trolls. It's like, do you guys ever give it a rest?
No, their job is you.
There's something, I know it's got to be a job. It can't just be these people that think they're trying to help humanity from saving us from this delusion. Hell
Well,
no.
but you got to separate the ones that you got to separate them between the ones that just show up and call you a bozo loser and you never see them again, from the guys that show up every damn day.
Yeah, the ones on every
24
video.
hours a day.
Yeah.
It's there for every time you post a fucking comment or a video or whatever. They got a little alarm on their computer that goes ding 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 ding. Ace McCloud, Ace McCloud, Ace McCloud, Car 32, Ace McCloud just posted a new video, and they all come running over to you. I mean, but the generic troll, they don't spend 5 seconds on this.
Yeah.
They might accidentally run across a flat Earth video, and they'll be like, "What a fucking loser! What
Exactly.
fucking crazy ass sons of bitches around here," and you'll never see them again.
Yeah, you just got to make you wonder what's their motive,
Well,
It's
it's a
not
motive.
normal.
It's not normal, and we know that what we're doing is not normal. I mean, this is when I say the law of unintended consequences, it cuts a variety of ways from they didn't expect this to they don't even know how to fucking handle this. And chances are, if it's a government operation, it is completely FUBAR from day one. So they're going to do it just like every other government operation. It is just they're completely going at it the wrong way. They don't even know how to approach it. It's so far out. I mean, whereas their last job, they was working on 9/11 conspiracy theorists, and they was working on people like Alex Jones and his supporters, and they was working on people like Mike Rivero and his supporters, or they were working on just whoever it was. Man, this shit is so far out in left field. They're just like, man, these motherfuckers are dedicated.
And there's physical observations you can do with this. You just got to believe what you find about the 9/11s, and you got to assume all the people in Sandy Hook were all smiling like idiots and their kids are dying. I mean, but this is something you can go see for yourself.
Exactly.
You can't shut it down with conjecture.
No, and you know, people aren't going to walk away from it because it's a regular old conspiracy theory. They're not going to walk away from it because it actually makes so much of it. You know, you could find out the truth about any lie out there, but you find out the one biggest fundamental lie they ever told you, and you are not going to walk away from it. And if you do walk away from it, you're going to walk away from it looking like Tiger Dan. You're going to walk away from it looking like all these other guys that have come in and just, and it's just weird how they come in like a shooting star or something like that. You know, they ease their way into it. I mean, who would fucking come in and try to take up a fucking map model that's actually a flat earther and try to work out a fucking map model of an unknown map of a map? It could be any map. It could be the one that even all the ancients said, yeah, this is the fucking map right here, bitches. This is the fucking map. And this is the biggest secret fucking map. And we're going to bury it in this box and put that box in a box and bury that box and then take that dirt and put it in another box and bury it even deeper. And then, somebody finds it one day and says, oh, look, it's got this fucking note in cuneiform. What does that say? It says, this is the fucking map, bitches. That's what it says. And, everybody's going, this fucking map, man. This is a fucking map. And, so we need to find somebody that can, make this map work. So who would take that up? Who would take that up?
Tiger Dan.
Exactly. So you go, I mean, if somebody put that on you, let's just say you were a pretty good cartographer, and they said, hey, could you figure out what the fuck we're on if it's not a globe? And they're going, yeah, I guess, but I'm going to need a couple of boats, and I'm going to need
some plane flight.
Planes. Aircraft carrier would be good, maybe in 30 or 40 million men. If we want to do it in our lifetime, and a box of pencils would certainly be good, and a decent computer and all that shit. I can't think of an easier way to do it, fellas, unless somebody's got a satellite in their oh yeah, they don't exist. Oh well, we're fucked. I mean, we're just going to take a long time. So you either got that, or you got some dude that says, well, I can figure it out. Let me just sit down and take this fucking random
Microsoft Paint
with fucking some sort of, and I'm going to use Google to help me through it. and then you got 25,000 people sitting on top of them every day. Hey, you got that map done yet? Yeah, well, I'm fucking working on it. They said that's the map, bitches. Yes, and I'm working it out just as hard as I can. I mean, who would take that up? Who would take that up?
The head people.
I don't know. So he had a problem.
Idea.
Now, who organized though? I mean, did he step up at any point in time and say, "Yeah, I'm going to fucking do the map"?
Yeah, I think he took it upon himself.
We need a model. Who says that? Who says we need a model?
It's so weird, man. To me, that was a sleeper agent, and I unsubbed that dude like months and months ago, and I only recently came back across him. Something about him. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and some people I just have feelings like something just ain't right, and I'm not subbed to a lot of people on this flat earth stuff, and I do listen to, what is it, the potato lady? Because it's just entertaining. Half the time it's entertaining to me, and I like hearing these people's backstories, and whether or not it's all controlled, I don't know. It's entertaining enough, but
I liked listening to her for a while when they first, every now and again. I liked her teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know the truth, I mean, I watched her because she had really nice teeth, man. I mean, she has the perfect set of fucking choppers that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And smiles and shows them a lot. And that's, I don't know, you can call that entertaining. I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, but I never listened to Mark Sargent. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm just saying I never really listened to him. And Tiger Dan, I watched maybe 10 minutes of one of his fucking map videos 3 or 4 months ago, and I was just like, this dude's an idiot for fucking taking this up. I mean, he's already a damn flat earther, and now he's going to take some shit up like this. This dude is positively fucking pretty guy. I mean, not that I ever said that to anybody. I never even mentioned his name.
Right.
Until he fell out of it, but I'm not calling him, stupid now because fucking he fell out. I'm calling him stupid just for taking up the map thing. Honestly, I don't care if you get back in or not. You can get right back into the flat Earth, and you don't even got to apologize to nobody as far as I'm concerned. I mean, goddamn, if somebody would ask me to take up the map and said, "Hey, Jeff, you take this fucking map. You look like you're a pretty smart guy. You figure this map out." I'd throw it back at him and say, "You know what? Why don't you shove this square upside your ass sideways and fucking go on? Because I ain't gonna prove shit like that, man. I ain't gonna wake nobody up with a fucking map."
So hold on. His hang-up was a flight from Australia to something, South America.
I think he couldn't make Australia work. It was
So
I think
guess
that was probably just an excuse, though. That was probably couldn't been. I think that honestly, whether he was a sleeper agent or whether he was contrived from the very beginning. I mean, who would really take that project up? Exactly. Who would want to put?
Well, here's the deal. You got everything else to work, but this Australia, you're having problems. It's got to fit somewhere. Even if it is a globe, it's still got to fit on a map the way we do maps. So it's got to go somewhere. That just means there's some bad data somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I mean, he was using, everything current that we know, or that they say that we know. This is the distance between this airport and that airport. Okay. So did somebody measure it, or is this calculated? Well, it's calculated. Okay, so it wasn't actually measured. You didn't actually take a yardstick and fucking walk it from here to there and do a rowboat with a fucking tape measure across it.
And you took the shadiest flight of all of them.
Yeah, and
disagree even is real.
So I mean, but who would still try to put the flat Earth on a fucking map? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's like somebody coming out and saying, "This is how the sun works." You would look at them and go, "Really? That's awesome that you figured out how the fucking sun works. Can you fucking prove it?" Yeah, no, but the moon is self-lit. You can see through it and shit. You can see stars through it, and it fucking does this right here in the sky, and you're going, "Really? That's awesome that you figured that shit out. How you prove it?" Well, it's definitely not what they say it is. It's not, 10,000 miles away. Okay, we know this, but how do you know what you know? Did you go up there and check it out? No, I can't do that. I don't have a spaceship. So why the fuck are you talking about it? This is how the sun works on a flat Earth map. Oh, really? How you know that? Well, it's the only way it can work. Oh, really? Well, I have a surprise for you. The guy that built this place, he's more than capable of making that sun disappear.
Mm-hmm.
He's more than capable of making that moon disappear. Well, the moon is bigger in the sky tonight than it was last night. Well, maybe it's fucking inflatable half the time. Who fucking knows? Why are you trying to figure this shit out? Why don't you just carry on, which is, hey, we know it's not a fucking spinning globe spinning around the sun, whirling through the universe at 500 million miles an hour, fucking
I don't know.
on a curve.
It could be pressure from the trolls. They demand, oh, no map, no proof, or, if you don't know how this works, they want these instant
Well,
answers.
no, they want you to do the same thing that proves their globe, which is nonsense, theoretical conjecture, theories, the whole shooting match. As soon as you get away from the curve, then it's all theory from there. What we do know is there is no curve.
That's true. I've
So
done my
anytime you
own
give them
test.
something to step off, let's just consider that you got a globe and you got a curve and a flat Earth map. Okay, in a road, you got a globe, a curve, or a non-curve, and a flat Earth map. So when they jump off of that globe, they can jump over the non-existent curve to your flat Earth map, or to your sun model, or to your moon model, or to your moon cricket, or whatever it is. As soon
Yeah.
as you take that away from them, then they can't step off that globe onto anything except to prove where the curve is.
Yeah. It can't be in the unknown.
It can only
It's
be because that's
psychological.
our position. That's
Yeah.
always our position. We cannot discuss or debate something that is backed by a theory. I think it works this way. Science says it works this way. Theoretically, gravity does this. Theoretically, sunlight does this. Okay, where's the fucking curve? Yeah, but see, don't you understand how the stars are in the sky here? No, I don't. Let's talk about this curve that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
what's
look, the Coriolis effect. It's okay. What about there is no curve? Because without no curve, there is no fucking globe. I don't give a shit what else you want to talk about. That's the debate. That is your debate. That's always your debate. If they try to jump off that curve, you put them right back on it. Well, what about the stars? What about the curve? Well, what about the Coriolis effect? What about the curve?
Yeah, and that's all they do. They play these mind games.
Tiger Dan walked away from this. I don't give a shit. He didn't prove a curve.
Yeah. I
Fucking
guess sounds like you've been chatting with some trolls.
somebody in chat.
No, I said it sounds like you've been chatting with trolls.
No, they try to always bring up, in my channel, it's always they'll ask the foreign questions. Well, I understand what y'all are saying. Well, I ain't saying nothing. I just prove how dumb people think we are. That's all I do. That's all I do on my channel. I don't prove shit. And all the cheesy videos I put out about proofs are just simple, stupid stuff that anybody can see. I'm just putting it in different perspectives, so one guy might catch it.
Yeah.
It might mean something to somebody else. It doesn't matter that I'm doing one thing 9 different ways to Sunday, because there's 9 different people that are going to be thinking 9 different ways. It might stop them. And if I can make them stop on a laugh and look at it, that's what I. But then do the debunk the debunkers is really just to get everybody to laugh about it. Period. Look. Y'all ain't proving shit. All y'all are proving is how stupid you think we are. That's all I'm proving is how stupid you think we are. So once you realize how stupid you think I am, and you stop thinking I'm so goddamn stupid because I don't believe in a fucking globe, because I'm not going to sit here and believe you're stupid because you don't believe in God.
Which almost all of them don't.
You know what I think happens is that once you take away the globe, there's nothing left. There's a void there, so they need answers for that void, right?
Absolutely.
Right away.
Yeah, and they can't handle that void of not knowing, so they have to stick with the globe because at least they know something.
I think deep down, this is how most people who are atheist or don't believe or just believe. Just like I used to just believe. I believed in God. I didn't know in God. And I always felt like, well, if he is real, I'm a done duck, right? I'm fucking done in this mess because I've did that and did that and did that and did that. Well, there's no way that he's going to take me in the end, right? That's how most people would think. It's how
True.
most people would think, when that's not the truth. The truth is Jesus died on the cross for your sins. You understand that. You know that in your heart. You do your best to live by his 10 commandments, but he knows you're going to sin, and that's why Jesus died on the cross for your sins. When you're in the presence of God, he only requests two things of you. One is bow before him and know he is the only God. That's it. That's it. That's it. It doesn't matter how rich you are, how poor you are. Now, how hard is that to do? It's very difficult for a lot of people because they think just because they've been bad that they'll never be accepted by God.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you just look at it like this, God put the devil in charge down here. God put the devil in charge down here.
But that's another lie we've been brought up with, Jeff. Everything from Santa Claus, you know, if you're naughty or nice, he knows if we're naughty or nice, and we'll get presents if we're good, and we won't get any if we're bad, and
All beliefs.
it just goes from there, and that's another indoctrination that makes it hard for people to accept that God will accept them for who they are and not their performance.
Exactly.
Not to mention, when you find out Santa's not real, you kind of lump it in with God as well, you know?
Yeah,
Like, well, shit, what else is
all
not
that
real?
good stuff. That's right. And people feel, you know, and people do bad things. Everybody has done bad things, whether they continue to do bad things or they've just done bad things. Everybody's done bad things. And, you know, I'm not above anybody else at all. I've done bad things. And, you know, I'm not ashamed to admit it because I know God wanted me to. And as long as I'm willing to admit it, you know, that's what he's looking for me to admit that I am a sinner. He's looking for me to know that he is my God. He's looking for me to know all these things, not believe in these things.
Yeah.
Now, if I went before God and I stepped right up to him with my head held high and said, I always believed you were there, I'm pretty sure he's going to strike me right to hell. He's just going to be like, hey, bitch, you weren't even fucking paying attention.
And you're lying to my face.
And you're lying to my face because I didn't ask you to believe shit.
No, because if he really wanted to, he would make it well known. And that is another beauty of us over the angels. They say we're a little bit higher, is because we don't have all that knowledge that they do, and we still pray to them even though we've never seen them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And they replaced, you know, when you talk about faith, and you look at the word faith, what does the word faith mean? If I say I have faith in you, does that say I know in you or I believe in you?
I believe, actually.
I would say that's more like no.
Oh yeah, strong. Put all your money into that.
That's
bet.
right,
Yeah.
because when you believe in something, you're giving that shadow of doubt. When you believe in something, you're leaving that shadow of doubt. Like if I asked you right now, do you know it's a globe? I mean, do you know do you believe it's not a globe, or do you know it's not a globe?
No, it's not a globe.
No,
It's not a globe. You know it's not a globe. You don't believe it's not a globe. You know it's not a globe. And what does that mean to you in your heart? That's what makes you feel good about it, because you fucking know it. You fucking know it. Just like when somebody approaches you with a fucking globe, you see it on a picture, you see it on a desk, you see it on a wall in an advertisement. You go, look at that fucking globe. They use it everywhere. They got to reinforce that motherfucker everywhere you go.
It is everywhere, man. Every commercial, they slide it in as much as they can.
Now, how many times have you drove around during the day and you saw a picture of Jesus?
Oh yeah, that's true.
You don't see Michelin Man looking like Jesus. You don't see Jesus in commercials. You don't see Jesus. Not that Jesus is God. I don't equate Jesus to God. He's the Son of God. Sits at the right hand of God. But I'm just saying. Nobody really knows what God looks like. So you can only think, well, this is kind of what they thought Jesus looked like. So this is what we're going to use. It's his picture. All right, so we're going to put his picture in all our advertisements. We're going to put his picture all over these fucking buses. We're going to put his fucking picture on stop signs. We're going to put his picture, fucking Jesus saves, and so does this stop sign.
There was an athlete, well, the football player guy, of course, but there's another one that was, top in his field. I can't remember what it was for. He's jogging around. He's a fighter. I think he's like a UFC dude. And he's doing a little interview, and he's like, I only do this for Jesus, and he just keeps on bringing it back, and they cut his interview off, and he gets no airtime.
They don't want to talk about no Jesus shit. They're just like, hey, we want to talk about how you going to beat this other dude half to death next week. How much you hate him. No, I don't fucking hate him. And Jesus loves you. You know that, right? Yeah, you just beat that guy to a pulp over there. Well, devil made me do that, but Jesus loves you. Hey, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. Y'all hang tight.
Yeah, man. It's true, yeah.
Isn't it a little bit late for drinking coffee?
Who knows?
The way he's going, it sounds like he's had a cup or two already.
Probably. I like my Keurig though. 1 cup, boom, tastes better.
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, I drink one every 2 days or so, with a lot of cream. Yeah.
Yeah.
I eat so unhealthy. Like I eat pure butter. I'll make popcorn, put half a stick of butter on it. It's wild what I eat and get away with.
Nice.
But
I'd be 500 pounds if I did that.
See, I always thought maybe if you just don't think about it, it just, I don't know, it's weird. It's kind of like the Van Allen belts, Just don't think about them, they won't affect you.
Yeah, right. Have you ever heard of Dr. Michael Heiser?
It's a familiar name. What's he talk about?
He's a Bible scholar.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a Hebrew linguistics dude.
Yes.
He talks about the Bible being a flat earth book too. He's actually probably one of the most educated Hebrew scholars alive today.
Did Rob Skiba have a little presentation of how he was saying, if we're going to take it literally, this is what they believed? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's him.
But I've listened to a lot of his teachings before Rob Skiba talked about him. I knew about him. He talks about the counsel of God too, which is an interesting teaching that he gets from the Bible, the divine counsel of God. He's got some interesting teachings for anybody that's interested in biblical stuff.
Yeah. What's his name again?
Dr. Michael Heiser. I'll write it in chat there so you can get it.
And Cynthia was talking about the sugar. Check this out. The cancer rates are directly correlated to butter versus margarine. As society stopped using real butter and started using vegetable oil, cancer has directly gone up as butter use has gone down. It's
That's
wild,
crazy.
Huh?
I've recently switched. Last year I switched back to butter.
Yeah, it's great. I can't stand margarine anymore.
Yeah, there's that name if you're interested.
My atrocious spelling. Hissner.
Yeah, it's Heiser, I guess, is probably the way you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sugar's really bad for you too. I find if you can cut most refined sugar out of your diet, it makes a pretty big difference in your everyday the way you feel.
Yeah, you get more energy. The less sugar, the less caffeine, the more energy you actually have.
Yeah.
All
Sugar,
right.
I find it really bad.
Yeah, especially the white table and the high fructose is just awful. You know, your body doesn't even recognize high fructose corn syrup as sugar. You don't produce any insulin. You're just dumping sugar in, and it's just sitting there. It's crazy how
Oh, is that right?
it's poisonous. Yeah, yeah. You eat real sugar, your body will produce insulin to, convert it. But high fructose corn syrup, your body doesn't even recognize as sugar.
I
Yeah.
was told anything that's high fructose syrup too comes from GMOs now, pretty much.
Oh yeah, for sure. That Monsanto stuff. Yeah, that's wild, man. It's an attack on humanity for sure. And
Yep.
it's got to be. It's not just about making money. There's something sinister underlying. Um, I mean, we should be able to live for hundreds of years, really, especially with our technology.
I think so. And if those GMOs eventually, if they take over all naturally growing stuff, there's no way to get back to naturally grown products once it's
Nope.
all gone.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to control. Like, you grow GMO corn, you can't just take that corn and grow it next year. You got to buy more corn.
Right.
So,
And you have to give back what you don't use too.
yeah, and I see that as a setup for when the shit really hits the fan in the end. They're gonna control our food. But guess what? The electricity will never be cut off. They'll work day and night to make sure you got power and to make sure you can watch TV. you know,
Yeah, for sure.
Because have you ever had the power go out for like not even a full day, but there's just a piece?
Man, my power has been coming off and on for the last
Yeah.
10 hours, and it goes off for about a minute, and it comes back on, and it goes off for about a minute, and then it comes back on. And that is so true. They ain't going to stop no power. They're going to keep that damn TV on, and they don't even know why they do it. That's the greatest part of the whole scheme. Is everybody out there is just like you were. They're just doing their fucking job.
Yeah.
Just keeping it all rolling, just keeping it all working, just keeping it all on. I mean, that's what we do. We keep this shit fucking working.
I'm one of these people. If I could, I would take no income and just live off the land. I could be one of the few that would pull that off. But still kind of stuck here for now.
We are stuck here.
Hey Jeff, you just made me think of something. Have you guys ever seen a movie called The Experimenter?
Don't know.
No. It's based on a true story about a guy named, I'm just looking it up right now. It's what's the guy's name? Let me see. He was a psychologist, and he did these experiments, and it's a pretty interesting movie to watch, actually. It just came out on DVD about a month ago. Mm-hmm. Stanley Milgram. You should look that guy up. It's pretty interesting because it has to do with kind of mind control and stuff too.
That makes me think about, is that the guy that he put his daughter in like a sensory deprivation box and got her all screwed up?
I don't think so.
They take twins and raise one a certain way. Yeah, no?
No, I don't think so. This guy, what he did is he took people, his main experiment that kind of made him famous was he took people into a room, and he brings two people in, and one person is in front of this machine, and the other person goes into a separate room and gets all these electrodes put on them, and they're asked to remember words, and how they respond, how they relate to each other. And if they don't get the relationship right between the words, the other guy shocks the guy in the other room, and they
Oh, yeah,
slowly turn up the electricity.
yeah.
That's the
And
guy's name, Stanley.
Stanley
He's a
Milgram.
real guy.
is
Yes.
that the one where
It
they
really
were
happened.
faking it? Like towards the end,
Yeah,
the
they were
guy
faking it.
thinks
They always faked it.
he
Yes.
thinks
Yeah,
he's
they were.
giving a shock to a real person, and they're like crying bloody murder. Is he
Yeah,
also the
that's right.
guy that did the college experiment with
Yes.
the jail?
No,
Well,
that's a different one. That was
back in
called
the 70s, Milgram did these experiments back in the 70s, and he used college kids to do it.
right.
I
But
guess
he's
the movie is.
talking.
I guess the movie is the movie built around the true story of.
That's correct. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff actually. The way people, because the reason why he did it is he wanted to know why people listened when the Nazis did the concentration camps and stuff. Like normal people were murdering other people based on other, like just being told to do it from an authority figure, and how the brain works to justify what they did, because they basically say, well, that was my job, that's what I was ordered to do, right?
Just like a military.
Right. I think it's a really interesting movie. I think if you watch it for the purpose of, trying to figure things out.
I'd like to watch that. The Experimenter.
Yep. That's what it's called. And Stanley Milgram is the guy's name that actually lived and did those experiments.
Yeah. Yeah, you should check out some of the Nazis, man.
Real fucked up guy. Yeah. Yeah. Nazis did some stupid shit too. Sure did.
Yep.
Well,
I'm not degrading any Germans out there. When I say that, I mean I totally understood, and I totally understand Hitler. I totally understand how Hitler came to power. I don't want to get into a Hitler rant or a World War II historical rant.
Hitler wasn't a bad guy. Anyway,
Hitler was very dedicated to his country. He was very, very, very dedicated to his country. He was tired of his country just being ravaged by a treaty over a war that they didn't even fucking start.
Yeah.
And
he was a good economist too.
Well, he understood that, when you allow a people to take the smartest among them, whether it didn't matter what field they were in, and let them teach the kids, and you turn out a whole generation of kids that could teach another whole generation of kids much quicker. And
did he do that?
Yeah.
That's a good idea, man. That's realist,
I mean, I don't know if y'all. I mean, a lot of people know what the events leading up to the war and that sort of thing, and people think that Hitler was just killing Jews, and that's not true.
No.
Fucking Hitler killed fucking all kinds of people, man. They didn't have to be fucking Jews. Actually, Hitler, when he took power. Power was absolutely given to him. He didn't take power. It was put right into his hands. And
his country loved him.
Leading up to all the crazy stuff, Germany had signed the Treaty of Versailles in France, and the Treaty of Versailles pinned Germany down to $500 billion a month, or $500 million a month is what they had to pay in war reparations back to France over a war that they didn't even start. And they got knuckled under, man. I mean, these people were fucking ravaged. And while they were being ravaged, their whole system, their whole educational system, the newspapers, just everything was taken over by immigrants. Now, granted, there were a lot of Jews among them, but they weren't all Jews. And, Hitler knew that the people were just begging to break free of the shackles that had been placed upon them. And it didn't take much. It didn't take but one good false flag to take power. And uh, he exercised great judgment in exactly what the people would be willing to do to take their country back and make Germany a world power. And this shit didn't happen overnight. In fact, when Hitler took power, almost immediately the German economy recovered.
Yeah.
Number one, they stopped fucking paying back France $500 million a fucking month. And they also, the Treaty of Versailles that was signed, said that Germany couldn't have an army, they couldn't have an air force, they couldn't have weapons, they couldn't have nothing. And so anyway, the first thing he wanted to do once he built his army back up is exactly what he did. He marched right into fucking France and he yanked their fucking leaders out and blew a hole in the side of the museum that streetcar. They signed the Treaty of Versailles and put all them motherfuckers back in the goddamn streetcar and came up with a whole new treaty that said, y'all eat dog shit and die. And I mean, just no different than anything that you would have done. Now,
Exactly.
granted, you wouldn't have gassed people in ovens.
Did that happen though? There's evidence for and against. I don't
evidence
know.
for
I
and
wasn't
against,
there.
and I can tell you that when Hitler took power, he told all the Jews, and most of them were immigrants from Poland. He pretty much gave them a 90-day lease that said, you be gone in 90 days or I'm not going to be able to control what happens to you. And this is what we're going to do. He set up a deal with Palestinians. And it's amazing that the Jews and the Palestinians don't get along today after what happened at this time. You know, he said he made a deal with Palestine that he would give Palestine the Jews money. And when the Jews left Germany and went to Palestine, they would be able to collect that same money, which they did. But before they left, what they did was they said, okay, so whatever money and property that you got, you turn it over to Germans. And, you know, we're going to give you cash value for it, and we're going to put that into a bank in Palestine. And it was something like 400,000 Jews or something like that actually made it out of Germany with their fucking clothes on their back, with the money in their pockets. And then the rest that said, nah, he won't last. Fucking this Donald Trump ain't gonna fucking last right here. He'll fucking be voted out real quick. Well, it didn't matter what kind of immigrant you were, and if you were an illegal immigrant in Germany, you got put in a fucking camp. And you fucking got put in a camp that was pretty much your death sentence. And they worked you to fucking death. It didn't matter, you know, I mean, there was a lot of Americans that died in POW camps in Germany because they got worked to fucking death.
Yeah.
He didn't pull no punches about, well, you go to this camp over here, chances are you're going to die of either starvation or lice or fucking disease or fucking being worked to death. And we don't know which one it's going to happen, but it's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, yeah, but if you look at the German economy, you know, leading up to, you know, World War II, man, they were the strongest economy in the world. They made better shit than anybody.
Yeah.
You couldn't buy anything better than what came out of Germany. And that is the truth. That's why their Air Force had better planes. That's why their Navy had better boats. Their Army had better weapons. You know, hell, you look at the MG-42, it spit out fucking bullets. Oh my God. It's, to this day, the MG-42 is probably one of the most dangerous weapons on the planet. You look at the tanks that they were building.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they were going up against the Russian army that had them outnumbered, you know, 300 to 1 in tanks. And a fucking Tiger tank would roll up on a fucking whole division of fucking Russian tanks and clean the house. Because the damn Russian tanks, their damn shells would just bounce off the German tanks.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at their Air Force, man. Their Air Force was flying circles around us. And they were small. You're talking about a country that's the size of fucking Maine.
Yeah. And they had the jets coming out too at the end there.
They had the first jets that anybody had ever seen.
See,
they even had some spaceship-looking vehicles.
See, that's the rest of the world. See, they didn't play ball. To me, it kind of seems like they just want to be left alone to do their own thing and not have to worry about the politics of the world, sorta, to me. And whatever they did right, because they did build the best stuff. They had the smartest people, because they weren't oppressed.
Well, they were oppressed in a different way. They were oppressed in a very strong propaganda way. If you look at all the old films of Germany, like all the big events that they would have, man, everybody in the country would turn out and have a role in it. Everybody in this fucking town here, y'all are carrying flags, and everybody in this fucking town here, y'all are wearing wreaths around your neck, and everybody, oh yeah, and if you don't show up, you're going to that fucking camp down the road, and we're gonna work your ass to death. So you better be there and have your kids lined up in all their little uniforms and shit, and and if they don't show up, this ain't a sick day thing. I mean, they did a lot of things that they shouldn't have done. If Germany had not crossed the line in just a couple of different ways, man, they would have ruled the world. Hell, Hitler was Time Magazine's Man of the Year.
That's wild.
But all you'll ever hear about Germany is they gassed Jewish babies in the ovens twice just to make sure they were dead. That's all you'll hear.
That's about as taboo as a flat Earth to talk about around these.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and I'm no Hitler supporter.
Right.
I think Hitler made a lot of horrible decisions in that he was a druggie, and he was letting people run shit that shouldn't have been in charge of the local dog catcher. I mean, they just shouldn't have been in any positions of power. But it wasn't all about Jews, because hell, some of his highest ranking generals were fucking Jews. He was married to a Jew. He was half Jew himself. He wasn't, think of Donald Trump actually becoming president here in the United States, and Donald Trump said, "I'm getting rid of all the fucking illegals." Fucking people will vote for his ass, and he will win hands down over that statement alone, because people are so fucking sick of the illegal immigrant problem. They really are. They're super sick of it. It's beyond sick.
And it's not just them; it's the employers hiring them too.
Absolutely. And what makes employers hire them?
The wage.
Because no, absolutely not.
No taxes either.
No, they don't have to pay Obamacare fees. They don't have to pay.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of reasons as to why they hire illegals, and it ain't but because of what they're paying them in a check every week. In fact, the illegals make more money per man on construction jobs than whites and blacks were making before they even took over.
Yeah. Because
now they have a monopoly on it. So let's just say, 20 years ago, when a man wanted to hire, let's just say it was a general contractor and he's working a job, he's got to have 20 painters on the clock just to make his budget and his deadline on this particular project. Now, he can either hire 20 white guys or 10 white guys and 10 black guys and hire them all individually, or, have a parking space out there in a dirt field for them to park in, or he can hire one illegal who's going to bring 19 of his brothers and cousins with him, and they're all going to ride in 2 vans. Now, I know that sounds very simplistic, but I'm telling you how it got started. Not how it ended. I'm telling you how it got started. And then when you add in all the other stupid-ass regulations that have come in over the last 10 years, starting with Bush, ending with Obama, Doesn't matter which way you look at it, whether it be Obamacare, whether it be taxes, whether it be anything else, you have now created a monopoly on the job site, which actually makes more money on the job and makes the employer more money on their end. Number one, the employer's making more money because they're paying less in other things that they would ordinarily had to pay for if they had Social Security numbers that were verifiable on that job. And then the Mexicans actually had, and I call them Mexicans, and they're mostly not even from Mexico. People call them Mexicans. So you got these guys, and they actually have a monopoly on the work. They ain't hiring no white guys. They ain't hiring no brothers. And they control the jobs.
Took our jobs. Took our jobs.
And a lot of people say, well, where do you lie on it, Jeff? And I lie on it like this. Well, if the brothers and the white guys would have been looking out for each other fucking 30 years ago, it wouldn't have happened. If you hadn't had everybody and his brother out there trying to cut everybody in his brother's throat on every bid, on every contract, on every damn job, you wouldn't have this problem today. If people would have been looking out for each other, people would have been looking out for each other, plain and simple, looking out for each other. And that's what you'll find what you'll find in the flat Earth is, the majority of the people they're looking out for each other. They're truly looking out for each other. And so the few that step out of line and don't look out for each other, they're the ones that always get outed as the fucking what?
The S word.
The shill.
I hadn't even heard anyone. I knew what a shill was. I've just never heard anyone say it until Flat Earth.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what?
Yeah, if you'd have called me a shill fucking 10 years ago, I'd have been like, what'd you call my mama? You're a fucking shill, Jeff. What?
It's such a funny word, too.
I'm not gay. What the hell? Yeah, shill is a paid government agent. Government agent. Now, do we have paid government agents in this operation? I don't fucking know. I really don't know. I can't tell.
You don't even need that many.
But the truth is it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter whether they're paid for or they're doing it because they love doing it. It doesn't matter. You can't slow down for them. Do not slow down for them on your channel here, Ace.
Yeah.
Don't slow down for them. Delete their comments, remove them, ban them, everything. If they're not supporting the movement, just leave them alone. You're either for us or against us. It's just you're for us. You're for this because we don't have a flat Earth fake map in every fucking classroom in America or in Canada or in the UK. Or, it doesn't matter where else you go. I mean, there's still a lot of countries, a lot of societies that they still teach the flat Earth. Honduras, Guatemala. These are countries that teach the flat. It's flat. They don't teach a globe. Most people in Mexico, they don't think it's a globe. They believe it's flat. You look at any country that doesn't have a space agency or something related to a space agency, and generally, they're flat earthers. So this is not like an old idea that's come back. It's just an old idea that came back in Western societies.
Right. Yeah, they did a number on our brains, man.
They absolutely
tried. They tried hard.
And they reinforce it over and over and over. And it's not just the globe. The globe is just what makes all other deceptions possible. Without the globe, they can't have their other deceptions.
Yeah.
Because what happens if you were able to, you could just wave a magic wand over the population of just the United States alone. Wave a magic wand, and now everybody thinks the Earth is flat, and we are God's special people. What happens?
We don't have any need for the controllers anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, it's true. People are like, well, why would they lie? It's like, yeah, there's numerous reasons. And the thing, like with the global warming, did you see that they were in court and the president of some whatever society Was all he had was conjecture, and this lawyer was cutting him down. They're like, "What about all these scientists that say the temperatures haven't been rising?" It's like, "Well, no, our guys, we feel that it's gonna happen." You know, that they had nothing to stand on, and these are the same people that control all these conspiracies. And how many astrophysicists are there really? And I guarantee none. There really are not very many, and of those, they gotta know, you know, and they're not allowed to talk about it. It's only the information they want to let through, and this is the only forum, really, where people can talk about, you know, real shit without it being censored.
What would you do if you were president today? What's the first thing you would do as a flat Earth president? What would you do? Because I can tell you what I'd do. Because I know that everybody in America, I couldn't just step up as president and say, I'm the president and I'm a flat earther and we're going to take globes out of your classrooms.
Oh, yeah,
Okay?
that school
What's
is...
the first thing that I would do? First thing that I would do is I'd create an executive order to NASA to put a space shuttle on the launch pad and take it up there and retrieve the Hubble telescope and bring it back. And if they couldn't do it, I was going to stick all of them in jail.
You ever notice when they
That's
shoot
funny.
those? You ever notice when NASA puts their rockets into space, they always, as soon as they get so far off the ground, the cameras all of a sudden they just look directly on the shuttle?
Yes.
You know, there's amateur photographers that have taken like long exposure shots that show the trail, and that thing, they call it a parabolic maneuver for a reason, because a parabol goes up and down like a curve. It's not just leveling off, it's literally coming back down. And they always cut the camera. They never show you. What do they got now to show you that they got a pen hanging from a ceiling? And it starts floating now. It's like, come on, man. And
Well,
you know,
I mean, it's the whole thing. Once you really start looking at it for real, when you start looking at all their shit, it becomes so nonsensical. It becomes the biggest fucking joke. And I think that's one of the things that gets most people is once they start looking just at the fucking pictures that NASA has put out of the Earth. It's on their fucking website right now today. The series of Earth pictures from space that are all completely different. They're so completely different that, you know, much less, you know, just the curvature thing.
well, here's the idea. These guys got all this money, the fake stuff. Do you think they're leaving these little tidbits of cheesiness on purpose? Because if they really wanted to, I bet they could fake it a lot better than they are. Are they required by karmic code to have to kind of let you know it's a joke? I mean, some reason why the things slip through, like the continents being different sizes and, you know, just weird stuff.
I think for the most part they are so deeply brainwashed that there is no difference in those pictures that they have. They're all the same. They're just look, you know, you don't understand what you're looking at. Your eyes are lying.
I had a NASA apologetic person trying to explain to me how the continent could double in size from one picture to another. He's like, you just don't understand. It's from a different, like,
camera angle,
length away or whatever. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, but the circle is the same size. It's like, it's area. It's like, I'm like, does this guy really believe that?
Yes.
It's great.
Yes. But, you know, no different than you believed we were on a globe yourself. There's reasons as to why you woke up. There are reasons as to why you woke up. There's reasons why everybody woke up, and that everybody who's even listening to this, there's reasons why we all woke up. and we all kind of are waking up at the same time.
Here's the problem, though. When you can't, as soon as you look into it, there's no way you can actually. The only reason I believed it is I never looked into it. As soon as you start looking into it with a critical mind, how can you still believe it?
Yeah, like if
Right.
someone showed me those 2 continent-sized pictures, I wouldn't just try to write it off. I'd be like, that's a good point. See, is that the difference?
Let me put it into perspective. Because it's so easy once you're a flat earther to think, well, no, it's just all a big conspiracy that these people are all, fucking I was just the last guy to know. No, let me put it into perspective. 2 years ago, my lease ran out on a rental house, and I didn't know that my lease was up. Like I figured, I'd always paid the rent on time. I didn't think motherfucker was going to fucking say, well, your lease is up, gotta move. I didn't see that coming. So I hadn't been looking for a fucking place to live. And dude caught me with my pants down. And I didn't have enough money to fucking go out and fucking rent another goddamn place. And B, didn't have another fucking place to rent. Fucking there's so many illegals around here, a fucking rental house is hard to find.
Huh.
And so me and my wife and my kids had to go stay with my mom and dad for almost a month. I stayed with them. We slept on the living room floor on an air mattress. It was hard. Very hard. Well, it's not the biggest house, and people get kind of cramped in there and that sort of thing. And my mom, she probably never really liked my wife that much. I mean, she was my wife and all that, but she probably thought, well, I could have done better or whatever. You know how moms are. And so one night I'm sitting in there, and my mom was sitting on the couch reading something, and I was sitting there dicking around on the computer, and she says, Jeffrey, there's something I want to talk to you about. And as soon as she said that, I knew, fucking, oh God, what is it now? What do the kids do now? What's going on? She said, well, I heard that Tracy has been talking bad about me on Facebook. And I sat there and I'm thinking, Mom. And I was like, Mom, I don't know what you heard, but I can promise you Tracy ain't said nothing about you on Facebook. Because my wife, she don't say nothing bad about nobody. She's a fucking school teacher. All her friends are school teachers, and all of them are fucking half liberal and fucking, they don't have conversations like that. She don't have conversation. If she's got something personal to say about my mama, she might say it to her brother or her sister or her mama on the telephone, but the last thing she's going to do is post some bullshit like that on Facebook that everybody can see. And I don't even go on Facebook. I never even seen her Facebook page, but I automatically know this is a fucking ruse. Now, I'm also a flat earther already at this point. So it's kind of hard to shit me. And I said, Mom, I'm pretty sure Tracy hadn't said anything about you on Facebook. She said, well, 2 people have told me that she has been talking bad about me on Facebook. And I said, okay. So I see I can't close this door without showing you. And I said, just hold on right here. And I walked into the den, and my wife was asleep on the air mattress, and I woke her up, and I said, honey, wake up. She said, what? It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I said, come on, get up. I need you to come in here and do something for me. She's like, what? And I was like, just get up and come in here. I need you to do something. She got up, walked into the other little den that my mom's in. She's like, she got like, well, it's the living room is what we were sleeping in. Fucking the den is back in the back. It's a townhouse. And so my wife's in her night fucking gown. Her hair's all fucked up, man. She's just like half asleep walking back there. And I sat her down in the chair I was sitting in where my laptop was. And I said, honey, please go to your Facebook page. And she's looking at me and she said, why? I said, just please, dear, go to your Facebook page. She said, all right. And she started typing in her address and brought her Facebook page up. And I said, now, please show me, because I've, at this point, I've never even been to Facebook. I don't even know what fucking Facebook looks like. I just know how it works and what it is. And I said, now, I need you to show me any entries that you've made on, what is this called? She said, that's my timeline. I said, show me where you have said anything about my mama here on your timeline. And she's like, she's not even looking at the keyboard. She's just looking at me, and she said, I haven't said anything about your mama on Facebook. I said, are you sure? She said, what would I say about your mom on my Facebook? I said, all right, can you make that scrollable with the arrow key? She said, what do you mean? I said, to where you can scroll up and down with the arrow key. She said, yeah, here, just like that. And I said, okay. I grabbed my laptop, and I walked it straight across the room to my mom, and I put it on the ottoman that's in front of the couch that she was sitting on. And I said, here's the arrow button. Here's everything that she writes about. I said, how far does this go back? She said, years? I said, Mom, scroll away. See what you can find. And my mom turned sideways on the couch and said, I'm not looking at it.
Jesus.
I said, Mom, you're not going to bring up an accusation like this about my wife and then not even look at the evidence. I said, who told you she was talking bad about you on Facebook? She said, I'm not telling. I told them I wouldn't tell. And I said, well, you certainly did tell. You told me. I said, so here's the evidence. Now's your chance to prove your source correct. All you got to do is prove it. Here it is, right here. She's sitting right here. She hadn't changed it. I said, honey, have you deleted anything out of your timeline? She said, I don't think you can. I said, see, there you go, Mom. Go ahead, scroll. She said, there's no, I mean, my wife's still sitting in the chair shaking her head. She's just like, Gene, I have not said anything about you on Facebook ever. And my mom still wouldn't look. She wouldn't even look at the evidence. She was more willing to accuse and convict my wife, who I love very much for the last 20 years, over something she didn't even say on Facebook that somebody had told her. Now, that might seem like I'm putting this in, I'm comparing the globe model to Facebook. I know, sounds childish, but I'm just saying people won't even look at evidence, even in the simplest situations, much less the fundamental properties of where they live and where they've always been told they live. By everybody. My mom's got 2 people, supposedly, that told her my wife had talked bad about her on Facebook. And she's not even willing to look at her Facebook page to verify yes or no, this is what was said.
Yeah.
So then you start talking about a globe.
Tim's screen name, cognitive dissonance. You know?
What are you talking about? What?
Cognitive dissonance?
Yes.
He has a good name, but not for a troll.
He got that name from Bo Bennett. Bo Bennett gave him that name to use. He uses that name because that's one of Bo Bennett's fucking classes. Bo Bennett's a fucking real deal fucking mind twerker. I mean, this motherfucker, I would hate to be locked up in the same room. He'd have you committing suicide in probably 30 minutes or less.
That's wild.
He's a real deal. He could be a real deal good spook. A real deal good spook. But yeah, it's just funny. And so when you're talking about the globe, remember they hold it in deer form, man. This is it's perfect. It's perfect in every way because it's completely explainable by science how perfect this thing is.
By math, they can't even do themselves.
And then you say, well, you know, if they're religious, you say, hey, well, you know, we are very special. Oh, we're so special that we're in the Goldilocks zone of the universe.
That's funny.
And it's
Got it
like,
both ways.
yeah. So you think your maker would stick you on that fucking circus ride? That's what you think that your maker is going to put you on? Is this carnival ride
The chance of death at every corner.
and chase you around the fucking galaxy? If such a thing exists, you gonna tell me you got a telescope, right? You gonna tell me you got a telescope that can look out 14 trillion billion light years away at galaxies that long died ago, just the light from them still has not yet ceased to exist, coming through the universe. But they were long ago. They were fucking dead, fucking long time ago. Just so long ago, you can't even. I mean, so many numbers back behind zeros and commas and zeros that you. I mean, that fucking shit died a long time ago. We're just still getting the light from. That's how far away they are.
That part never made sense
yeah,
to me.
And they got this fucking telescope. It's the most awesome fucking telescope in the world. It's so good that they even have a cheap ass fucking camera on the back of it just to look behind itself. Right?
Have you ever seen the pictures of the Milky Way galaxy? And it's like, you're here. It's like, where's that satellite taking that picture from?
Mm-hmm.
How do we got side shots of the Milky Way galaxy?
Mm-hmm. Or you look at the original moon landing. You know, the true story of the moon landing was, you know, they missed their landing mark by 9 miles.
Right, and they had seconds of fuel left.
Yes, they missed their landing mark by 9 miles. They skipped across the damn surface of the moon 9 miles downrange from where they were planning on landing, yet there was a camera already there.
See, it's those little things.
It's the little things. It's the little things.
It's how they
think, how in the fuck are y'all so stupid to say something like that?
Yeah.
The Van Allen radiation belt. Oh, really? How many astronauts y'all put through that? Fucking 30. And, yeah, nobody's had any problems about that? Well, no. At the time they went through it, it had yet not been discovered.
That's wild.
That'd be like, you know, blindfold somebody and you walk them through a fucking nuclear power plant in the most deadliest fucking areas and then walk them back out and say, you feeling all right? And they're going, yeah, I feel fine. And you say, well, you know, you just got a lethal dose of radiation. You should be throwing up everywhere right now. And they're just going, yeah, well, I had no idea I was in there, so I'm fine.
Yeah. I had no idea the vaccines had mercury in them.
Yeah, had no idea.
I'm
fine. I'm fucking fine.
Do you guys know how big the Milky Way galaxy is? How wide it is?
It's light year, ain't it, at least?
It's 100,000 light years.
Oh, God. Okay.
If it's what I think it is, I'd say the Milky Way galaxy is less.
Well, me too, but...
It's probably less than 4 yards wide.
But how do you take a picture of something that's 100,000 light years across?
Well, you got to use a light year camera.
You got
to use a light year lens.
It's insane, man. They just put up paintings. They just make shit up as they go along. And maybe that's why so many things have slipped by, the little things. It's like, are they doing that on purpose, or they just can't keep it all straight? Have you heard the story?
They don't have any reason. They don't have any reason to think that you're going to question it.
Right.
There's a fucking globe in every classroom. It doesn't matter if they get it a little bit wrong.
And that's why they're scrambling now to put out all the pictures, and they're like, oh shit, now we got to actually do something.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. Not to most people when they're going to say, well, wait a minute. You said this was a picture. And you said this was a picture. And you said this was a picture. And these are three different things entirely. So even if it's just three lies that you told us were the truth. How do we because when you talk about somebody that realizes and knows that it's not a globe, even if you told them one lie, that's why people don't last in the flat earth movement that tell lies. They go away very quickly because lies are unacceptable.
But that's the way they're going to combat it, is by calling us all crazy or terrorists.
They already do that anyway. They've been doing it.
I
You know, the stigmas of being a flat earther have never changed.
That's the
And
only
a
way
lot
they
of people say, Jeff, man, you got to start using the word level. And I'm like, no, because it is. You know, you're not going to distort that word too. You know, I fucking, think of all the level manufacturers that'll be out of business in 6 months because you started using the, oh, this is just a crazy tool here. This fucking tool right here is worthless because it's crazy and stupid. It's like, no, we use it to fucking make sure the walls are straight. Yes, yeah, it's level.
If anything, there should be information with, some says flat, some says level, different things to get different people in. Some people, like, I looked at it because I was like, what the hell is this? I mean, that shock of the flat earth is what kind of made me look at it. I was like, flat earth? Are you kidding me? And I don't know what I saw first, but it might have been Matt Boylan.
Well,
then,
I mean, a lot. There's so many proofs out there now that really, you could stop with the proving. Now, I mean, when I do my proofs 9 ways to Sunday just to catch 9 different people. If I can wake up 1 out of every 10 million people that look at it, hell, I think I'm doing a good job, right? So, because fucking people are stuck on that fucking globe. They're stuck on that globe like fucking, what's the bunny's name that's all about the Lucky Charms and the fucking little dude, what's the fucking, he's stuck, the rabbit and the tricks, the rabbit and the tricks. Silly rabbit, but they're stuck on that globe. So it's hard to see how, there's no perfect silver bullet. And there's no debate. There can be no debate. It's like, okay, you have your globe, and I have this over here. If you're willing to look at this over here, you can look at this over here, but I am not going to debate that. No more than I'm going to debate this. This is what you have to get around, which is zero curvature. No curve.
That's why you're never going to see an astrophysicist debate it. They can't. It's impossible.
Not if you allow a debate to include theoretical science.
Right.
Theoretical and science would include everything that's wrapped up around the globe.
That's true.
You'd have, like if you had to take the globe to court and defend it, you would fucking lose. You would lose so goddamn bad. And you could have 12 people in the damn pit that work for fucking NASA. And you'd still fucking lose. You'd still lose because, hey, they're the jury.
You'd lose to a housewife.
You'd lose to anybody sitting in that fucking jury, because if you were trying to prove the globe, because you couldn't work it out in any other defense. Let's just say you're up for murder, right? You're up for murder, and they are proving that you are guilty of murder. And the prosecution goes to the jury and he says, theoretically, this man hated this woman. And his hate was so strong for this woman that he might have even stabbed her. And if he stabbed her, she could have bled to death. I mean, when you're using terms like this, the jury's just going to be sitting there going, huh? Now, look, I further would like to introduce evidence, Your Honor. These are the drawings of him murdering her. You see this one right here? This one? This is him stabbing her. That kind of looks like a stick figure. Shh, madam. These are the photos of him stabbing her. Now, I'm pretty sure that's somebody's hand drawing. Ma'am. Your Honor, I move to strike this juror under whatever condition. You're out of here, lady. So anyway, getting back to this, we got these drawings, pictures of this guy here, right here. You can clearly see that this is him. Still looks like a stick figure. Yes, it is him. And here's another picture of him cleaning the knife. That's a stick figure. Yes, but here, look at this picture. That's not a picture. Okay, so let's move on, everybody. I mean, it doesn't matter exactly what point you would pick it up and say, okay, well, you're just proving the globe. Just prove the globe. It's like, and look, you got to present evidence as factual evidence. It can't be anything theoretical. It can't be anything whatever. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to stand over here with my no curve. And a lot of people say, well, you got to be able to argue this and argue that. No, you don't even have to understand all that, because that's not what matters. What matters is if there's no curve, there's no circle. If there's no circle, there's no sphere. Period.
Yeah. What's the largest body of water you have near you? How many miles across would you say?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Well, not like a lake or something. You could actually, because I've done a test at about 9.5 miles with a mirror, and you just flash the sunlight across the water. And I was actually the one receiving. And my friend was across the bayou. I call it a bayou reservoir. And you can just flash the sun. You don't need a laser. You just twinkle the sunlight across the water from inches above. And I wish I had a larger body of water, but
well, that's okay. I'll give you my experience where it all lined up for me. When I was 17, I joined the Navy. My mom and dad had to sign me in because I was too young to join on my own. I quit high school, joined the Navy, and I was very unqualified. I wanted to be in the Navy band, and when I went to boot camp, I played in the boot camp band, and I had all intentions of being in the Navy band. So I went and tried out for the Navy band, and they accepted me into the Navy band, and they pretty much told me, you got to wait for somebody to die or get discharged. And until that time, what would you like to do, son? And I said, well, I don't know. What do y'all want me to do? And they said, well, let's look at your qualifications again. And they looked through my shit, and they came back and said, how'd you like to be a quartermaster? And I said, what's that? And they said, well, you drive the boat. And I said, ooh, I wasn't really wanting to go out on a boat. and they said, well, you joined the Navy. This ain't the Army, son. You joined the Navy, and you signed up for 4 years, so until your position comes open in the Navy band, what would you like to do? You're qualified to do this. I said, well, I guess I got to be a quartermaster then, don't I? And they said, yes, you do. So they sent me to Orlando, quartermaster A school. After A school, I was assigned to the USS CG Valley Forge. It was a guided missile cruiser. And for the first 2 years I was on that boat, random things, I learned how, in school we learned how to navigate. On the boat, they retaught you how to navigate. Kind of like job training, you're going to school, you think you learned something, and then you go out on the job and they're like, hey man, they didn't teach you shit, let me show you how to do it. Yep. It's basically how it happened there. So then the boat that I was on was actually a fairly small boat. The crew wasn't that big. So everybody had a battle station duty, and my battle station duty was I was forward observer, forward starboard observer on the 5-inch gun. And this was a big old fucking cannon sitting out on the front of the boat. It'd lob fucking big ass shells, and it'd lob them fast. I mean, it shot pow, pow, pow. I mean, it'd shoot fast, and it was auto reloader. There was no man sticking shells in it. It was reloading itself.
Yeah.
And that was also called fire control. If I was looking at a target that was, let's just say, 1,000 yards or 10,000 yards from the side of the boat, let's just say it was another boat, or let's just say it was a 5-gallon or a 50-gallon container that we had put out in the fucking water. You know, you got to where you could talk to the guy who was actually hitting the fire button and directing the cannon, and you could say, even you didn't have to be so specific even then. This is in 1988. You could say, man, looks like you're fucking 100 yards long. You need to come right, just a hair. No, just a hair more. Oh, no, too far. You know, and yes, it was that simple. And then they put the boat back in port after I'd been on it 2 years for retrofitting for the new Aegis war system, or Aegis combat system. This was I was on the first boat that ever had the Aegis combat system. When they installed the Aegis combat system, they stuck me in the brig, working as a guard for 3 months. I manned a gate station where I'd press a button and it'd unlock a gate for prisoners to come in and out.
Jeez.
So that's what I did for 3 months. Now everybody who was on that boat, this was shore duty, and everybody did different shit. I just happened to get stuck in the fucking brig with guys that got too drunk and got in fights and stuff like that. That's a different story. So anyway, they put the Aegis combat system on this ship. It's the very first Aegis combat system to ever be installed on a U.S. Navy ship. And so we run it through its trials for the next year. And we're pretty much testing this thing. You know, now we got 2 civilians on this ship. That one works for Drummond, and the other guy worked for... Shit, what was the name of that fucking company? I don't remember. It's because I'm trying to think.
Right.
It doesn't matter. So anyway, they had pretty much tapped this Aegis combat system into... They tapped it into the 5-inch gun. They tapped it into radar. They installed some new equipment over the bridge that was an infrared laser. And on this infrared laser, it was also tapped into the radar. We had forward-looking radar and we had 360-degree radar. Forward-looking radar would look really far. 360 radar, it'd look out fucking 150, 200 miles. And so we would always run. Oh yeah, and they also installed 2 new monitors on the bridge, and then they retrofitted one of the captain's quarters underneath the bridge as the new fire control station for the Aegis combat system. And they had, well, you wouldn't call them computers today, but that's what they were. And
terminals.
Yeah, they were fucking. I mean, they had tape drives, dude. I mean, they had reel-to-reel shit. But at any rate, they could. If we saw a target on radar, let's just say it was 150 miles away, we would box our way towards it. A target could be anything from a cruise ship to a oil tanker to a fucking fishing boat. It didn't matter. You know, if we were leaving San Diego and going to Hawaii, or back up to the Philippines, or back down to Hawaii, man, the whole time that we were trucking, we were constantly targeting things. Anything that we could see on radar, we would box our way close to it, and we could. And the infrared laser was actually 63 feet above the waterline. We were targeting on a constant daily basis, multiple times a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, targeting ships that were 40, 50, 60, and 70 miles away with an infrared laser that was 63 feet above the waterline. Now, after saying that, I can tell you that if somebody would have written the curvature chart on the windscreen of the fucking bridge, if somebody would have just wrote it down and said, okay, at this many miles, there's this much curvature. At this many miles, there's this much curvature. At this many miles, there's this much curvature. And at the mileage that you're fucking targeting shit, it should be thousands of feet over the fucking curve that your infrared laser beam can't reach out and see. I might have turned around to my XO and said, Captain, is there any way somebody could explain to me? I'm kind of dumb here, but how are we targeting the boat there? And we were targeting on the waterline.
You didn't even question it, did you?
No, because the curve never came up.
Exactly.
It's just like anybody else's experience with the fucking curve or the globe. Yeah, there's just things that you don't question.
Yeah.
And if I would have probably, and you could say, well, did your XO know? Did the captain know? No, nobody. I mean, you could think it's that stupid. It is that stupid. That's how stupid and ignorant this whole goddamn thing is. In fact, it wasn't until, I don't know, it was probably 5 years ago that I'm working with this guy. And at this time, that's back when I used to smoke weed and all kinds of other things. And, you know, this dude, he's a moon watcher, man. He's one of them moonscapes. He's always talking about these cricket-looking things that are building shit on the moon, and fucking, he's got a telescope, and he's always, like, got pictures of shit, and he brings his laptop to work, and we'll sit out in the parking lot and smoke a joint, and he's got his fucking old piece of shit laptop and pointing at shit on pictures on the screen. Look, you see this base right here? Here's a bridge right here that they're building. And I'm just like, you've been smoking this shit too long. And then one day he comes to work and he's like, you know, dude, you know, you were in the Navy, right? Well, you know, tell me about the curve. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about the curve? And he starts showing me the fucking curvature chart. And this dude had, days before, he had been showing me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
He'd been showing me fucking crickets on the moon. And so, I mean, I was just like, yeah. And I looked at the curvature chart, and it still didn't really ring a bell. I'm looking at the shit, and I'm still not thinking about shit that I did 30 years before. And I was like, okay, whatever, dude. You know, so, and then 3 years ago, I'm watching fucking math presentation. His earlier one. It's a fucking piece of shit presentation. And all of a sudden, he's asking questions in a funny way, and I'm actually looking at the shit going, wait a minute.
So the guy that asked you about the curve, was he hinting at flat Earth or what?
Yes.
But he didn't come out and say it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But he had been talking about moon crickets fucking already. So I wasn't, it was literally that stupid. It stared me in the face twice in my life, still went right around it, moved on with my day.
Crazy,
not even thinking it could be anything else except a fucking globe, just like they said it is.
Yeah.
And it's the fucking moon. There ain't no crickets up there building bridges. It's a globe. That's a fucking moon. Dude, let me tell you how the solar system works. The moon, those are craters. You know, those are shadows you're seeing on your computer screen. You know, not that I'm getting all that. I'm just like, you know, passing a joint back and forth to them going, yeah, I hear you, dude. It kind of looks like a bridge.
Yeah.
You know, so anyway, so I'm watching mass presentation. Now I'm questioning shit, you know, because now I'm looking at real shit that I have seen in my life. I'm looking at fucking pictures that I've been shown all my life. I'm looking at fucking other pictures that look just like real pictures that ain't real pictures, and I'm just like, wait a minute. Is this Joker trying to say These pictures are fake.
That's
And then
what
you
he said.
get to the curve. And once, and you think that presentations maybe could be better or worse or whatever. It could probably be better. But the truth is, what he does show you is how perception changes everything. Once you realize and once you get your vision straightened out on perception, what's real, what's a real picture, what's a fake picture, what's a picture of a picture, but mainly what's a real picture, what's a fake picture. So if that picture's fake, why is that picture fake? And then the curve comes into play, and then you're looking at the curve chart again in your life. That's me. I'm talking about me. I'm looking at the curve chart again, thinking back to sitting in a parking lot with a dude 2 years before, showing me the same fucking chart, and I'm blowing him off because of fucking moon crickets. And now I'm seriously looking at this chart going, wait a second, that's fucking 50 miles. That's goddamn 1,200. No, that can't be right. I was fucking targeting fucking ships way farther than that. How is that fucking possible? Unless it's flat. And that's where it cinched it up for me. Just the curvature chart cinched it up for me because I had real life experience and looking at things. And no, if I would have thought about it back then, I might have fucking had a fucking Polaroid camera to show somebody a scope that I was looking at. It looked like a fucking big green monitor with the outline of a fucking ship with a fucking signature of showing how far that signature was away. Just maybe. If I would have known what I know now, I could have fucking done something about it a long time ago. You know, just maybe, you know, somebody who's actually still on one of them boats will see this shit. But, you know, to be truthful with you guys, even with me, it took a lot of slapping me around to fucking wake me up.
Yeah.
You know, but once I woke up, it was almost overnight. Once I woke up, it was almost overnight. I caught myself standing in the fucking driveway beside my house thinking, God damn, I can't believe that I don't think it's a fucking globe.
Yeah, that's a magical time, huh?
I cannot fucking believe that I think it's flat or whatever it might be. I just know that it's not a fucking globe, and I can't believe that it's not a globe. And who the fuck do I tell?
Exactly. Yeah. I learned quick you don't really tell anybody. I think just like how it didn't happen 30 years ago, it's just meant to happen now, you know, as far as the masses go. But yeah, when I first found out about it for a couple days, I was ping-ponging back and forth. And then once it clicked, it was like, oh, okay, now I'm 100%. It's not 99. You know, I never could go back. You know,
Right, it's 101%.
it's weird to know. You realize you never really knew it was a globe. The same way you know it's flat.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not the same.
Yeah.
And when even when presented with it in my life, you know, with the dude with the moon crickets, I didn't ever even. It never even entered my mind to even consider what he was showing me because of fucking moon crickets. So I always try to think, you know, we need to always keep in mind them moon crickets. They will fuck you up every damn time. Anytime you're talking to somebody about this shit, you keep them fucking moon crickets to yourself. If you know of any moon crickets, you don't start talking about the moon, how it's, you know, maybe it's an oblate spheroid and it's self-lit, but it could be see-through. We're not sure, and it follows this track right here. These are all moon crickets. All of them. They're all moon crickets. Every damn one of them. It doesn't matter what it is, it doesn't matter how strongly you feel about how the sun moves, whether it dodges in and out, whether it moves, and it's just fuck it. You can't prove it. Don't even think about it. You might as well believe it's a globe. You know there's no curve. There's plenty of evidence out there, right there, pointing you in the face that you can look at, clearly see videos. If you're not near a beach, if you don't have a telescope, you don't have a pair of binoculars, shitload of videos. You know they're not fake. You're looking right at it. Now, they might say, oh, that's a super fucking mirage. Well,
Oh, yeah.
understand what a mirage is. A mirage at sea has two things. You're looking at two things. You're looking, and I've seen it a million times, looking at ships through very big binoculars that were actually mounted on the rail of the boat. And the binoculars were approximately 2 feet long. They were huge. They were fucking big. They looked like something out of a comic book. They were so big. And we could see way downrange with them. You could spot sailors in the water a fucking mile away. You know, somebody fucking waving their hands in the water. That's how far these things will look out and reach nice and clearly. Much farther than that, but I'm talking about clearly. I mean, you could, you know, get right in on whatever you were looking at. So, where was I?
I've seen the mirage though, the haze.
The mirage, yes, the mirage.
Like
now, on a mirage over the water, you see two different things. If it's a boat, you see the boat straight up and down the way it should be, and then you see a flipped up inverted version of it on the bottom. You don't see a straight up and down version the way it should be above what it is. The mirage you see at sea is an inversion of what you're looking at on the bottom. So if you're looking at an oil tanker, you see a flipped upside down version of the oil tanker below the oil tanker, not above it. There's no such thing as a super mirage like they talk about in all the photos you see of shit that's fucking way too far away to see shit in those photos. And they say, oh no, that's a super mirage. No, that's bullshit. It's no such thing. It's no such thing. A mirage is a mirage. A mirage over water is just mirage over water. A mirage on the highway is just a mirage on the highway. There's no such thing as a super mirage.
Yeah, it doesn't flip it the right side up and put it up above it.
No, never.
And I've seen pictures of some kind of weird mirage in a desert where it was like a city way up high.
Yeah, and I've never seen anything like that with my own two eyes. I can just tell you what I've seen over the water. And so, you know, I've never been in the desert.
Right.
So, you know, I just know what I've seen on the highway out in front of me. I know what I've seen out in the water out in front of me. If somebody came to me and said, dude, I spent fucking 10 years in the desert, and I saw fucking mirages every fucking day, and this is what I saw every day is mirages in the desert, then I would say, okay, I understand. That's what you see in the desert. You saw it every fucking day. But I'm not going to listen to some fucking globehead fucking tell me about what something looks like when he's never even been there.
Right, like all the lighthouses and, you know.
Or when they say, well, you know, these stars in the southern sky, you know, see how they work, they're different. Okay, great. Well, how do you explain that? Well, I don't fucking know. Fucking don't ask me. I don't explain shit. I don't explain shit that I don't understand, but I can tell you whatever you think it is, it ain't. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't fucking know.
No, that is what's wrong. No one wants to not know. They gotta latch on to the next thing.
Or, you know, they're willing to take some bullshit fucking answer as the real thing.
Right.
You know, well, it's because you're on a fucking planet. It's a round spheroid held together in a vacuum by gravity. All the air you breathe, it doesn't escape. Don't worry about that. Nothing to see here. It's gravity. It holds the whole thing in. Like a condom. A big condom. Holding it all in. Even though you can create a gravity in a bell jar and it don't hold nothing in. It In fact, everything's out. And as soon as you poke a hole in the lid, it sucks all the out back in. And see, that's how a vacuum works. So space can't be a vacuum if you're saying space is a vacuum.
No.
Gravity can't hold it in. If gravity can't hold a cloud down in the sky, down to the ground, then gravity doesn't work like you say it does.
No, there's definitely no vacuum next to an atmosphere. That's just impossible. Not even with gravity, that's impossible.
Well, I mean, it's just the gravity is just a theory. It's always been a theory, and you don't ever think about that. You don't even think about it. A lot of people in the flat Earth movement, even they don't even understand the difference between a measurement and a calculation. They think it's the same words. When somebody says, "Well, the sun's 93 million miles away," always ask them, "Was that calculated or measured?" Because they're going to say, "What do you mean?" They're going to say, "What do you mean?" And when they say, "What do you mean?" say, "Well, the difference between a calculation and a measurement is a calculation is a good educated guess. A measurement is something that was actually taken." Like with the yardstick.
Yeah, I love how they can just tell us the exact weight of the Earth to the ounce and the weight of these stars and how many light years they are.
And they told us how much the Earth weighed with 2 fucking steel balls in a fucking shed, and they stuck to it from there on out.
It's insane.
It is insane.
When you think about it, it's like
people think that all this scientific knowledge that we have now, or all the knowledge that we have about the Earth now, is something that we recently accumulated, and it's never changed from the days that they did. If I was to fucking sit out there in my fucking shed and could create some sort of swingy contraption with 2 steel balls on it with some springs off of old 57 Chevy and fucking took you out there and said, "I want to show you how much the Earth weighs." And you see how this ball right here, it swings? And you see this long stick here in the middle of these 2 balls? You see how that thing swings like that? That means the Earth weighs this much. And you're going to look at me and go, "Dude, you're either the gayest fucking dude I've ever met in my life, or you're crazy." That's about as scientific as... That's not even scientific, dude. How in the fuck... Why are you going to bring me out to the shed anyway and show me this shit? Have you been smoking weed with that dude you work with again? What's going on with you, man? What are you going to prove like that? No, but I'm a scientist, see? And this right here, I call it my dick and nuts. That's what I call it. This is the dick, and those are the nuts, and these are the springs that guide the nuts through the dick. And see this thing right here, the way it moves. This says the Earth weighs 63 million zillion pounds. I had a good conversation with somebody the other day. It was overweight. Okay, so if you're at sea level, a pound is not a pound at 10,000 feet. Well, we know this because there are plenty of operators in your area that build and make scales for truck stops. And they carry certain weights for certain sea levels.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question. Is there a fucking pound of something somewhere kept in a vault?
Yes, there is.
That they know is a fucking pound at sea level? And it's also, they got another fucking, in another safe, they got another fucking pound that's a pound at 10,000 feet. And how do we know that these fucking pounds that are in these safes are actually actual original pounds anyway? I mean, and who made those pounds? And who's decided that the dude with the nuts and the dick in his shed? Is he measured them pounds too to make sure them pounds is right? Exactly where was his dick and his nuts whenever he was measuring? I mean, was he at sea level or was he at 10,000 feet? Because that would make a difference and how much. That's how
Here's
ridiculous this shit gets. That's how.
another confusing thing is the imperial measurement system is just whack.
Mhm.
Like at least metric makes sense. It's like they are just trying to confuse us. It's wild. Feet? What's a foot?
Exactly. I mean,
Some
it's just
undivisible.
every time you look at it, doesn't matter what angle from a flat Earth perspective. The more you look at it, the more silly it gets, and the deeper you look at it, the more silly it looks, and it gets so silly, in fact, that you just actually lose any attempt to debate anything. All you want to do is just go, "That's the silliest thing I ever heard." Well, see, the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. See, I'm sure you never heard this before. And this spins around. This Earth sits on a 25-degree axis, you know, and it revolves around the sun at 70,000 miles an hour. And then it's got some other planet. Oh, and it's got a moon that rotates just perfectly around it, where you only see one side of it. And then also the Earth is slowly slowing down. And one day it'll revolve around the sun, much like the moon revolves around the Earth, to where the sun will only see one side of the Earth. And the Earth is how old? Oh, it's millions of years old. So, uh, so, so you're saying one day the Earth will stop spinning? Yep. What do you know when that day is? Because, maybe you'd want to get some people from the dark side over to the light side, because they're going to have some pretty cold nights. You know? I mean, don't you think you should start relocating people now? Do you have an estimated date as to when this fucking thing's going to stop spinning? Yeah, we've calculated this to be 93 million more years it'll stop spinning. Oh, really? So it was spinning a lot faster 90 million years ago. Oh, yes, it was spinning much faster. Well, how fast was it spinning? Well, it was spinning at 63,000 miles an hour at the equator. You came up with this figure how? Well, see, we got this set of balls out in this shit. This experiment was done a long time ago, son. The science has been confirmed. And it's just, no matter how you look at it, it gets more ridiculous and more ridiculous and more ridiculous. It gets so ridiculous, you don't even want to argue their fucking points anymore. You're just going to go right around them and say, you know what? If you think that's science, that's fine.
If you don't believe in coincidences, well, you don't believe in the globe model. Because that's all it is. It's coincidences upon coincidences.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. If we were if the Earth was if the global model was a lottery winner,
Yeah.
it didn't just win one, it won all of them with one ticket. I hear a cat.
Hieroglyphs. Yeah.
Somebody got Geo's cat? Somebody
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Oh, you gotta go on the hot potato show.
Yeah, my little kitty cat.
Yeah, but it gets really funny. It gets really funny. I mean, I don't even try to argue the globe model. I don't try to debate the globe model. And they might look at me and say, "Why don't you want to debate this? Why don't you answer my questions?" It's like,
who are you?
Why? Why would I answer your question? I'm trying to wake fucking people up, not put them back to sleep. If I want to put them back to sleep, I'll start arguing your theoretical bullshit. And y'all can sit around with your pipes hanging out of your mouths, fucking in your big fucking high back chairs in your peer group, and chuckle about fucking how Mark Twain fucking said this in some fucking book he wrote, and I could care less. No, I could really care less. I could care less what this fucking communist wrote about fucking the world in this book that he wrote, and how he wasn't wrong and he was right, and how, fucking this communist.
I go through ups and downs of caring not at all. what trolls say and debating them, and then only a little bit sometimes. It's like more for entertainment than anything. But
Yeah,
genuinely,
and
it's a
I
waste of
looked at
time.
that troll real hard just simply because he just seemed like not the ordinary troll. There was something more to him. That's why I investigated that troll. And that's the only reason I investigated that troll. He wasn't just a typical, ordinary, average troll.
No.
I was thinking, honestly, when I first got started on it, this motherfucker worked for NASA or something. That's what I thought. This motherfucker must work for NASA, and he must be fucking put on this by NASA. He wants to find out what the fuck we're really thinking, what the fuck we really know. Is this some big joke or what? And that's what I was thinking at first. Until I found out, no, he doesn't know anything more about the globe model than anybody else.
No. No.
He ain't got no secrets.
And you say they've been doing this for over a year?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did I send y'all the link on his original Kyle Jones?
I don't think so.
Here, I'll give it to you right now.
To email that to myself.
Yeah, he did a debate on MK Ultra Radio. This was actually 2 months ago,
Jeez.
and he used his real name then. Here it is. There you go. Oh shit! What messages? Remove any web addresses and try again. What the fuck? I'm not on my channel. Oh, I get it. Hold on. Let me do this. Alright, just add that to, just go youtube.com/the rest of it. You understand?
Yeah.
In chat. That's Kyle Jones. That's cognitive dissonance. Losing a debate badly 2 months ago on MK Ultra Radio. 401 subscribers on Flat Earth.
What side of the debate was he on?
The globe, of course.
That's an interesting channel, interesting radio name, MK Ultra.
Yeah, MK Ultra Flat Earth Theory Radio.com. MK Ultra Radio.com. Episode 100. They've had 100 episodes. I never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither.
But listen to the debate. I mean, he stepped his game up quite a bit.
Since then, or what?
Yeah, no. In fact, he can't even use. He doesn't even use his real name anymore. He stepped up his game. Now he stepped up his game immensely because back then he was actually using his real name.
Yeah, that Tim Osmond crap just started not too long ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he is cognitive dissonance. Is Tim Osmond? He's also, man. He's still. I mean, he's fucking. He's got 1,000 usernames now. I mean, who is he not? That's the question. Who is he not?
Yeah, it's real suspect. Very suspect.
But he's very closely tied to Bo Bennett, who is very closely tied to Kent Hovind.
These are devout atheists as well?
He's an atheist that stands with Muslims. Isn't that weird?
Crazy.
That's weird, isn't it?
That's scary shit right there.
Are you putting a video out on that, Jeff?
What?
Just how they're all connected to Kent Hovind and stuff?
I already did, didn't I?
Oh, maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
I mean, I told as much as I could tell that doesn't incriminate myself. I'm not going to let these motherfuckers call the FBI on me. Right. I ain't going to let these motherfuckers get me swatted.
Yeah, that's a good idea, and just, Yeah, and his whole attitude changed right after that video. He wasn't talking as much. He wasn't trolling as much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, he just shows up. He just showed up to say how I was so wrong, and all I said was, "Fine, put up a video of your real face and
no, man, I got the FBI looking for me.
turn your camera on."
Like, fool, if the FBI wanted to find you, they would find you easy.
Who,
Get
me?
out of here. No, the troll. He says that's why he don't show his face, because he's got people looking for him.
Oh, I got people looking for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm after him, right? I'm trolling his channel every day, making fucking threats and fucking accusations and all. Yeah, I hear him. It's amazing. I don't even fucking go to, I don't even comment on most people's channels on the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Much less somebody's fucking globe shit.
Well, no, he was saying that he's done people wrong in the past, and that's why he didn't.
Man, I don't think he has any good concept of right and wrong.
No.
Especially web-based, anyway. I mean, because you look at what he does to what he does currently to people, and it's just like, dude, there's something very fucking wrong with you. I mean, to be sure, you are paid to do this shit. Nobody would fucking nobody. It wouldn't matter. Man, you could be a diehard fucking. Let's just say you're a diehard Raiders fan, and you know how serious people are about football. And let's just say I was a football hater. In fact, I didn't even think football was real. Do you think that diehard Raider fan is going to come to my channel and ask me why I don't think football is real? They fucking play it every day. It's all over the goddamn TV. You see them playing it. Now, in fact, I won't come, and I won't come in 10 different usernames in the next 5 minutes. Telling you how stupid you are and challenge you to a fucking debate. No, goddammit, listen to me. You're going to quit telling lies that football ain't real. And you're just going to sit there and go, huh? Well, if you think it's that fucking real, why are you wasting your time with me? To be sure, if you think I'm crazy and stupid and ignorant and silly and all that stuff, you wouldn't waste a dime's worth of time on me. Yeah, but see, you're changing people's minds. Well, how's that if it's so fucking stupid and silly?
Exactly.
I mean, how stupid do you think people are? You think people are so fucking stupid, I can just step up and say the Earth is flat, and they're going to go, yeah. Goddamn right it is, dude. Next time, stand up and say, no, it's a triangle. Yeah, it is a triangle. Yes. Did y'all ever see that movie Idiocracy?
Oh, only parts of it, and towards the end, I know what it's about. Yeah.
Do you remember the girl in the movie?
The smart one, the only smart one.
Yeah, the girl that went back in time.
Yeah.
And how she was getting money out of all the guys by saying she was going to be their girlfriend tomorrow.
Oh.
She was going to give them sex tomorrow, and they just believe it because they were so stupid. They'd be like, can I be your girlfriend today? Well, I tell you what, give me $100, I'll let you be my girlfriend tomorrow. Okay. And they give her the money. And then the next day, they'd be like, you going to be my girlfriend today? And she'd say, well, I tell you what, I'll be your girlfriend tomorrow. But you got to give me $100 today. I mean, it's fucking over and over and over. I mean, how stupid do these people think that people are? Like, I'm just going to step up to somebody and point at a fucking batch of water and say, see, it's flat. Duh. Okay, it's flat.
No.
When all you got, if they're that stupid, all you got to do is come back behind me and say, no, it's a globe. And they'll say, duh, okay, it's a globe. No, it's flat. Okay, it's flat.
It only works that way with the globe.
I mean, really, it's like, how stupid do you think people are? Because if they're so stupid that I can just step up and say, with fucking almost one proof, I can swing them away from the globe. Fucking with all your science, to be sure, you can swing them right back. You don't even have to troll my channel. All you gotta do is show up and say, it's a fucking globe, guys, remember? Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, Jeff, we gotta go. It's a globe.
And if they are that stupid, then
I
hell,
got
maybe they
I gotta
deserve.
unsubscribe from your channel too. He told me I had to because I believe it's a globe.
Yeah, like anyone cares about subscribers.
It's just silly. I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't even put all the flat Earth in any other context that it even makes sense. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. From a troll standpoint, from a prove the globe standpoint, from anything, it didn't matter what it is. You could be the most die-hard believer in anything, and I couldn't put shit up that just totally fucking said you're fucking crazy as shit, and you'd spend any time on me whatsoever. And
No.
then let's just say that it was football. You're a diehard football fan. You live for football. You have season tickets to every game for your team. You wear their jersey everywhere. You got it on your license plate. You got bumper stickers. You have hats, gloves. Your blanket even has the fucking team logo on it.
In your
You are a
underwear.
fucking you walk around in your underoos that are your football team specific. And I just start putting out videos of how football ain't real. And it's not football, it's actually baseball.
I
And
used
you
to,
come to my channel and you see my one proof. You see me standing on stage making a fucking joke about how your perspective is a little fucked up. Now, see, here's a picture of a football, and here's a real picture of a football. Okay, and here's a picture of a baseball, and here's a real picture of a baseball. You know? And by the end of the presentation, I got you questioning whether fucking football is real or not. Now, it sounds crazy. What I'm saying sounds insane to be what it is if we were talking about football and baseball. But we're not. We're talking about the fucking thing that you're standing on or sitting on at this moment in time, which everybody assumed was already figured out a long time ago.
well, it was figured out, and then they decided to throw smoke in that.
Yeah, and if it was
See how bad they
football,
can mess with people.
and if it was football and baseball, would you imagine that I would get any amount of fucking trolls through my channel arguing with fucking other people on my channel about fucking what we're talking about?
Or going to live chats and being the first
Yeah,
to
and
comment.
creating
It's so
debunking videos.
bizarre.
Or creating a debunking video.
It's so bizarre.
If it's so goddamn crazy, why spend a minute on it?
I always equate it to like going to unicorn sites and trying to tell people, show me proof of a unicorn. I don't
Right.
think they're real. Like, you guys need to wake up.
Look, yeah, you show up with a picture of a horse. Look, there ain't no fucking such thing as unicorns, and they're definitely not rainbow colored. Look, this is a paint. This is a paint. See how he's got these brown and white colors? See this one right here? This is a stag. See this one? And see this one? This is a donkey. See, none of these things have horns out their heads, and they're definitely not rainbow colored. Right? Unicorns don't exist, but these things do. These things are real. Here's pictures of them right here. Oh, you're lying, shill. Fucking unicorns.
You just
Fucking-
put a horn
I
on.
farted a unicorn this morning. What's wrong with you? Why you gotta kill the unicorns? All you do is believe in the unicorn. I mean, yeah. I mean, who would spend a second on it? Who would spend
Well, these people need to be saved from their strong delusion.
Yeah, because they're muddying up the waters of all the horses and donkeys. You know, and the thing is you're damaging kids because these kids are believing that there's fucking unicorns exist.
Oh, don't bring the kids into it.
I don't mess with kids now.
Yeah.
What they say, I don't know. But see, that's what y'all are doing. Y'all are teaching this shit to your children.
Only one conspiracy at a time. Globe's fine and God's not real.
That's right. Or Bigfoot or whatever. You know, it could just be anything, any conspiracy theory. I can't imagine showing up. Let's just say that I towed the government line and I believe 9/11 was 19 fucking guys from Saudi Arabia that took flight training down in Florida and fucking raided fucking with fucking box cutters and took over fucking 747s in flight and turned them planes around and flew them in the fucking buildings or the ground or the Pentagon.
And the passengers
I towed this fucking line. I knew it. I believed it was the fucking truth, and anybody else that was talking anything else was completely out of their fucking minds and just trying to muddy the American flag. I can go to any 9/11 site, any 9/11 video, and I don't see the same trolls.
I know, it's weird.
Not that I don't see trolls, but I damn sure wouldn't be able to sit there and refresh the page during the day and see one guy come back in 25 different usernames and fucking creating debunking videos to my fucking little fucking 9/11 videos.
That's
You know,
wild.
you think about Dr. Judy Wood. You ever seen her 9/11 videos?
One, and it was good.
Yeah, very fucking good. You seen any Judy Wood fucking debunked?
No.
No. You know
Oh.
why? Because it'd be stupid to fucking try to debunk it, right? Because it's so crazy. Fucking energy machines that are turning the buildings to dust as they fall.
Well, truth is stranger than fiction.
Ain't it though? But are there any debunking? You don't see fucking.
I know.
You don't see fucking some architectural engineer fucking popping out of the fucking woodwork talking about she's a shill. Fucking look, this energy weapon. Shit, she's promoting.
It's that reverse psychology bullshit, you know? The shills are the ones that call people shills, really. When it comes down to it. It's a weird ass mind game. The globe's a mind game, and now the flat earth's got people trying to turn it into a mind game. And
Well, I mean, and I'm not saying that people don't become disillusioned. You know, they might get ostracized by their family, their wives, their children, whatever. They might jump into it and say, "Man, I'm starting to think it's not a globe," and then all of a sudden they start getting some real kickback.
yeah.
Because they were dumb enough to fucking sit down at the kitchen table with their wife and kids and say, "All right, y'all, here's the deal. It's not a globe. It's flat. Pass the salt."
Yeah. Our friend Philip has some personal experience with that. We were talking about earlier. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It is crazy because you know that people are doing it too. You know, they're actually doing that sort of thing. When that's not the way to do it at all.
You know, I
Tell
was
me about it.
I was visiting my family and tried to just mention just some questions about it. They didn't even say it was flat. And I was like, oh shit, they're turning into gonna disown me, you know?
No, they're turning me into some sort of brainwashed victim. You've been on that internet too much. Pass me the chips. You know, I sat down Christmas with my family over at my sister's house, and you know, everybody's got to watch the fucking football game.
Mm-hmm.
State's playing somebody. I don't even fucking know. I don't even pay attention to that shit. And I'm sitting in there, and I'm just watching them watch the game on TV. And I wasn't even watching the TV. I was watching them. I was just like mystified by them. I was like, man, these fucking people are on a. That you couldn't even. I don't even know. They understand exactly what planet they're even supposed to be on. They just know this fucking football game is the most fucking important thing they have seen in months.
Yeah.
If not years. And I catch myself saying, you know, y'all, in America, football is an oblate spheroid. In other parts of the world, the football is a sphere. It's a ball. What? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Pass the chips. Oblate spheroid? What the fuck is he talking about? I don't know. He's probably doing drugs again.
It's a pair. It's a pair, guys.
It's a pair.
I can't believe Neil deGrasse came out and tried to say that.
Oh, well, it's no different than NASA showing different pictures. Because it's people ain't even looking. They're like my mom. They're like, I don't even want to see the evidence. Do you think that it might be something else besides a ball?
Do you think Neil believes that crap he's pushing?
No way.
Absolutely.
You think he believes it's pear-shaped?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I mean, I know that that's hard to believe for a flat earther or somebody to actually believe it's a fucking globe, especially a theoretical astrophysicist. Yes, absolutely. I totally understand how it's hard to believe. It's got to be a big conspiracy. And believe me, it's the biggest. It's the biggest. They truly believe in their own science, man. They believe in that. That's why they're atheists. That's why they don't believe in God. Because it's impossible to believe in God when you truly believe in science.
Yeah, and that guy is one of the religious atheist people too, trying to convert everybody. He's done a couple shows about atheism and atheism conferences and trying to tell you how scientists used to be believe in God, but now we know better.
Yeah, now we know better.
So, yeah, and they get the same shitty pictures and data. All these supposed satellites, they don't have real images that come back. It's data. It's really bizarre, And
yeah, they're perfectly willing to set aside all critical thought when they even might look at NASA pictures and say, "Well, hey Jim, yeah, Neil, what you need? Yeah, I was just wondering, why are these? They look so different. Oh, well, that's from theoretical data that comes in through our data center. Those are artist representations of the data that comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, that's exactly what I thought. Absolutely. It would be impossible to take a picture in space, wouldn't it? Yeah, cameras don't work in space. Yeah, cameras don't work in space, Neil. I thought you knew that. Well, of course I knew that. You think I'm a stupid flat earther?
Oh, shit.
That is, I mean,
do rockets work in a vacuum? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the space vacuum, yes.
That's because there's black matter.
That's right. That's it can get real confusing when you start thinking, to be sure, these fucking people right here know it's not a globe, or it's not what they say it is. To be sure, these people right here know. When I attest that, nope, they believe in everything that they're saying. Because once you find that it's not a globe, you can't attest to it being a globe anymore. You might keep it to yourself and not say anything to anybody, but you're damn sure not going to be attesting to it being a globe.
Yeah. Unless you're one of the very top people, in on it, that known since birth and know that they're running a giant star. But yeah, it doesn't take that many people that really know, and the lie has been set up and it's so big and illustrious, and these people's whole worlds and jobs would just suffer.
Yes.
Think
of how many jobs would be lost in the globe industry alone. They have one in every classroom in the United States. I fucking bet you them globe companies, they make billions of dollars every year just making these fucking globes. In
Maybe that.
fact, if they went away from the globe model, imagine how much money you could make in recycled fucking globe stand metal just turning in all them fucking globes. They'd have globe turn-in day like they have gun turn-ins in small cities. Fucking
Maybe
giving people amnesty for crimes that they might have committed with them guns. They'd be like, you know, we don't give a shit what you did on the globe when you thought it was a globe. Just bring your globe down to the police station at 41st Street and Main, and whatever you might have done on the globe, we'll give you amnesty from those crimes. Just bring your globe on down here so we can recycle the metal.
Wait, did that happen with guns?
It happens all the time.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, you never heard of the gun buyback programs and amnesty programs for guns?
So you just go buy a $100 pistol from a drug dealer anytime you want to commit a crime, just turn it in and you're good?
Well, no. The process would be you go find a guy that will sell you a gun. You shoot him with that gun. You steal all his other guns. Well, it wouldn't be stealing. He's already dead. But you take all his guns that he didn't sell you, and then you go commit a bunch of crimes with all those guns and the gun that you shot him with, and then you take everything all in at one time. You take a whole truckload of guns and say, well, let's see, on this gun, that's the one I robbed that bank down there, and that gun right there, I just pistol whipped somebody with that one. That gun right there, I don't remember what the fuck I did with that one, but the blood on it, I'm sure is from something. You know, you just get out of line. They'd be like, okay, yep, check, serial number 89752, okay, pistol whipped, okay, gotcha. What's your name? Never mind, son. Just walk away. I don't need no ID.
That's so stupid. And I could see that happening for sure.
It does. It is a true thing that happens. They give amnesty for, you know, the gun give back programs to people that might have committed crimes. Now, I'm sure there's got to be a limitation on those crimes. I don't think it could be a capital crime or nothing. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, what kind of crimes do you commit with a gun? You know what I mean? Those are usually pretty big ones. I was speeding and I had this gun on me.
Well, can you imagine robbing a bank with a baseball bat? You stand behind a counter. You stand behind a counter and you slowly put your bat up on the counter with a fucking note. The note says, "Give me all the money, or I'm gonna beat you to death with this fucking bat." Man, the teller would laugh at you. They'd be like, "Hey, you Jim's friend." Yeah, my husband sent you in here, didn't he? Get this, Linda. And she'd pass the note over to the next teller. Give me all the money. I'm gonna beat you to death with this baseball. You know, you always got in trouble. I ought to ring the fucking buzzer back here. That's funny as shit. Here, Fred, pass it to the next teller. Read this note. I'll leave this guy down here. But that's with a baseball bat.
I don't see how in this day and age people are still robbing banks and getting away with it.
And getting away with it all the time.
It's wild. Yeah. It's like,
That's how you know the money is fucking worthless. They can just print more. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. I mean, they'll give a shit, like, you know, they'll fucking zoom in with all the cops and federal officials and everything else, but every time I've ever heard about a bank robbery anywhere around here, they never catch the guys or girls or whatever they are. They always get away with an undisclosed amount of money.
Yeah. Sounds like an inside job almost.
Yeah, you don't never see them pop up on the news in handcuffs, you know, in the perp walk.
Only after they've done it like 30 times. And
yeah. They gotta do it a lot. Yeah, they gotta do it a lot. That's right. Yep. It's kind of like that globe model. It's insane.
Maybe they
Have either one of y'all met anybody in real life that thinks it's flat?
Just a dude I was working with one time. I was like, we were already talking about conspiracies. I'm like, well, I got one for you, dude. It's like, yeah, the Earth's flat. Just straight up setting. He's like, oh yeah, I've been looking at that. I'm like, shut up. No, but I didn't know him. No, I don't know anybody. And I have a friend that trusts damn near everything I say, and I've been trying to explain stuff to him. It's just that glazed over eyes thing, you know? And he's not. But see, the people in real life aren't like the trolls, you know? They'll
Yeah, they'd
resist
rather not even fucking talk about it. Once you start talking about it, they're like, yeah. So
they don't bring it up. You gotta keep bringing it up.
You got some new friends you're hanging around lately. I'm guessing. I've only met one person, and face to face. I ride a bike, and so in the summertime I ride all the time. And when you ride a bike, you're always hooking up with other people that ride bikes. You just be pumping gas, and somebody pull up on their bike and be like, "Yo, man, it's not even a gay thing. It's like, hey, man, what you doing Saturday, man? Let's fucking go riding, And it's like, it's no other situation would you meet another guy and be like making a date at the fucking gas
I know,
pump,
right? It's weird, huh?
So anyway, this is one dude, man. He's riding the same bike I got, man. And I'm like, dude, man, it's a fucking killer bike. And he's like, oh man, you're sweet too. That's cool, man. That's awesome. We're out there like shaking our dicks at each other and looking, Anyway, we started hanging out and fucking riding all the time and riding everywhere, 'cause I got a Bluetooth helmet and he's got a Bluetooth helmet, so we're, always riding and talking and and. Fucking, oh, slow down, bitch, and fucking, hold on, I gotta call. And so, anyway, one day we're up there getting a cup of coffee at the Sheets, and he started talking about chemtrails, and I was like, yeah, it's a problem, isn't it? And he said, yeah, and the Earth is flat. This is last summer, and this past summer. His name is Ed. I've been wanting to get him on. I've been wanting because he's funny as hell, man. This dude is fucking hilarious. And he goes, yeah, and this fucking world is flat. And he kind of talks like this. He's like, fucking the Earth is flat. And I said, yeah, I know. He said, no, nigga, really, it's flat. That's because he always calls me nigga. I don't know why. So, I'm like, no, dude. I really think it's flat. And he's just looking at me like, dude, don't be fucking with me. Don't be fucking with me, nigga. I'm telling you right now, don't be fucking with me. I really think it's flat. No, I really think it's flat too. No, you're fucking with me. God damn it. I'm telling you, the motherfucker's flat. I mean, it was almost an argument like that. And I'm like sitting there going, yeah, dude, I know it's flat. Dude, I'm telling you, you don't be fucking with me. God damn it. Do you believe chemtrails are real? Yes. And you think the world is flat? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, man, you're fucking with me.
Yeah, you just don't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, he was totally lost. I mean, he was just like, and then all of a sudden I'm his hero, after he realized that I'm fucking telling him the truth. Yeah, no, I'm totally fucking. He's like, how'd you find out it was flat? And I was like, well, I watched a dude named, Matt Powerland. I'm like, yeah, I watched him too. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Damn, you my nigga now. You damn sure my nigga now. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, all right. Fucking flat. I'm pretty sure it's flat, and I'm glad to find somebody else out here that thinks it's flat that's not on the fucking internet. But yeah, I mean, he's actually become one of my best friends now, and I do anything for him except suck his dick. And,
have you, Philip?
I've tried talking to a couple of different people, but no one really wants to hear it.
Yeah.
I've honestly, because I think the common thread across the whole thing is either Eric Dubay in conjunction with some other shit, or just Matt Boylan.
Yeah.
You know, generally was his presentation. Honestly, I think that if we had a standard format that you could take as a PowerPoint presentation, put it up on a damn a screen,
Mm.
and call it a global warming conference. Put some signs out on the street corners, global warmers, this way. You know, some real fanatics. I'm talking about some real fucking fanatics, you know? And put some little footballs on it and shit, you know? Fucking, you know, to like, it could be like a conference room, like in a hotel or something, you know, and just, you know, for a square mile around it, you know, signs, you know, fucking global warming conference, free.
Let's do it.
And fucking people would show up in droves. Just on a Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, global warming conference, be there or be green. Be there or be dead or something like that, you know. Fucking the damn yuppies and the trendies would show up in droves. Now they come in wearing their skinny jeans and their fucking plaid shirts and shit, you know, with their ironic looking glasses on, and fucking they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm here for the global warming conference. Me and my friend Chad, we're here. There's room for us. Absolutely. Y'all have a seat. We'll start the presentation shortly. Y'all really think it's warming? Oh, absolutely. Our college professor told us it was. We know it is. It's warming, all right. That CO2. You know, it's all them cars and guns.
Guns.
Feed the plants.
Start off real simple. Just listen. So before we start talking about global warming today, I just want to go through perspective, because everybody knows perspective is important to the global warming movement. Isn't that correct? Oh, yes, it certainly is. Because you're working into the globe, and you're going to eventually start showing them pictures of the globe. Now, you think about the Matt Boylan presentation,
Yeah.
and put that presentation in front of global warmers. Because, number one, you're converting them away from the globe and global warming all at the same time. You'll have kids walking out of there fucking arguing with each other. One kid's gonna be like, "But Chad, you can't fucking believe it's not a fucking globe. We're supposed to go to a global warming party tonight." He'll be like, "Yeah, well, you know, I don't know what to believe anymore. My real name ain't Chad. It's Jim." And that's my roommate's Audi we're in. I drive a VW.
No.
You know, I mean, I can't imagine a better way to get, you know, because if you like put a sign out that said, you know, Flat Earth Convention, ain't nobody gonna go to that.
They might.
But really, think about it. Think about what I just said. Think about how global warming kids out there, you know that they've been brainwashed to death. They've been so goddamn brainwashed that, you know, they not only took the globe, but they took it to a whole new level. They took theoretical data to a whole new existence.
It's called make-believe land, but yeah.
Man, it's like, it's make-believe land with self-propagating unicorns. Asexual unicorns. Yeah, you call it Asexual Unicorn Conference and global warming.
I'll tell you one thing for sure. We still get snow in Canada. It ain't that warm yet.
Well, let's see. What did Al Gore say? The Earth, the inside of the Earth is 3 billion degrees. Fucking idiot. I remember the last time I voted for a president was when Ross Perot was running.
Oh, you voted for Ross?
I voted for Ross Perot, and I voted for Ross Perot because he killed in the debates
Yeah.
when fucking Al Gore was sitting there talking about the national deficit and the budget. Fucking little wormy dude stepped up and he said, well, not only did he invent the internet, he also must have invented the calculator.
Damn.
He was funny as shit. And he had all the fucking cards and poster boards and fucking all the shit written down. I mean, he'd have made a great president because he was a financial fucking
Yeah.
a good guy. I mean, he fucking knew numbers. Now, granted, his story was a little sketchy, but still, I wouldn't give a shit. Not when it comes to president nowadays. Fuck, I'd vote for a pair of dirty underwear nowadays.
You know, all these presidents these days have never had real jobs. They're just somehow rich by default and stuff. Like, what the fuck has Obama done? He was an organizer.
Yeah, he was a
just,
hey. He was a social justice organizer.
right.
You know, he was, for the shit. Tell you something about Obama. He's a damn constitutional law professor, adjunct law professor. He knows his shit. He fucking went to fucking the best universities. You know, I mean, he invented Obamacare and shit. Damn it, he ain't got time for global warming and flat earthers. My family is a very conservative family. They're all Republicans, and I used to be a Republican. I thought I was a Republican. I knew I wasn't a Democrat. I was a Republican. But then I became a conservative Republican,
Right.
and then I became, I don't know what else,
Libertarian.
libertarian or something like that, until I figured out, oh no, it's just all a bunch of shit.
It's all fucked up.
And even back when I was a so-called conservative Republican, my outlook on the last bunch of presidents that were Republicans, my family didn't like. They think Ronald Reagan was like fucking Jesus to the Republican Party, and I'd be like, what the fuck y'all talking about? He grew government by 600%. Yeah, but he did a lot for the economy. No, the economy was already in good shape.
Yeah.
The economy was already rolling.
See, if a Republican gets in now, all the shit that just happened these last 8 years is going to finally catch up. There's a lag,
Oh, no, it already caught up. Fucking, you look at the amount of people that ain't working right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You look at the unemployment, the fake unemployment rates. They say unemployment is at 5% when it's more like 35%.
It's up there.
You look at fucking 80% of all college graduates can't find a job. They're moving back home with their mom and dad. This shit's getting old fast. You look at just everything. The housing market. You look at and the housing market still hadn't popped yet. They said no, the bubble popped in 2006. No, it didn't. The bubble didn't pop at all. It barely got poked. When the bubble pops, man, you talk about 90% of all the houses in America are owned by the Fed.
That's wild.
And that ain't no joke. That ain't no joke at all. You talk about money from 1906 all the way up to 2006, 85 to 90% of all printed and digital currency was held overseas by foreign banks and foreign corporations. And now it's about 15%. You talk about from 1903 all the way to 2006, the Baltic Dry Index had a nominal rate of about 750 to 1,500, is now at an all-time low of like 300. You look at the NASDAQ, I actually went in there. It was my wife's birthday yesterday, or day before yesterday. And I actually sat in the den with her with the TV on. And at the end of the weather report, they closed with the Nasdaq, but closed at fucking 150 or something like that. And
What?
they were talking about fucking and shit looks good because damn it, we closed out at 150, and I'm thinking, honey, you know, it used to stay at about 1,500 all the time. And she's just sitting over there with the glazed look. Oh God, don't start talking about money. and it doesn't matter what you look at. I mean, any economic indicator will tell you, fucking, we're not just in trouble. We're in fairy tale land.
Yeah, it's running on fumes.
And then you wake up one day and the fucking Earth is flat, and you're going, you know what? If you think all this shit, you know, now before you were talking about all this other stuff that nobody wanted to talk about, and what you were talking about, even though as factual as it may be, it went so far against the paradigm. It was like stroking a cat backwards. And then you wake up one day and the Earth is flat, and you go from the guy that's advocating all this shit going on. Hey, wake up. The money's fucked up. Hey, wake up. The politics is fucked up. Hey, wake up. The wars is fucked up. Hey, wake up. ISIS is us. Hey, wake up. This. Hey, wake up. That. And all of a sudden, the light goes out. And everybody around you's waiting for you. Like you show up at a fucking family function or something. Everybody's just waiting for you to get started on the fucking politics. Everybody's waiting for you to start up on the money. Everybody's waiting for you to start up on your conspiracy theories. And now, you ain't got nothing to say. And they're going, thinking in their head, hey, Jeff, are you all right? And you're going, yeah, I'm fine. Why? Well, I was just wondering. I mean, you sure you're all right? You ain't sick or something, are you? I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Because they're expecting you to start yammering about all the shit that you always yammered about, trying to wake people up. And now, the Earth is flat. And you don't even know what to say anymore. You're just sitting there like,
That's true.
how in the fuck am I even going to, if I couldn't wake these people up on all that other easy shit, I don't have a hope in hell of fucking waking these people up on this shit here. So that's why when people are, you know, asking me, you know, hey, what's the best way to wake people up, do you think? You know, could there be a silver bullet plan? And I don't think there's a silver bullet, but I do believe that there is, you know, when I talk about, you know, because I've thought seriously about this. I've really thought about this. I've even tried to tell Matt this, but Matt's so far off in the fucking Looneyville, I don't even know fucking, you know, fucking, I can't even hardly talk to him anymore. You know, because he has a lot of problems. He's got a lot of personal problems, man. He's always hooking up with strippers and fucking, you know, I mean, the women that he keeps around him, they're not the women you take home to mama at all. And they keep him fucked up and all absurdly turned around, and, you know, plus he's a fucking Canadian, so that doesn't help.
Hey.
You know, but his first language is fucking French, right? So, you know, even though he speaks English like he was born in America, it's his second language, so that adds half to his looniness.
Oh boy.
Because he's always constantly translating in his head before he speaks, so he always looks like he doesn't know what to say when he's just, you know, thinking about how he's going to say it. And thinking about the crowd that he's talking to, because he can come up with a damn New York accent as good as he can come up with a Texas accent. That's how fucking strange he is. You know, you see him with a no accent, you see him with a Virginia accent. But the truth is, he can speak English in any accent, in accents that even I can't even come up with. I can't speak in a New York accent. I can only speak in a country accent. Much less another fucking language in a couple of different dialects. That's how smart this dude is. He's not just fucking an artist. He's fucking a genius.
Yeah.
And he's so far out there, fucking, you know, if he was a math wizard, you know, I don't know why he calls himself Math Powerland, because he's not a math wizard. He should have called himself Art Powerland, because he's an artist. I don't think he can do fucking simple math, but he can fucking paint good shit. He
He
can't do simple math. Go
He
ahead.
explained his name before. I've heard him explain it. He said something along the lines about the math. The power's in the math, and that's so it's math power land, and they're hiding land or some crap like that.
Yeah, whatever. You know, I mean, look, I mean, the truth is, Matt fucking half lives out of a fucking beat up old '87 Volvo 870. You know, it's missing the headliner in it. Fucking radio don't work. Fucking AC don't work. Fucking heat probably don't work right now. He's probably curled up on somebody's fucking couch talking about fucking chemtrails and how they're going weaponized on them. I love the guy. I really do. I love the guy, but you know he's fucking. But you know, here's the thing. You know, when it comes to the flat Earth, you know, fucking, you gotta keep him alive. You know, he's like fucking a lot of people's Morpheus. So you don't want to see Morpheus fucking go off the deep end. You just know that fucking he has gone totally crazy over being alone. That's somebody locked his ass up for a long time, and now fucking he can't even fucking cope and deal with shit anymore. You know, you just say fucking, is that a cloud? Oh, that's a goddamn chemtrail. God damn it! I can taste the strontium. You know, and you're just like, okay. And, you know, a bitch went weaponized on me, and you're just like, okay. Right on, 10-4, sorry.
Okay, what was the deal with him wearing that 33 shirt? That weird, conspicuous video he did. Do you know anything about that?
Absolutely.
Other than just a joke?
No, it was not a joke.
Yeah.
No, it was not a joke. That's how weird he is. Now, this is a great example of how weird he is. He does shit like that as a joke when nobody's going to get it. He does shit like that as a joke, thinking everybody's going to get it and thinks it's funny, and nobody thinks it's funny, and nobody gets it. And he's sitting there wondering why nobody fucking gets it.
It was done too weirdly. But
that's because he's fucking weird.
But a real Mason person wouldn't have been as blatant. You know what I mean?
No, he's not a fucking Mason.
So.
He's a fucking Canadian. He's a French Canadian.
Too much Nickelodeon as a kid.
No, he's just fucking loony. I mean, he's off the fucking deep end. Have you ever met a crazy person? A true crazy person? Somebody that's really fucking crazy?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking shit about him. I love the dude. Like, he's my brother, man. But I'm telling you, he's so, just think about you being alone in the flat earth for fucking, I don't know, most of your fucking life.
Wow, yeah.
Think of somebody locking you up in prison and you didn't do nothing wrong. And they leave you locked up for fucking 25 years. How do you feel? You can't even fucking function in society anymore. And that's exactly Matt. He can't even. Dude, he got pissed at me, wouldn't talk to me for a fucking month. You know why?
No.
Because when he was running me down on a stupid Antarctic fucking expedition plan, I was sitting there going, I was laughing. I was like, dude, it ain't gonna fucking work, man. It ain't gonna work. He hung up the phone on me. I didn't hear from him for a fucking month.
You don't even need to do that, though. All you need to do is.
Dude, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm just talking about just the weird way he thinks. Like he all of a sudden I was weaponized on him. That's his word. He loves that word. He uses it all the time. That's why I say it. You know, fucking, I went weaponized on him. And I was like, you know, when I did talk to him again, I was like, you know, because then I realized after fucking, after he hung up on me, I was thinking, what the fuck did I say? And then I realized, oh goddamn, I am talking to him like a normal guy again. He ain't a normal guy. He's as crazy as he's crazy as shit. And he can't even hardly keep it together with his own friends, you know? He's just like, fucking, you know, I'm fucking crazy and you can't do nothing about it. You think you're fucking crazy because you believe in the flat earth. No, I'm really crazy, bitch. Let me show you exactly how. and so you're always, when you're talking to him, if you ever talk to him, you gotta understand, you know, he's like a pin laying on the edge of a counter, you know, that's fucking just at the point of falling off, and if you blow on it, fucking it'll fall off. That's how you gotta treat him.
Yeah, I have a cousin that went crazy and even thought helicopters were after him and all kinds of shit. And you got to entertain a lot of their stories first, you know, and before you can get a word in, it's weird. It's but yeah, it's different talking to somebody that's way out there,
He is way out there. He's
especially with
super,
that,
super way out
that
there. Well, and
paranoid.
he's just alone. You know, more than anything, he's alone.
Yeah.
He's still alone. As many friends as he really has, you know, as much of a friend as I am. I mean, I wouldn't let him come sleep on my couch because fucking he'd go weaponized in my fucking house. And, you know, I mean, because look, he's gone off on me on the damn telephone for nothing at all. I mean, just fucking, you know, like I was his problem for the day. And
Yeah.
you know, so but I love him to death. I mean, like a brother. But you know, still wouldn't let him sleep on my couch. Probably wouldn't let him in my house. And I know that might sound bad to you, but I'm telling you, he's fucking crazy. He can barely fucking keep it together at all. But don't let that sway you in anything that he's ever said, because everything that he's ever said has come true. Doesn't matter whether you let him sleep on your couch or not. Understand that everything he said has come true. Everything that he said is real.
Yeah.
Now, whether you believe that he worked for NASA or didn't work for NASA, it doesn't matter. They wouldn't confirm or deny that he ever worked for him anyway. He couldn't prove it or disprove it. So for the flat Earth, it's meaningless. What is meaningful, though, is what is the truth about him. He is a fucking world-renowned artist. And the presentation that he gives you, or that he gave you whenever you saw it, what actually woke you up and woke up your perception and then woke you up to asking real questions about real shit that they've been lying to you about, that's what you got to take away from it.
I wonder what happened at those little comedy shows he did. If people right then and there were.
He got locked out. He got locked. See, he was huge in the comedy scene up in Canada.
Yeah.
In Canada, he was a big time comic. I mean, probably not like a Bill Cosby big time, but you know, he was fucking all over. There's shitloads of videos of him in comedy clubs in Canada, and he's doing it all. You know, he's speaking in French. So unless you speak French, you don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Mm.
But there's tons of those videos. There's tons of videos of him just doing regular, and he wasn't really a great comic.
I like his delivery.
His delivery is great when he's fucking in the presentation that you see that he did on. Is this real or is this a painting? Is this photo? Is this painting? Photo or painting?
Yeah.
Dude, he's only like fucking 23 years old when he's doing that.
Oh wow.
He's my age. That's how long he's been out there fucking all alone, fucking knowing the Earth was fucking not a globe.
Yeah, that would trip you out, man.
And then he's fucking an artist. Like he's the kind of artist that would probably cut his fucking ear off for some dumbass stripper. You know, he'd carry his fucking ear down in a fucking plastic bag to find some dive strip joint to some fucking black stripper that's got 10 kids that he fell in love with, talking about, yo, you know, the Earth is flat and I love you and here's my ear. I just want to show you how much I fucking love you for bringing you this fucking ear, because Van Gogh did it, so I figured, you know, so I cut both my ears off just show you I love you twice as much as whoever the woman he loved is. And he'd be fucking serious about it, and she'd be fucking totally grossed out and thinking this dude's crazy as shit, and he'd be like, you know, what's up? I mean, it's my fucking ears, what?
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, don't ever think of him about being bad or good, or, you know, I mean, he's just like you, but he was out there left alone for a long time. And he woke a lot of people up.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Why is he not out there in the clubs anymore doing the presentation? Because he can't get the fucking gig. They won't let him on stage.
Yeah.
They won't let him on stage because they know what he's going to do. He takes an audience from laughing a little bit to sitting there real quiet, not ordering drinks,
Oh. Yeah.
not doing nothing except sitting there going, wait a minute, honey? Well, oh, honey, you don't think the earth is flat now, do you? No. Have you listened to what this motherfucker's saying? Look at this shit, honey. This is what happens in the clubs, and it's you can almost see it going down. Just think about it, how it goes down. Look at his presentation and the three ways that it's actually recorded, and listen to the audience. More than anything, listen to the audience. They go from chuckling a little bit
Yeah.
to not making a sound. At the point they're not making a sound, they're not buying drinks, they're not eating popcorn, they're sitting there up in their chair looking at his shit going, holy shit.
Yeah, they got more than they paid for that.
So when I say, look, the presentation can't change, it's just got to change. The format's got to change. I've tried to explain this to him 1,000 times. He don't want to hear it. He's all off on an expedition that he's never going to fucking get. Because he's thinking that the fucking gaming commission is going to take over some damn worldwide expedition and fucking somehow this is all going to fucking... Now, I'm not saying that the dude ain't got vision. It's a great fucking vision. It's unicornish as hell. It's great. Fucking, you know, if he can make it fucking happen and work it out, for all I know, Matt pop up with fucking, you know, some gaming commissioner in his fucking pocket tomorrow that says, yep, we're going to back this whole goddamn thing. Wouldn't surprise me a bit. I'd be like, if anybody do it, he'd do it.
Yeah.
But,
See, I don't got that kind of vision. I mean, I got ideas. I can't make it happen, though.
well, that's what I always think about the presentation. I always go back to that presentation.
Mm-hmm.
It's an excellent presentation, and you don't even need his work to do it. You could do it with a variety of photo impressions. All you need is his basic presentation. But how do you fill the chairs?
Yeah.
How do you fill the chairs? You fill the chairs with
Homeowners
people.
Association meeting?
Well, no, that's why I think global warming, because you can just fucking go out there on a street corner and say global warming, and fucking there'll be damn 20 hippies standing around and you're talking about, is this where the global warming bus comes to pick us up at? And you're just like, hell yeah, bitches. Just get on this fucking bus here. It's going to take you to the global warming convention. Where's my Apple iPhone?
Oh, yeah.
I got to text my friends so they can be there too. And they'll be willing participants. More than willing to sit down at a fucking chair to hear you talk about global warming. You can even have a picture of Al Gore up there on the stage, and they'll be sitting there fucking, Al Gore. I got a boner, Charles. That's Al Gore. Oh. And you like take his picture down and put up Barack Obama, and they'll be like, oh. And then take that one down and put up Neil deGrasse Tyson. They'll be fucking oozing all over themselves. They'll just be melting in puddles in their chairs, talking about, oh, he's hitting all the right spots, Charles.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And then you can start with the presentation. You got a room full of pliable kids in college or just recently graduated within the last 10 years, still living at home with their mom and dads, not a dime in their pocket. They can't even afford a bus ticket home. And, you know, you're got a captive audience with you that already have proven that they are brainwashable. So, they can completely be turned around given the chance.
Yeah.
And you could put it off to them as total ridiculousness. You could put it off to them as, look at what these people believe. I just wanted all of us to know first, before we start talking about global warming, I want you to know a couple of things that's going on around
Our
you.
enemies say it's not warming because...
Yeah, our enemies say it's not warming because it's not a globe. And then you hold up a picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson, they'll all shut up. Anytime you want them to stop laughing, just hold his picture up. They'll be like, oh. And do the presentation. By the end of the presentation, hell, even if you convert 5 people out of 100, even if you convert 2 people out of 100, man, they're going to yammer about it. Think of how the flat Earth affected you. It affects everybody the same way. You will yammer on and 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 on till you realize that ain't nobody waking up.
Ain't nobody listening.
Ain't nobody listening. Well, you think that anyway. You really do think that until you look at the community like right here online. What other community can you even put it next to?
Yeah.
You can't. There isn't one.
This is the truth community right now.
It's the truth community of all truth communities because it's talking about the conspiracy of all conspiracies. It is the conspiracy that makes all other conspiracies possible. No other conspiracies can be possible. And just think of the United States. Think of 50% of the United States knowing it's flat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what would happen.
Sean Milton would get voted for president.
100%.
100% fucking Sean Milton for president. Y'all think I'm fucking shitting. That dude is fucking active on the concave now. He'd be like, fucking, I want to be president just to prove it's concave.
That's
You know what I'm saying? He's the nicest fucking guy there is when it comes to the fucking concave. And honestly, I don't know anything about it. I've seen the model. I've seen Lord God, Christopher Christ, whatever his name is. I heard him talk for like 5 minutes. I had to turn the sound down.
Yeah, and he's not helping their movement.
He is not helping one bit. Yeah, I don't know if y'all ever seen it. The only video I saw of him, he's standing in an audience of one. You know, he's got like one lady in a chair in a room that's got like 100 chairs in it. There's fucking one lady sitting up front, and he's like standing right on top of her, man. He's like standing 3 feet away from her. She's sitting down, and he's like 6'1", and he's looking down at her.
Jeez.
You know, she's like a little old lady. She'd be willing to talk about her cats if that's what fucking he wanted to talk about, man, because she's just happy to be somewhere that somebody wanted her around. And it's sad, you know, and he's like directing the guy behind the desk to change the slide. Okay, move to the next one, Fred. And see this right here. Yeah, watch this presentation. It's almost sad. It's almost sad. It's almost sad. And I don't have a problem with concave. I mean, honestly, if you look at the model,
yeah,
if you truly look at the model, one thing that I got out of it was, you know, that top part works. That top part works. For me,
yeah.
the top of it works. How everybody sees the stars and stuff. That works. Whatever that works on, whatever map or function you put that on, that actually work. But still, it doesn't matter whether it's concave or a globe. You got to get around that curve.
That's the one part, yeah. Well, at least it's the right step in the right direction from the globe.
But don't expect to get anybody out of the flat earth movement who have recently probably been converted to God at the same time they were converted to the flat earth. Don't expect them to really spend much time on you when you call yourself Lord Christ. Or Christ Lord, or God Christ, or I have a God complex bill. You know, it just doesn't work. Nobody's going to take you seriously. Nobody's going to give you a minute of their time. That's unfortunate because, you know, even if his model did work, at least it's not a globe. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a pear. NASA has a sphere. Fucking Bill Nye has a banana. But there's no other community online, period. I don't care if it's a gaming community. You know, you think about something like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or Xbox, PlayStation, all that stuff. You look at the amount of fucking videos. Just go to YouTube right now, type in the search box, Bigfoot. This shit's been going on for the last 50 years. Bigfoot. Bigfoot. You ain't gotta put Bigfoot truth, Bigfoot lie, just put Bigfoot. One word, Bigfoot. Look how many results come back. Really not that many. That's an old motherfucker. How about aliens? Just type in aliens.
That's the biggest one.
How about 9/11? Just go through them yourself, look at them. Before you do flat Earth, don't do flat Earth yet. Just do the big ones that you know are there. Weapons of mass destruction. 9/11. JFK assassination.
Someone just did that on a video.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, those fizzled out.
They didn't just fizzle out, they just slowly grown to that much. Now, do flat Earth. And that's what you got in a year. Because a year ago, there was less than 150,000. 2 years ago, there were less than 10,000. 3 years ago, there were less than 500. It has grown exponentially.
Yeah. And people think it's losing steam and all this, and no, it's actually not.
Dude, it's not just growing exponentially. It's growing. What is beyond exponential?
Trending.
No, trending is some bullshit. No, I'm talking about what's the next word after exponential?
100th monkey.
100th monkey. That sounds good. It's now monkeyfied.
Weaponized monkeys.
Now you look at what you guys did. As soon as my channel fucking crapped out, fucking what did y'all do? Fucking, hey, let's figure this shit out, man. We need to talk about this shit. And fucking you cranked up your own channel. Cranked up your own live in.
Yeah.
And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. That's why I came right out, I jumped on, fucking, I saw y'all live. I was like, fuck, I'll jump in there.
Yeah, there's not enough good chats going on. Half of them sound kind of scripted and just, I don't know, man. There's just so much out there, though.
Honestly, I would like everybody to, let's all pitch in and start a Flat Earth TV channel. Make it a 24-hour broadcast. Now look, you can on a live event, you can record for 8 hours. So you do 2 6-hour events and 2 6-hour events. Okay? You got people in the UK, you got enough people in the UK, you got enough people in North America to make this shit work.
That'd be live, yeah. Flat
to where it would be a live chat going on all the fucking time and
everyone recorded. Will be there.
And recorded. You don't have no expense in the servers or anything like that. You can work right from your house. You're using YouTube shit. You're using multiple channels. Everybody can call their shit. Fucking, but, we just got to organize it in a fashion that makes sense. That, whether somebody starts a channel that's called fucking Flat Earth TV, and you could even go ahead and do a Flat Earth TV 1 and a Flat Earth TV 2, just as a backup channel.
Yeah, and
but I don't think as a live TV, where it's just this shit what we're doing right here.
Yep.
Imagine how long. Look, how many people are still in here with us that ain't gone to bed already? We still got 5 people in here.
Yeah.
Oh, I think. Hold on, let me refresh.
The other day, I had like 60 people on.
Absolutely.
When I was talking to the trolls.
Still 5 on here watching right now.
Yeah. See, and they'll come, and people like that live chat that goes on the
Absolutely,
side,
they go to sleep to it, dude. How many people did you put to bed tonight?
Yeah, those 5 people are probably sleeping right now.
They probably are. They're probably sound asleep in their beds. They went to sleep listening to people talk about shit that they wanted to hear because they don't feel so alone.
Yeah.
And just think of how lonely you have been in the Flat Earth. Just in the limited amount of time that you've actually been in it, it has totally changed your world. You are no longer able to even hardly communicate with others out there in the world about anything other than bullshit.
Yeah, it's all small talk.
That's pretty true. It makes it hard to have a conversation.
Yeah.
But you're not even the same person anymore.
No, that's true.
Doesn't matter how mean you were or how smart you were or how nice you were. Everybody evens out to a nice, flat.
Yeah, that's true.
And nobody wants to end up like Matt.
Where is Matt? We need to talk to him.
He's in Texas, sleeping on Marmar's couch.
Oh, yeah?
He got a thing for her, and she must have a thing for him.
Why wouldn't she?
Because she's a Muslim,
Oh.
and he's a Zionist. She'll probably come up in another week and say, I think I'm going to be a Muslim. Marmar and me are getting married.
He won't have no ears.
Yeah.
It's funny. But she got money, so, he'd be happy with that.
Hey, there you go.
He needs somebody to take. Can you imagine him working a fucking job somewhere?
No.
He can paint, fucking, but, fucking anytime somebody, when I tell you, he fucking can't even keep it together for more than 10 minutes without fucking weaponizing.
Weaponizing.
Because, look, he ain't just about flat Earth, dude. He's about chemtrails. He's about, every truth you can imagine, man. He'll bring it all up, man. It'd be a 5-minute conversation, and he's got you well versed on fucking everything from weapons of mass destruction to weaponized women.
I liked his rant on the chemtrails, where he parked the car and was just standing outside.
He was probably, that's where he was sleeping in.
Well, I understand that, but the whole thing it's good, He's got some passion, that's for sure.
Oh, he does. No, he totally believes everything that he says. But the thing is, he's been alone so long in it that, it's absolutely driven him insane.
Yeah.
And it'll do that to you too. It'll do that to everybody. It really does. It does that to look at Eric Dubé. He's fucking, he does some pretty weird shit too. And it's just because he was in it alone for so long. Hell, him and Matt were good friends in the very beginning.
Yeah.
And now they can't stand each other.
I don't
and
know
I'm
why.
I'm sure it wasn't because Eric was probably like, I can't wait to meet you so I can suck your dick, and he was probably like, dude, I ain't like that,
Shit.
I'm sure that's not what happened. I can tell you, Matt's fucking crazy as shit, and Eric was probably like, this motherfucker's crazy. But that's the thing, is Eric's just as crazy in his own way. He's just as crazy as shit too. He's just gay and crazy, which makes it fucking weird to some people.
Are you sure he's gay?
Oh, he's very.
I could see it.
Yeah, he's very gay. He's comfortable in women's, but he's smart as shit. Like most other gay people, he's fucking smart as shit. I don't know what it is about gay people, but generally they're pretty fucking smart people, and they all got fucking money. I don't know why that is. You ever notice that? You ever met a fucking poor gay person? I've never met a poor gay person.
Or a dirty house.
Mark Sargent. Ring a bell.
You never know.
So, the flat Earth TV, it really needs to get started. Now, I don't really, I don't want to, I always feel like this should be a leaderless movement.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to take control by saying, well, it should be leaderless. I'm just saying that, as soon as any movement appoints some sort of generalized leader, that's the failure of all movements. Because it's always taken into weird directions. And so if we just did a Flat Earth TV 24-hour broadcast, and it could be, hell, you look at Martin. You could give Martin a microphone, and fucking he'd be reading goddamn text from damn 300. Have you ever noticed how Martin just comes up with fucking books that should be in fucking museums?
Yeah, it's
You
wild.
know, I mean, he'll just pop up with him. Yeah, today I reached up underneath my bed today and I pulled out, blew the dust off of this fucking book. It seems to be printed back before Christ was born. And look at these pictures here. It's really awesome. While he's sitting there smoking a spliff, and you're just going, where in the fuck do you get these goddamn books, man? It's like one after another, after another, after another. It's like, you know, by night he's breaking into fucking museums. Like a super platter cat burglar or something, you know, breaking into fucking museums. Oh, this looks nice. People show up at their museums, open up the door, and they're like, hey, we're missing more books. Really?
The paintings are all there.
The paintings are all here. Why are we missing fucking old shit books? That doesn't make any sense. So, you know, you think about Martin. Hell, he could keep a channel open for 6 hours straight every day. No problem. He can do that 7 days a week. That's one guy. That's
we
one
just
guy.
have a channel
Imagine if we had
people.
20 or 30 people all taking part of it, showing up and fucking all hanging out together and fucking, and it not be the same people jerking all the damn time, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why I like to keep my channel just as open as. And now, if I see somebody in chat that wants to get in and I don't recognize their name, I generally ain't gonna let them in.
Tell me about it.
You know, but if you show up and you know that person and you know they're a decent person, I don't care if you fucking bring them in.
Yeah. No, that's a great idea though. Just a channel run by a group, kind of like what the Rebel Outposts try to do, but without you know, not how they did it, but you know what I mean.
It'd
Group
be
effort.
different. No, I mean, there's nobody that's done it yet. Nobody's done it yet. And I brought up the idea to several people, and I know that everybody's waiting for me to crank up the channel. I get it. I understand it. I just want to let everybody know, hey, this is what I'd like to do. And, you know, everybody needs to step up to the plate with their shit. Whatever their shit is, everybody needs to step up to the plate with their shit. You know, hey, I'm good at this. Hey, I'm good at that. This is the kind of videos that I put out. You know, this is the kind of shit, the following, you know, that I believe that I can work with. This is, you know, my video graphics work. This is, you know, everything, you know, and it's not what you prove to me or what you prove to somebody else. It's what you're showing to your own audience, to what your audience is. You're capturing a certain segment of people that are basically following you. And they're not following you because you're some sort of cult leader. They're following you because you're talking their language.
Yeah. Within 1 week, that channel will have more subscribers than any other. It should be. See, I've always thought about that too, like a website, not necessarily a website, but something where everyone's kind of in one place. There's even an app called Line Chat where you can just have a chat room that's open 24 hours a day and you just send little messages and get them like a text, you know.
But there's nothing better than YouTube.
Exactly, yeah.
YouTube is where your audience is coming from. Don't ever take them off of YouTube. As soon as you start trying to swing somebody away from YouTube, it doesn't matter what you're showing. You're taking them somewhere they might think they don't want to be.
Exactly.
Whether it be Facebook, let's just say Facebook came up with their whole new video section. You know, you'd be like, fuck, I don't want to fuck with Facebook. Fuck that shit. And I ain't trying to shoot down your idea. I'm just saying.
Oh no, that would be more for the
live
people
event
making
server.
videos.
The YouTube live event server is the perfect platform to do it off of because you can run it for 6 hours, hit stop broadcast, it automatically publishes. All you got to do is get your title and your description straight. It saves it into into the archive. You can even go back in. Now, I don't know if y'all know how to do this. Any video that you see on YouTube, let's just say you wanted to copy that video to your hard drive. You just add SS in front of the YouTube address, http // YouTube, that address. So you just, whatever it is, you just put SS in front of YouTube. It'll take you to the SS site, which you can download that video to your hard drive.
No way. That's awesome. Learn something new every day.
So if you want to do that with the website, that's fine, because you're only going to be able to download the file up to 360, the 360 format. But it's, as long as you're not doing video, it's a small file, and you can take that file and you can upload it to your own server. The problem is, like, most people's websites are going to be on shared hosting. So you're not going to be able to get that much traffic through before your shared hosting server says, hey, bitches, y'all need a private server. And that's going to cost you this much a month. And you're going to say, whoa, we can't afford $400 a month. They're going to say, well, too bad. Nobody can get on anybody else's site because they're all at your site. But YouTube doesn't have that problem. So we could do multiple channels. We could do fucking, if it turned out to be really, really big, then yeah, you'd want to have, we might have, a bunch of black guys step into it that can handle, we call it, Black Earth 2 or whatever, I mean, where the brothers go, and they all be like, yo, nigga, it's flat, yo, nigga, I know it's flat. Nigga, I'm telling you, it's flat. And, they'd had their own little thing, had their own little black rap music thing, and, still fucking, you could have fucking, Mexaflat, and it'd be like the Latino fucking, where they're speaking in Spanish, talking about the flat earth, it could be anything. And I'm not making a joke when I'm saying that. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but it's really not.
No,
Totally serious. I mean, this shit is exploding so much if we don't try to create a format that's a universal format. It will actually, what will happen is it'll blow so far out in so many different directions that nobody will even want to look at it. And you can almost, now you'd say, well, I don't think you'd do that, Jeff, because, and I'd say, well, other things have exploded like that, and they end up disappearing. They disappear because they float out into so many different directions that nobody even knows where to start with it. And when I say that, I say things to the same extent of stay off a model, stay off of a map. Do not give them a map. It's just the flat Earth. It's only the flat Earth. It's only the curve. You only show the curve. I mean, if you want to shoot down the globe shit, you can shoot down the globe shit all you want to. But don't subscribe to a model or a map. If you don't believe me, ask Tiger Dan. If you don't believe me, ask Lord Stephen Christ. If you don't believe me, ask Mark Sargent. If you don't believe me, ask all these guys that subscribe to a model. If you can't fucking prove it, it doesn't work. If you can't prove it, it's not acceptable.
Yeah.
So, I look for guys that are, just like you, Ace, cracking up, when one fucking shit goes offline, there's a ton of people. Like when I first showed up in there, I think you had 50 people in there? I mean, which is that's great. People need somewhere to go, somewhere to talk about it, somewhere to listen to it, even if they're not, they might be talking in chat. But when they ain't talking in chat, they're steadily, just like who is it? Rob Clark says 6:30 p.m. here. Wherever he is, he just fucking needed to talk about it. 6:30 p.m. there at fucking 5 a.m. here.
Well, I know I'm more drawn to the more radio type of shows anyways I can just listen to while I'm doing other stuff.
Yeah, it might be working. Hell, he might have been on his way to work listening to it on his phone.
Yeah.
Ain't listening to it on the radio. But if we can get a Flat Earth TV going and get it mainstream, that's when we can really start converting people, start showing people, make them go out and look for the evidence.
I say we start that process ASAP, actually. That's a perfect idea.
I don't want to see fucking one person heading it all up. I don't want to see fucking two people heading it all up. I mean, everybody needs to take their part and take their charge. Just fucking be a part of it. Just be a part of it. And, if a channel is cranked up, everybody has the keys to it that's taking part in it. It's
Yes.
not one person controlling that channel. Just the channel gets cranked up, and everybody that's taking part has the keys to it. But as soon as you turn over keys to somebody like a Tiger Dan who's subscribing to a map or a model, that's the people you gotta watch out for every damn time. You cannot fucking give them a second. Not a second of trust, because you understand that they're not where you're at. They're stuck somewhere that they're not going to get. They're stuck in the same place that a glober is stuck in a theoretical model. If they need a map or a model to understand that the world is not a globe, you've not converted anybody in them. It'll be proved a fucking whatever it is at a much later date. It'll be exposed as to what it is at a much later date. Maybe not even in your lifetime.
Yep. Well, if we had the last 500 years worth of technology
We had
and
the last
resources,
500 years and $500 billion and spaceships and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. With somebody running the shit that actually gave a fuck, didn't matter what the damn truth was. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, and it's not going to happen for quite some time. It's not going to happen
Exactly.
until half the people or better know it's not a globe. When they no longer accept the government, when they no longer accept the status quo as anything but fake, fake, fake.
yeah.
That might sound revolutionary or whatever, and I don't even care what it sounds like, because the honest truth is that's the only way. It's that God's going to accept it.
Yeah.
God would not accept the way we live now with the government like we have it, with world leaders and stuff like that. I mean, he just wouldn't go for it. He'd be like, what the fuck's wrong with y'all? I put the devil in charge down here. Y'all supposed to be fighting his ass. What in the fuck are y'all doing? Y'all don't even know who the fucking devil is. Y'all think the devil is Barack Obama? Barack Obama is zero. He's a big fat zero. The devil is the... What's wrong with you people? Kind of fucking ant farmer. I won't flood y'all's asses out again if you don't fucking get your shit together.
Well, it's gonna be fire next time.
That's what I was gonna say. It's gonna
fire
be
and
fire.
brimstone. That's right. Now, if that's what it is, and that's what we get started and all that stuff, I'm well aware that, very well aware that why we are woken up is for a reason, and what that reason is could very well be that.
And it's scary to think that, the government just goes away one day. People stop paying attention. It's like, well, then what? It's like, people will figure it out.
Yeah, and leaderless does not allow for, leaderless does not allow for anybody to make it out to be a cult or an antichrist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't give them that stepping stone to continue the fucking lies, to continue the deception. I don't know if that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm tired.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Because that's exactly what they're going to try to label us. Terrorists, the fucking devil, antichrist, whatever. Whatever the fucking horriblest thing you can think, that's what they're going to label us. And you look at, the hate that comes at you now when you're just trying to be peaceful and you're just trying to say, hey, I'm pretty sure it's not a fucking globe. And that's all you're fucking saying. I mean, that's all you're fucking saying, and they're treating a fucking globe model like it was God.
Yeah. God would be very mad.
Yeah, and they ain't even religious.
Exactly. Well, little do they know they are very religious. That's like the definition of religion.
Yeah, I mean, that's what science has become, is a religion. Scientism. I mean, it's no longer science. And nothing wrong with science. I truly love science. I mean, y'all can look at my other videos. I fucking used to build HHO generators and fucking dick around with all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't anymore. but I used to. I used to
You,
love science and
you ever
provable science.
you ever try to build an end machine?
No, I just messed with, as far as energy, I just messed with hydrogen, until I blew up my fucking shed in the backyard.
Yeah.
And, I had to agree to not build any more hydrogen generators with the sheriff's department. No, seriously, I'm not joking. That's true. I was building really good. The cells that I was designing were fucking awesome, man. I was creating fucking hydrogen out the ass. Just look at my tests. Look at my production trials. I was fucking cranking fucking HHO out at alarming rates, and fucking I left my cell going on the fucking table I had it in my shed, and I fucking went in and got tangled up and was watching TV and fucking forgot all about it. And it was cold, and I'd shut the shed door. So I filled up the whole fucking shed with damn hydrogen, which I guess caught a spark off the fucking, because I had a battery charger that I was using to power everything, and I guess the light or whatever in the back. Yeah, it sounded like fucking 10 tons of TNT going off in the backyard. I blew my shed all to pieces. And I mean
Holy.
that literally. I blew the roof off of it into my neighbor's yard.
What were you gonna do with this hydrogen?
What was I going to do with it?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I was just proving that you could build a fucking, all I was trying to do is prove that you could build a fucking, a very productive hydrogen fuel cell for literally nothing, from parts you could buy out of fucking Lowe's, and create enough hydrogen to run a car or a lawnmower or fucking even a home generator. And so anyway, so this was at like 9 o'clock at night. Fucking, it blew out my back windows in my house. That's probably another reason why, and that was with my old landlord, man. That's why I think another reason why he didn't rent to me no more after my lease was up.
Gee, you think?
I mean, not that he was here or heard it or something. I'm sure somebody that that lived around there actually knew him, and they were like, "Yeah, fucking dude, fucking had like 25 fire trucks out here and the whole sheriff's department and fucking policemen out of other counties that fucking didn't even belong here. Fucking yeah, they showed up like the fucking SWAT."
Damn. So
And
what?
yeah, so the fire department showed
mad?
that there was nothing on fire. It just fucking blew the fuck up, man. I mean, it blew the fuck up big time. And because I've been steady producing hydrogen in there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, man. And I mean, I was cranking it out on myself. And whatever sparked it, and I think it was the battery charger. It's the only thing I can think it was a battery charger. And so yeah, when it blew, I had no idea that's what it even was. When it blew, I thought a fucking plane crashed in the backyard or something. And fucking, we're like creeping outside, wondering what the fuck was that, And fucking, there's like wood from the siding. It had this T111 side, and there was fucking shit everywhere, all over the roof of the house. Fucking the windows was blowed out. Fucking knocked the swing set over. Fucking the roof of the shed was in the neighbor's yard. Now there's fucking fire trucks showing up, and every cop in 3 counties.
Jeez.
They were lined up and down the road, man. They were questioning me about weapons of mass destruction and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck y'all are getting at. I was building hydrogen fuel cell. What are you doing with them? Well, nothing. I was just fucking building to see if you could build a good one in your shed. These are not the answers that they were expecting to hear, I guess they were expecting to see Jihad Johnny fucking running around with a fucking beard down to his neck and his wife with a fucking sheet over her head or something.
They got everyone paranoid as fuck.
Dude, yeah. And this isn't that long ago. I mean, this is after 9/11. I mean, them videos I was putting out for HHO really ain't that old. But yeah, I made a lot of damn noise with it. And, I wasn't expecting that to happen. I'd probably still be messing with them. But, honestly, if you just look at my fuel cell designs, you'll see it's a very easy design to build. If you're interested in building a fuel cell, I mean, that's the way to do it. You can build it right off of shit that you can buy out of Lowe's.
Yeah.
Your stainless steel bolts, the fucking plexiglass, everything. Everything you can buy right out of Lowe's. And, well, I don't know if you got a Lowe's in Canada. You got Lowe's up in Canada?
No, I don't think so. Well, not in Alberta, but
Home
we got it.
Depot, you know,
Yeah.
some of them types of.
We got Home Depot and all that, though.
Did they call it Home Depot up there?
Yeah.
How
Home
about-
Depot, and do you guys have a Rona?
Nope.
It's
No.
same as Home Depot, really.
They're probably all owned by the same person anyway.
Yeah, probably. Big corporations.
Big corporations.
What's so funny about that?
Because that's why they're corporations, to make them not fake. See, they're corporations just like you.
Yeah.
Especially here in the United States, corporations have more rights than people.
That's sad.
Well, what's that, shoot, what's that called? The TPP, that's going to give them some really real power in the future.
Mm-hmm. They are looking to monopolize and control everything, down to the person.
Seems like not a lot of people know about the TPP.
No, and they don't care. Now,
Well.
if Kim Kardashian came out and said, you know, we need to discuss my boobs and the TPP, people would be like, what's a TPP? You know, but other than that, you know, that's about all they're going to get out of it. I mean, look, man, I'm telling you, most people here in the United States, to me, it seems like they don't even know what planet they're supposed to be living on.
I think Canada's worse, man. Canada's more docile than the United States, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a multi-pronged attack. I got the fluoride kick in, the vaccines damaging our brains, lying to babies. It's wild.
There's lots of crazy shit going on these days.
Is it that bad? Is it that bad up there?
Oh, it's
I mean, are they forcing the multiple vaccines on when you have a baby down here? In the first year, you got to go through, what is it, 3 different sets of vaccines, honey?
Yeah, it's the same here.
Hey,
Same
my wife,
idea.
oh yeah, my wife just walked in the room back here. She's like, you know, what the fuck are you still doing up? With the look on her face. Yeah, seriously.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
I know it's 6 o'clock in the morning, so what's up? What's wrong?
Wait, what? What time is it? Oh, man, it is. It's almost 4 here.
Yeah, it's pretty late here too, and I gotta get up for work.
Yeah. Well, first ever.
All right, so
5.
so I guess I don't know. I guess tomorrow, today.
Today.
I'll go ahead and start working out a plan to set this shit up, and so everybody can have a piece and everybody can get involved, and you know. So Canada time zone. What time is it right now up there in Canada?
Well, where I'm at, it's 4 o'clock.
Oh, so you're only an hour. You're okay. You're about the same time zone. Well, how about you, Ace?
It's 4.
Where are you at?
Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah, near Wyoming, like north of Denver.
Okay, Geo and Martin are 6 hours ahead of us.
So that puts them at 10 o'clock in the morning.
So we need like 6 to 10 people in the UK, and we need 6 to 10 people in the United States.
I think
now we got
more
Morgal's interested in this, and then what's that dude's name? Jonathan. He's interested in it, and then we can get some girls in on it. I know Teresa would be fine with it. You know. I don't know.
No,
I can even come on sometimes while I'm working for a while.
So, you know, I mean, hell, for all we know, we can get some other girls involved. I know that Matt's got Marmar under his thumb now, so maybe we can get her on it. And that would get mad in on it.
It'd only take a week before this thing be out of control. Like a lot of people watching and wanting to be involved, you know. But you just
Absolutely.
got to make the first, you know, the. It's just that first step. It's always just that first step.
You can always invite people on as guests too.
Yeah, true.
You know, like people like Rob Skiba that may not be, you know, they're too busy to do it all the time, but they could come on from time to time and talk.
Oh,
Absolutely.
definitely. That'd be the new thing. Just look how fast that hot potato show picked up.
And that's
Just,
unbelievable to me. That is unbelievable to me. It's almost like,
well,
I don't know. It's almost like TV programming or something. I don't. It's just so.
yeah.
I don't know.
But
I know this is
here's
being
the
recorded, so I ain't gonna say nothing bad.
Nah,
I don't mean
alright.
nothing. I don't mean nothing bad by it. I ain't trying to be nothing. I'm just saying that there's so much more to this than that.
Yeah. But hey, it's that's one of the first things that radio style things, and that's what people want to hear. Um, it's a form of entertainment. Most of these people don't watch TV. I would think almost none of them do. If they do,
I would
it's
say
limited.
95% of everybody in flat Earth do not watch TV. The other 5% probably watch enough to
Yeah.
the shit that might entertain them a little bit.
They at least don't watch the news.
No.
They're not sitting there watching CNN. You don't watch CNN and then go tune into the flat Earth.
No. And even if you were listening to internet news shit before the flat Earth, you generally don't even listen to. Like I used to listen to Mike Rivero and X22 report. I'd listen to Mike Rivero for fucking 3 hours a day, and I'd listen to X22 for. He'd do 2 45-minute reports. Now he dropped it down to 2 15-minute reports, but it might be because he got copyright strikes or something. I don't know. At any rate, that's why I think that it needs to stay on a radio format without any sort of video, so nobody can tag us on copyright. If it's just people talking, splashing up their faces, then it can't be copyright stricken.
That's true.
Like no showing graphics or anything like that. You can even put up graphics that you want to show, like on a different site, and then put that in chat and say, okay, you can go to this fucking site right here if you want to see this, what we're talking about right here.
That's a good idea.
Or if you want to watch this video we're talking about, here's the link to it.
Yeah, that copyright stuff, man, they'll come down hard on you when you're.
Well, people can spy a false copyright on you just to fucking be a pain in your dick.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
So,
But I've seen some of these entertainment-based sites that are ripping off like movies and using songs, and they don't never get copyright strikes, and they got 1 million subs.
Right? Yeah. No, it's the only people that are copyright striking the flat Earth are the fucking trolls. And if they copyright strike the radio show that's got no graphics, a total radio show, just radio, then even though we call it Flat Earth TV, we'd want to get a website to go along with it called Flat Earth TV, drop WordPress on it to where you can upload articles and stuff that you might be talking about that everybody knows that they can correlate to the name of the channel.
True.
So you can do flatearth.tv or theflatearth.tv or whatever. The flat TV, whatever it works out to. I'll just have to see what's available to see what the name of it should be. But I was thinking Flat Earth TV. Yeah. And because nice, easy, it rings a bell. And so if you wanted to show graphics or something, everybody who's on the YouTube end of it actually has authorship to the WordPress site, to where they can go and upload articles to the front page of whatever they're talking about on the show. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's perfect.
Yeah, that would
read
work.
along, you know.
And WordPress is easy as shit. So, any a basic user can, get attuned to it real quick.
Hmm. Yeah, this is a great idea. It's past due.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I've been sitting back for 3 years watching it just get mangled to shit.
Yeah.
And that's why I stepped in, because I just tired of fucking people mangling it all up. I mean, it was fine when it was really, honestly, it was fine just being Matt and Eric,
Yeah.
just waking up a handful of people. And then the handful of people started waking other people up. And then it's just been exponential and exponential. So, pretty soon it's going to go across language barriers. Pretty soon it's going to go across, racial barriers. Pretty soon it's going to, so we've got to be able to expand.
There was somebody the other day talking about, hey, I'll translate into Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
So, saw that. I was like, huh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll chat with you guys again tomorrow or something, and
Yeah, man.
I'll let you know. Just I guess it'd be helpful if I get everybody's email address. I don't know if y'all got mine. You can set up your channel. If you can, set up your channel to where you can get email with an about me page. You know what I'm talking about?
Do I not have that?
I don't know. Some people
I'll
don't.
have to look into that.
I don't think you do, Ace. I think I had to get your email address to send you an invite or something.
Yeah. I wonder how
Hey,
you actually do that.
Jeff, Geo should have my email address. I actually asked him to give it to you because I had wanted to get in contact with you privately at some point.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I'd like to set up a Flat Earth TV website, just so it's easier for everybody to communicate with each other. If we can just keep it on two formats, I don't want to see fucking half everybody using Facebook and the other half of people using Pal Talk and the other half of people using YouTube. The other half of people using fucking email.
That's a lot of halves.
You know what I'm saying? To where you can just fucking go to one page on the website and tick off people that need to be notified for whatever is on the show for that night. Put in the message, send it to them. This is the fucking Google Hangouts address for this show. I've already got it lined up. The page is already sitting there waiting to go, waiting to hit start broadcast. I know this makes sense to Ace. It might not make sense to you, Philip. I don't know if you've done any live events.
No, I'm new at all this stuff. Tonight's the first time I've ever been involved with a chat.
And and I'll probably just sit down and do a whole presentation in a video of how to set up a live event, just so people can get into it and start doing it themselves. The more people we get, because by this time next year, I want to have 7 million videos up. I want YouTube to actually say, hey, we need to come up with a whole different monetization plan for these motherfuckers, because they ain't buying shit everybody else is selling. In fact, we're going to have to come up with a group of 10 or 20 people just to sit down and start brainstorming how in the fuck we monetize them, if it's even possible.
That's awesome.
Yeah, how do you monetize an 8-hour live video?
No, how do you monetize a flat earther?
Yeah, someone that doesn't buy bullshit.
That period.
Right.
Yeah, that's
exactly. Exactly. It have to have a whole new tune.
Flat Earth keychains.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I want to sell them Flat Earth fucking map that nobody subscribes to. Or I want to sell them a Flat Earth keychain that nobody subscribes to. If I came up with a Flat Earth fucking keychain, it would be a globe compass. It'd be something that you could use. I'd just rather see it be something else than fucking something that nobody wants to, that you don't want anybody to subscribe to.
Flat Earth levels.
Yeah, flat Earth levels. That's right. Flat level keychains. Little miniature levels on a keychain. That's right. It could even be it'd be nice to see fucking a whole handful of people that wanted to robe the country and do global warming presentations.
I think that'd work. Actually.
It would work. I tell you, it would work.
Yeah.
There ain't no other cult movement like the global warming movement. They're all led by Al Gore.
And he's boring as hell.
He's boring as fuck. And they know they're walking around with empty pockets. They know they're walking around with nothing. They're selling nothing but junk. They don't have anything else. They really don't. They ain't got nothing else. Everything else they'd like to take a part of, they can't take a part of because it ain't even, fucking, you just look at the way they think. It's a fucking cult. They know that there ain't gonna be no more snow because of global warming. There ain't gonna be no more polar bears because of global warming. There ain't gonna be no this because of global warming. What is global warming? They ain't the globe.
That'd be kind of mean taking that globe away from them.
Well, no, it wouldn't.
No, I know.
Because, you just think about, what people feel like when they truly wake up.
Yeah.
It will take the feeling they've been looking for in the global warming movement, the feeling that they can't seem to find if they look for everywhere, instead of, walking around professing global warming to a audience that don't want to hear it. They can go around, knowing the globe to an audience that fucking don't get it. Anyway, I'll let y'all go. I'll go in there and catch my ass chewing from my wife.
All right, dude. Nice hanging with you.
All right, brother. You have a great night, and up there in Canada, you have a great night too.
Yeah, you
See
too,
y'all
Jeff.
tomorrow.
Gio should have my email.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, brother. We'll see.
Later. Yeah, Philip, that ran a little long, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. I said on text, I'm just gonna come on for a little bit. That was like 4 hours ago.
Uh-oh. Warning, broadcast will be terminated in 1 hour.
It'll be terminated before that, probably.
Oh, gotta fill some time, huh? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no doubt.
I didn't realize it was 4 a.m. though. That's wild. But
yeah, I gotta get up in a couple hours.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I guess did you get my email? Let's see. We'll figure it all out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll see his maybe tomorrow or whatever. Like, what happens if I text on this? I can send it to you the same way you sent me a link, right? On this app.
Yeah, could you just see that right there?
I can't see anything unless I leave here, and I don't know.
Group chat? No, not on the other one. You don't
just
have.
Hold on a second. If you lose me, I'll be right back. Just a second. Let's see what happens when I. Am I still on?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens if I message you here right now? I'm gonna say test. You get that right there?
Yes. Where? Okay. I don't know. Let's see.
I'll send you my email then.
Okay, yeah, I went right to the.
Did you find it there? It's where you go to get your link. Where you sent me the link.
Oh, I got one. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, there's my email.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, you have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Alrighty.
I'll be talking to you soon. It was good.
Yeah, man. Good little chat. All right. Take it easy.
Take care.